Okay. So I have a few things I want to look at. This stream, I'm at least gonna dedicate quite a bit of time to this discussion that Dylan Burns and CTV had. I think it'll just be a good thing for me to be able to make some content about. I have another thing, which is this Vaush video where he sort of analyzes this paper, quote unquote, that was, uploaded to Heritage Foundation. I don't even think it's peer reviewed, but what it is sort of like it synthesizes all of these ideas from other trans medical type research, along with allegedly has some kind of data, and they create this sort of narrative about how instead of people who want to transition but can't, this leading to suicide, what they propose is that giving people this gender affirming care is what actually causes the trans suicide rate, or something along those lines. And to my knowledge, there's no actual connection like that in any literature besides this. And given this, Vaush and a bunch of other people have attacked this paper. And I have to say, actually, after reading this other person look at it, and even listening to some of Vaush's criticisms, I sort of have to agree. And it's especially sketchy because this paper is not peer-reviewed. This isn't an actual paper that's been printed anywhere or like published anywhere, anything like that. It's just something that they put online, basically. And Heritage Foundation is well known sort of like conservative think tank, so it's not very mysterious what's going on there. Give me one second. Yeah, but it's just not very mysterious what's going on with this thing. So after the debate, after watching this and I guess discussing it, I know everyone's probably watched this thing already, but it seems like pretty good content. We'll probably look at the Vaush video. This trans person on Twitter who seems to know a lot about this research also has a thread about it. And I was also looking at other stuff. She seems like a pretty good source of info, actually. This Aaron Reed, Aaron in the Morn person. So we'll see what her view on that is. And yeah, I think that's all I have set up right now. So we'll get started on this. I'll link my stuff around to Discords. And then I'll probably smoke some weed or whatever.
Like the one in Dallas, Texas, is you had the perform.
I have that on 1.5. I'll do it at normal speed because both these guys talk pretty fast.
It's been a long time,
Okay.
but I'm doing.
So where did it start?
Да, туда.
Okay.
Их обычных. То есть...
Вот идет же спецоперация. В Сербии война идет.
So it's got.
I'm just gonna lay down for the next 3 minutes until CTV is unbanned.
Okay, cool.
And I'm just gonna lay down here, and we're gonna do nothing else for 3 minutes. We're just gonna wait in silence and peace and tranquility, okay?
Oh yes. With all this shit CTV's been up to lately, you really gotta calm yourself before talking to the fucking guy, but especially Dylan. Dylan's been having to like argue with a ton of people for the last like fucking 6 months or something. Including just about his own sexuality. So, Dylan actually has to have these like one-on-one drama talks quite a bit.
It's getting light outside now. God, it's like 5 a.m. over here, man. It's 5 a.m. over here. Oh my god, man. These streams are hard. Keeping the same streaming schedule is insane. I don't know why I'm even trying to do it.
Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't even think about that. It's gotta be pretty crazy for him to do this because he's in fucking Europe right now. He's many hours ahead of us, I think. So his life has gotta kind of be shit for the for the most part, trying to keep all of this up, yeah.
Well, wait, I thought Dylan only stood in Ukraine. That was the rules. Only standing streams. Yeah, until we changed. Is Dylan back in Lviv? Yep, I'm back in Lviv for now.
Oh, that's good.
Absolutely surprised you've
At least
been
he's
doing the stream
alive.
schedule. Yeah, it's insane. I probably shouldn't be doing it for my own health. But it's also easier, I guess, in a way, because then my schedule can just be like at nighttime I stream, at daytime I do my recording in Ukraine. The Russians will use sleep munitions to sabotage the stream. True. Okay, I can talk to CTV now. It's been long enough. He's unbanned in 1 minute. I'm calling him.
I'm almost done linking my stuff
ready?
around. And...
I'm ready to talk to him. Look at this dumb shit, man. This streamer ban stuff is terrible. The idea that you can't have banned streamers on, I hate it. Or not even being able to watch banned streamers.
Oh.
It's such a bad policy.
It really is. It's shit.
Oh my god. So tired.
So he got banned from Twitch, and then he talked to him right after he got unbanned.
So tired. Give some time for sleep, Dylan? I will. Come on, CTV. He said not yet. It's literally 10:13. Now, whatever. Hey, CTV.
Okay, cool.
Here, look. See?
So I think
Let's
this
switch
is
to-
about all the drag shit or whatever. It's like an extension of a bunch of conservative drag drama, I guess.
Fight me. It's whatever.
Oh, wait!
There you
oh,
go.
wait, we're good!
We're good.
We're good!
We're good.
Oh, wait, we're good!
We're good.
Trying to mute you on this one. Okay, here we go. All right, we're good now.
We're good.
All right, so YouTube, I'm switching over to Twitch. In the meantime, Dylan, we can talk. Let's go.
Awesome. Okay. Fantastic. How are you doing, CTV?
Dylan, it's been a long time, but I'm doing pretty well, man. Wife's had knee surgery here recently. It's there, there's been some, some complications. Right, today she went for an ultrasound. We're trying to figure out what's going on with that. But besides that, right, we've had a lot of discourse on the Twitter, right?
Yep.
On the Twitters.
About some of these, what I feel are more adult topics that I feel like most people.
Yeah, from what I can get, CTV really kind of gave up the last shred of good faith he has with a lot of fucking people, including people who don't usually jump in on shitting other streamers for no reason, like IRI. So, from what I can tell, CTV has sort of burned many of the partisan bridges he had before.
Whenever I end up
Or I
arguing
guess
with
they'd
him,
be
it
non-partisan because you're going over to the other side.
feels like they're looking at it from the perspective of a kid trying to defend, right, them being able to do a thing. Whenever I'm looking at it, and I feel like everybody else that's probably listening to this conversation or playing part to it should look at it as an adult and be like, you know what? That is an adult thing, and that there's no reason for children to be, playing a part in it.
This will
So
be good.
It's like taking that step.
So can we like define your position like quickly? Because from what I was seeing on Twitter, you seem to be in support of I think it's the Texas law. It's also been proposed in Florida of the criminalization and making it a felony for a parent to bring their child to a drag show, and the
Wait, are they
suspension
gonna
of the
do
parental
that?
rights
Let me
position,
turn back.
like quickly, because from what I was seeing on Twitter, you seem to be in support of I think it's the Texas law. It's also been proposed in Florida.
God damn, it's getting so fucking hardcore if that's the states now. I don't always pay attention to a lot of political stuff, especially a lot of domestic political stuff. I only keep up on specific topics, and I keep up on some foreign topics. So I had no fucking idea that they were talking about this. This should be really good because I like morality and law, and it sounds like this is all morality and law. So
Of the criminalization and making it a felony for a parent to bring their child to a drag show and the suspension of the parental rights. And you further expanded on it by, like, when Maddie was talking back and forth with you about, like, the idea, like, well, my parents brought me to a drag show and I'm perfectly fine. Should I have been taken away from my parents? And you responded that, yes, you should have, before going on to, like, say, like, hey, like, maybe you wouldn't have this position, Maddie, if you were, you know, if you were not with that family of yours. Am I
Yeah. Okay, so I mean, what's the damage done? This is one of the issues with this and it seems like critically thinking veteran CTV here ends up really just going straight for it and like burning all these fucking bridges, because I don't see what the immorality is in taking your kids to a drag show versus just like straight people shit that might have like women in skimpy clothing or something. It just seems like they are not giving people the reasonable doubt with drag shows, but they will give it the reasonable doubt when it's, say, just like heterosexualized women or something, you know? Conceivably, a lot of this is simply because drag shows are usually men and women's clothing, actually. I'm sure this is actually quite a bit of the foundation.
characterizing you at all?
Nope. And I've had that same conversation with another fellow named Duke that was from North Carolina. Came into my chat. We had a conversation about it. And at the end of that conversation, he was like, you know what? You have a point. He was willing to have the honest conversation of maybe I wouldn't have been okay with this thing had I not gotten exposure to it when I was younger.
But then isn't it the same for hetero shit? Yeah, I mean, and for me, it's exactly the same for hetero shit, except there's only a little bit of variation there, which is more people will probably trend towards heterosexuality if you don't impose anything on them. But the same thing happens for like heterosexuality in our society, right? So you have to come into it, I think, with some sort of preconceived notion of either sort of like some sort of right and wrong that's just been given to you, no questions asked, or this sort of like naturalness thing, or it's like natural for people to be hetero, but it's not natural for them to wear drag or like be gay or some shit, you know?
So,
Okay.
you know,
So
I like having those honest conversations. Like there's mean conversations and then there's honest ones. And I feel like people.
And then and then he's starting to do that thing where conservatives say the only kind of honest conversation is the kind of conversation where you buy into all their preconceived notions, actually. So maybe, we'll see how that
end up
goes.
coming to that conclusion whenever they have the honest one. So
I guess for me,
The honest one is theirs.
that this is
An honest conclusion is a conservative conclusion. That's my experience of it, like 95% of the time, among my family anyways.
reach of the government into people's personal lives to an extent that is strange. And I also feel like this is an attempt by people to protect children from something they don't understand. They think they're protecting them from something sexual,
Right.
something inappropriate for children, when I really feel like it is a lack of knowledge about drag that is fomenting this and fomenting this, and that it is being particularly aimed at drag because of its status within the queer community in comparison to other types of performance of a similar nature, which nobody would ever propose such legislation.
Here, let's look at something real quick. I don't know if I'm spelling it right, but Circus, what is it? Circus Olay? What is it? Circus Olay? Oh, okay. Circus du Soleil. I mean, this is how they're dressed, isn't this? I mean, so they're in like skin tight stuff, doing all this contortionist stuff. I mean, there's that person's crotch just right there. Let's see here. I know I've seen some pretty racy shit in clips of this before. What's going on there? I guess not there. I know they used to wear some really scantily clad shit at this thing. And do sort of sensual dancing and such. I would have to look at some other stuff I've seen for it, I think. But I don't see, like, an enormous difference between someone wearing these super sensual type things, these skin-tight things, and doing, say, all of this strange sensual contortionist type stuff. Because they're not, like, humping the fucking kids in drag shows, right? They're just sort of, like, doing movements, essentially. And in tight clothing, or scantily clad, or paint, stuff like that. Where was I? There we go.
To ban anything of that nature. So I feel like it's just a lack of knowledge about drag and the different types of drag that can exist that are entirely not sexual or inappropriate for children.
Well, that can be true in instances, right, where that's not what's being shown or being shared on Twitter. What we have on Twitter, right, from Dallas, Texas, from the videos that Alex Stein shared, or from other examples that have been being pointed out, is it's like the worst case scenario of what it is that you would not want children to be a part of, right? Like the one in Dallas, Texas, is you had the performers dressed scantily,
It wasn't that bad.
moving provocatively, getting the children to give them money, right? All the while, there's a neon sign behind them that says it's not going to lick itself.
I don't really care. I saw way worse shit like than that by the time I was probably like 8 or 9. The thing is, they went inside of a fucking building to take their kids in there. So you're just saying that there's some places people can't choose to take their kids, even if nothing illegal is going on. No one's even naked. There's no sex acts going on. The worst thing that you can name is a sign behind the dancers that some of the kids might not even be able to fucking read, or if they can, probably can't understand that it's a sexual innuendo, you know?
All of these things, right, paint the picture of what you're looking at is like worst case scenario and not something that parents would want their children to be involved with. I wouldn't want my...
It's not a worst case scenario. There's much worse shit kids can see. And if he doesn't want his kids involved, he doesn't have to go. These people took their kids to the drag show.
My kids going to an event like that, I feel like that is way...
Then don't take them. Don't take them, problem solved.
Like inappropriate. That's how I feel about it.
Okay.
Well, then, I mean, my first thing is you can raise your children however you want, right?
Yeah.
So if you don't want to bring your children to an event, that's perfectly up to you. But first off, we'll say
let's get something out of the way real quick. CTV didn't just say I wouldn't take my kids there. Of course he wouldn't. No one's saying you have to take your kids there. What he just said is I don't want anyone taking their kids there. That's what he just said. That's his actual point. Actually, that's what he wants. He doesn't give no one is trying to force CTV's fucking children to go to a drag show.
About one example, right? And there would be no discussion if there was a concert of a scantily clad nature, right? And we would have no discussion of we need to stop people from bringing kids to concerts. Like this is getting out of control. Or we need to stop people from bringing kids to movies because there was a movie where there were people in it that were scantily clad,
right?
Or anything of that nature. It's specifically drag because I feel like people don't understand the medium, and they believe that drag is inherently sexual, which it isn't. Drag has a long history of being comedic, of being performative in the nature of like showing off fashion or dance skills. That is not scandalous in any nature.
And
of course, there's famously Drag Queen Story Hour, which I'm a supporter of, which does not introduce sexual topics whatsoever to children, just people in costumes in their drag that is of a gender non-conforming nature, which I believe is not at all inappropriate for children to be around. And could I also say that I believe the event in Texas, when it comes to things like the handing of the dollars, I don't feel like the handing of the dollars was really that inappropriate to me. I mean, that is something that has happened in drag shows for a very, very...
For kids, it was a little edgy, but at the end of the day, what's the extra part? Yeah, it's true that this sort of playfully recreates the exchange of like a stripper or something, but the kids probably don't know what a fucking stripper is. So you're not actually just like normalizing stripping per se, because it's a pretty different situation. You're just sort of normalizing these little rituals that a particular culture or like little society, a subculture, the gay people of the US have normalized within their community for decades, like fucking a century or something. So, I mean, yeah, you have to you have to project extra sexual nature onto drag that's not just there with like them going to Hooters or something like that, you know?
A long period.
And I guess the giving the dollar thing is, especially for a conservative, it's gonna look god awful. But I think the way to argue that one is just like, it's not sexual because the kids aren't gonna fucking have sex with the drag stripper or whatever, the drag dancer.
Of time, but I've always seen it when those instances, for instance, as like tipping a performer. You know, when you walk across the street and see somebody playing the drums and you go over, you hand them $1.
It's just
that
a little
isn't like tipping
edgy.
a stripper. That's tipping a performer for a performance. I think the worst part of it, in my opinion, I don't think the outfits were extreme. I think it was the sign in the background, which was actually a sign in reference to ice cream, as people digging up the neon sign and where it's from dug up. I think it should have been taken down beforehand. It was suggestive given the context.
Yeah.
So, like I said, we have all the worst examples that you wouldn't want to have, being the, say, how you would want drag to be understood. And now that, like, these instances are now associated with drag, you basically have, like, the parents' worst.
So, what does he mean, worst case? I don't. He says that. Sometimes conservatives just say stuff. This is not the worst case association you could have with drag, actually. All the fucking kids did was watch them and then at most give them like a fucking $1, you know? Yeah, it's not that clear.
Nightmare, right? Before everyone's eyes for them to have to take a look at, right? So, like, I've always considered this kind of behavior to be more adult in nature. I always have, right? Even whenever I, halfway nights that we did underway on the USS Tennessee, where you got guys dressing up in drag, right? And we did underway, fucking, I can't remember what we called it. It was, anyway, whoever the queen was, right? Based on who did the best, they vote, right? So, like, we've done that, but it's always for me been an adult topic. There was never a point of conversation where it ended up being, something that the children need to be exposed to, right? So that said, like the story time hour, this, that, and the other, I see that as more of trying to say, do more for the adult that is doing the performance than it is trying to expose children to
What?
new ideas and cultures, right?
What does he mean, do more for the adult? All they're doing is sitting with somebody in slightly cartoonish, like, opposite gender or sex clothing or whatever, and reading a story.
The whole thing for me is adult and needs to stay there, and I don't see any reason to push it on to children.
They're reading a book. I think the thing the child gets out of it is somebody performing in a way that is non-gender conforming, right?
Right.
Reading a book to child. So I think what the child gets out of it is they meet somebody that's different, who...
It's like if you had the fucking Sikh man or whatever in his turban reading them a fucking book. Miss the shit show? Do you mean that panel or whatever? Whatchamacallit, the Wix panel? We can watch that. I might... do you want to watch that? We could watch that right now and come back to this. You'd be down for whatever? Let's watch it and come back to this. How's that sound? Because it was actually pretty good and it wasn't that long either. I guess I can just... No, I should go straight to it. Death of Certainty. I'll go straight to his. And, okay, and it just ended. Perfect. So I don't even have to fuck with it. Okay. I'll link this real quick. Yeah, we can... We'll watch the whole argument or whatever. Like, the whole shit show of the argument. And then we'll go back to the thing. Because it was kind of a shit show.
actually engaged with the question to an extent because
Okay.
no,
Okay.
Otherwise, causing people trauma.
I guess it was a little long, but that's okay. It's good content.
Individuals' trauma as a means of their actions. If that's not
I think this
necessary
is
to
it.
the movement, then we can disregard the people who don't do that as lone actors. But if we look at something like white supremacy, the goal is very much intimidation just by
Okay.
presence alone.
To where you can protest is almost assuredly going to face the same fate. But we need to get
people that they are fighting for with these abortion clinics are people.
It's probably around here.
Don't
My
though.
point.
Well, if they had the legislative power that you're ascribing to them, then they
would be effective against the institutions which wield power against people.
I don't think the people in America are prevented from protesting. In fact, I think
Okay, it'll be around here. This is where it
protesting
starts.
have been struck down by the Supreme Court, for example.
This is where it really starts, this next argument, I think. But I think they were already not liking Ninetales that much. Maybe because of her arguments or how stubborn she was.
For example, the restriction on protesting in front of abortion clinics was struck down in the 90s. And any kind of law that's being passed right now by DeSantis in Florida to restrict access to where you can protest is almost assuredly going to face the same fate. But we need to get so we're gonna let Eli go, then we're gonna get Stardust, and then we're gonna get
you're avoiding me.
Oh, I'm not avoiding you. You've been going this whole time. We're responding to your
Yeah. So there's some background. I like Ninetales, but she has a little crazy in her. I like Ninetales too, actually. She kind of embarrassed me a little because I went into Stardust chat, and she was actually throughout much of this having some very good points, and so I was just like, oh, I love Ninetales. I don't always agree with her, but she always has these really good points. And then this shit happened, and then Stardust's whole chat turned on her. But I still think Ninetales is a pretty smart person. It just didn't look good to a lot of people, I guess, when this started. Probably because she was talking so much. Okay, right. This is the background. Is this whole thing's going on, and she has quite a bit of actually salient points and everything, but she sort of eats up a lot of this time, and so like quite a bit, probably like 30 minutes or more before this, maybe an hour, she was talking quite a bit and fielding a lot of questions and stuff, and so it seems like people were getting impatient with that.
Question. It is contextual.
We were still responding to the first question you asked.
It's just for you. It's just for you personally. And you don't have to respond.
No, that's fine. Ask me the question.
It's kind of true. It's kind of true.
I just want to.
She's talking
in
a
general,
lot.
if that's the case, I do think you should reconsider how bad things like oil drilling and pipelines are for not just our environment, but for the indigenous communities which they bisect. And so maybe if that's the point that you're coming to, you should widen your perspective to reasons that people just can't settle for the status quo and just doing things non-violently when the system will just go ahead and ignore that.
Well, what was the question there?
And if there's a body count associated with that.
Okay,
ignore me.
When people burn down abortion clinics or go and attack abortion clinics, are they justified? I mean, they think that these are unborn people.
Right. Okay, so this mostly now I see how they get on the topic. This comes from this discussion about BLM. And so they were trying to weigh the riots and damage and everything. And so her main question is, can we ever call out an entire movement for this 5 or 7% or whatever that was like the violent part of BLM? And so it kind of causes this big stir up, I think, because she's pretty stubborn about it. You can't talk about black people without making it hyperbolic. Yeah, BLM really brings out a lot of hyperbolic stuff. At least no one's really a conservative. It was just sort of like libs versus leftists, or maybe even leftist. Well, I think both Stardust and Meat are pretty lib, so I guess it was like lib versus leftist here. But yeah, even among us, like the left and center, it still gets so hyperbolic. It's yeah.
People.
But yeah, she has it's a good question, I think, because I would say no, and although we have to acknowledge the riots, the damage that was done. The worst BLM riot is still better than your average hockey football riot, probably, yeah. I was in some other chat. Oh, Loner Box. He doesn't have like a lot of rules for his chat, and so these conservatives will just show up and you argue with them. And this guy came in and he just would not shut the fuck up about the $2 billion in damage. $2 billion in the U.S. There's like $100 trillion of property in the United States. You know, so it's like $2 billion that you do know that's actually not that much when you spread across how many people are involved in these demonstrations, right? I mean, it's not great, obviously, but, I mean, this actually isn't that much money, considering how much damage you can do in a riot pretty fast. And most of the damage is to landlords who are leeches. Yeah, and people have all kinds of views of those particular things. It's just always hard to, you know, a lot of libs don't necessarily think that way, and even among the left, there's variance in it and everything. So there's a lot of ideology that goes into these sorts of discussions.
That are being killed, right? I mean,
Well,
No.
yeah, and again, like, why?
It's like, okay, if you're so fucking worried about the $2 billion, we'll just pass a bill and reimburse them or something. If you're that pissy and shitty about it, you know? I mean, fuck. We'll just set, you know, we've sent like $100 billion to Ukraine or some shit in the last like 6 months or past 12 months or something. I think we can afford that. And if this is a way for us to progress forward with the racial discussion.
Why is the, like, they already have basically the ability to legislate this stuff. They have the privilege to do that. It's been shown effectively as opposed to movements like BLM. So my question,
their argument would be, their argument would be that the unborn people don't have
they
the ability
have legislative
to do that.
power.
No.
They have legislative power.
The
My
unborn
point,
people don't,
my
though.
point, my
Well,
point.
if they had the legislative power that you're ascribing to them, then they wouldn't be protesting over the fact that it's what they don't want to happen is
No,
happening.
the
They're
anti-abortion
saying-
movement has political power. It has super PACs which
The
That's what
fund
has
their
unborn
interests.
babies
Then
don't
so does
have
the
political
movement.
power.
You're really
Then
scared
so
of letting
does
me
the
finish.
BLM movement. The BLM movement has
Okay.
no political power. Is that what you're going to say?
What about the people who
You
protested
think it has
January
much?
6th?
That's funny.
Not really.
The people who
Well, that's
I
your-
see
that's
Eli.
your
Eli's
argument.
dying.
That's your
Eli,
argument.
If you really want to jump in here, you can.
I just wanted to say, like, my answer to the first question of should we just discount movements with violence or what have you? I would say we would have to look at like the reasoning behind that violence and see if that reasoning is valid. If that reasoning is a valid reason, like, hey,
I don't think that's the way to, like, valid. So what do you mean valid? I think the issue is it just sort of happens and you can't kill people over property. So it's just this response that does happen. I would actually even have to say it's a bad thing that riots happen. But when it comes to stuff like these race riots or whatever that we have in the US, this happens because people are just being ignored. It's like Martin Luther King said. Small-minded comparisons.
we're rioting because you keep killing
Which comparisons? I can't remember.
us, then I'd say,
I agree with you on property, but Jan 6 was about overthrowing democracy. Yeah, January 6 totally different. Yeah, there was this guy. The guy was doing that too. That's why he kept bringing up $2 billion, right? In Loner Box's chat, as he was like, well, look at Jan 6, they didn't hardly do any damage. They tried to do a fucking coup. Are you crazy?
oh yeah, like that's a legitimate reason to riot or to do violent protest. I would make sure that it is directed at, you know, the source of the.
I just don't think, I think he's thinking about it wrong in terms of how we actually tolerate that people will riot. Because I also want to tolerate this fact that when you ignore sort of like the needs of some group, they may riot. Because it's like sort of Martin Luther King said, it's not good, but it's what will happen. It's causality. So I don't, I don't know if it's about validly attacking targets per se, so much as we have to understand that this is the result of stuff like that. I think white people get up in arms because they see their status and power as being equal to the fundamental democratic process. which speaks volumes. Oh, you mean like with January 6th, how they tried to do the coup and how they felt entitled to do it? Is that what you mean?
The source of the problem. Now, to what Meat was saying, I'm not saying that we should go down and burn down police precincts. All I'm saying is that like I just don't think there should be like a hyperfixation or focus on it. But like I said, like you have to look at the reasoning as to why the thing is happening. And I think that, like I said in my opening statement, there are so many people that only want to talk about violence when
and people's interpretation of what a proper target is. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, I just don't think of it as proper targets so much as... Okay, so maybe I guess it is, because if you have a tyrannical government, that sort of is a proper target. But still, in the case of civil rioting, like race riots, like we have in this country, mysteriously, we just have all these fucking race riots. Gee, I wonder why. When it comes to these race riots, it's just like, yeah, because their fucking lives suck. What are you talking about? You know, it's like, yeah, you get all these people who are sort of crushed under this system, and they're going, if something particular happens, they will rebel like that. It's what happens. And, you know, the thing with, like White Terror and the coup, January 6th and everything, is this is much more like... This isn't coming from a people that's, like, crushed under the system. It's coming from this sort of, like, middle and working class, like, consciousness that people have. And in fact, I know some Marxists even call fascism sort of like this middle-class revolutionary authoritarianism or something. I'm not sure if I'm right like that, but it's an entirely different thing from fucking, like, a bunch of poor people or an ethnic minority rioting because a bunch of stuff keeps happening to them. It's totally different.
When they can see a stone being thrown, metaphorically speaking, when they...
You know, in no way was the target in January 6th valid, given simply that if they had deposed the legal system of the U.S., they would have made everyone's fucking lives worse. So, you know, the only reason you're allowed to really depose a government is if it makes the people's lives or vision better, you know?
When they see like physical force or what have you, but they don't see how systemic violence or systemic force begats physical violence and physical force, which in many cases that systemic violence will innately justify that physical force.
When you talk about disrupting the systems that allow a town or a city to function, and then we can talk about disrupting the fundamental political process that we use to construct all society. Yeah, even if you want to compare them, the degree is different. I completely agree. It's not only this matter of size or something. So that's what a lot of like the conservatives and fascists will say, is they'll be like, well, they only did like $10 million in damage or whatever at the Capitol. That's not what fucking matters. It's a totally different kind of attack. One where they were just attacking the very top of the power structure to fucking depose it. And if you don't understand that, you're either willfully ignorant or you're too fucking dumb to have this conversation, you know? I really think it is kind of that simple. And I think people just have to start talking to the conservatives like that. Where it's just like, you're either disingenuous or too dumb to be talking about this. Or you are white and can't see the difference. Yeah. Yeah, that happens all the time. People just really don't. I don't know. There's a whole sociological aspect, I think, to why they can't, certain white people cannot accept the fucking difference between these two things. And I think it factors into the kind of fashy thinking that keeps getting displayed by the far right and shit. I think there's like this whole system that they have where they have to doubt the obvious, you know? It's sort of like how they have to purposely misunderstand transsexuality for their political needs. They also have to misunderstand the difference between BLM and January 6th.
And that physical violence in many
There's no fucking other way that they can keep moving, you know?
Many cases, it just depends on how you go about it. I don't think we should take it out on like innocent civilians or even people who disagree with us, like innocent conservative citizens or what have you. I know, shocker.
Okay, so again, what I was going to say is it is not true, because the people that they are fighting for with these abortion clinics are people they consider unborn children, right? And if we
Every panel I watch with people who are amateurs, these conversations are not deeply analytical. They are superficial, but that's where you have to be to talk to the general public. That's true too. Yeah, it's unfortunate because you're not gonna... Yeah, it's hard to get this shit across. A lot of the public really does have a very blunt and uninteresting view of, like, political violence and all kinds of shit like that, or, you know, like systems, these sorts of things. And you don't even have to buy into it 100%. But you can easily acknowledge that some of these interpretations that help sort of like analysis, they have some grounding at least, and they can tell us kind of how the world works. But yeah, when it comes to the fucking public, you really almost have to tell them the conclusion, right? And like some of the highlights of your reasoning and everything. Because just a lot of people, they won't pay attention to it, or they don't think like that enough. I don't know. It's like you have to do so much understanding to get to some of these more sophisticated things, you know?
follow their you know, the way that they believe in those.
And it's not like a matter of... It's not like elitism, because anyone could do it. Anyone can pick up these sorts of text or whatever and start learning about it. Hey, Girly Bear, how are you? We're watching this panel. It starts flying off the fucking rails. It gets into a pretty crazy argument. But yeah, people, like the general public, often they don't have either the attention span, and it's not just because they're like dumb or something. Maybe it's just their life. It's their lifestyle. They don't have the attention span or the requisite knowledge to get to some of these conclusions.
Unborn children, unborn people do not have political power. So they think that they are morally justified in going and being violent outside of these abortion clinics, of going and shooting abortion providers. Like,
this is where it starts flying off the fucking rails.
So we can, I mean, we have to like draw a line somewhere, but like if you're talking about feeling morally justified, they quite literally
a better argument, in fact.
This is their argument. There's nobody that is more disenfranchised than an unborn child, right?
Disenfranchised. Like here's the issue. They're not disenfranchised because
Oh, so okay.
they have.
I'm starting to see how it comes up because I remember the end of the argument.
But that's their argument. But that is their argument.
And we can, in this case, we can analyze it and say that you're wrong because you're constantly able to remove access to abortion. I'm not saying we should give them the vote. I'm saying that they're not oppressed.
Give fetuses the microphone. I want to know what the dead.
That's what they
fetuses.
Yeah, but you're missing Stardust's point. It's not about whether they like. Obviously,
Stardust is missing the point. That's what I'm.
Right. It's right. So Stardust will say here, like, it's not about whether or not it's true that they're oppressed. It's about that people perceive them as oppressed, and so they act on it. You know, I think.
No. Let me finish.
But then it causes this big fucking pile up.
No, we're gonna go in order. Hey, stop! Stop! Everyone stop! Everyone stop!
You're the one who brought up the
Okay, I will start muting people if I need to. We're gonna let Beckett go real quick, and then we're gonna move on from there. So Beckett, you have a real response, and if you address someone, they can respond. So Beckett, go ahead.
Fair enough. I just want to clarify this because it's an emotive topic.
Because obviously
You haven't stopped going. Please. Beckett.
Be
Okay.
quiet.
I'm just saying, I had my hand raised while you were calling out the list, and you're gonna forget that I had it raised, right? So just mention my name, please, so
Maybe
I know
he's
that you're
trying to
not gonna
give
forget.
some people a little bit more
Tails, I
time,
know
though.
you
let's
exist.
talk
Trust
about,
me. It's hard to
like-
forget.
Okay.
Beckett, please.
Okay, so the abortion argument, like we're not. Stardust is using an example of people who are protesting abortions. It's not a moral judgment on whether abortion is right or wrong. Like obviously, very pro-choice, European over here. But the thing is, if you are a pro-lifer, your belief, what you personally think is that you are protecting people's lives. Now, whether we disagree with
Right.
that is irrelevant to their worldview. Their worldview is that those of us who support pro-choice are justifying genocide on unborn children. That is
Right.
where they are coming from.
Is
That
their
is-
narrative?
That is unfortunately the thing, and that is ultimately why some Christians and shit will fucking kill abortion doctors. I think some have been like shot while they're doing their dishes, shit like that.
I have a question. Is their narrative supported by reality, or are they operating on a simulacrum where they're referring
Oh god, yeah, I see how this starts flying apart.
something that can't actually be proven? Because it's very much true that as much as they think they're right, you can point to the
This
fact
is-
that they fight very hard for
okay,
But if
fetuses.
that's the case,
And
this is the
fetuses are
exactly
not
the same
very-
argument you could use for Black Lives Matter. That's the exactly same argument conservatives
Right.
use.
No, they already
against-
have political power. You keep saying they don't. There's literally super PACs
A
for these
full-grown
political
adult,
interests.
a full-grown human
Yeah.
adult has more
It goes
political
both
power
ways.
than an unborn child. So,
Yeah, then how come abortion rights are so well restricted in the U.S.? Oh yeah, right, because there's groups that already fight for the rights of fetuses. So therefore, if they start doing action, it's them pretending like they don't have political power.
Okay.
Well, hold on, no,
they're
this
not
this
acting,
this
they're
goes
Okay.
acting on
both ways.
behalf of
Stop.
Okay, so I see what Ninetales is saying. I think it's a valid argument in the case that somebody is saying that it's like wrong to disenfranchise quote unquote fetuses or whatever, because I think that's bullshit. There's nothing to disenfranchise. So she's right there, but it seems to be like it's almost like Stardust was using it as a hypothetical, but Ninetales feels obliged to argue with it or something. I'm not really sure.
people they believe do not have.
Maybe she feels that Stardust was trying to do something kind of disingenuously. That could have been it. Because they had been going at each other a bit for a while.
Political power, you're not getting it. The
Okay.
people that they are advocating for, they're saying that unborn children, and again, I don't believe this because I'm very much pro-choice, but
You're just
what
really
they
good at making
believe-
the argument without considering the counter argument that I'm making. Ever.
No, she's not
You're not
making the
making
argument.
it. Oh
she's
my
saying
God.
she's not making the
whole
argument
point
for
with- the whole
abortion.
point
Not
to
Tails,
begin
not
with
Tails,
was whether
not
or
Tails.
not the
I
whole
did it
point
before.
me and Eli was making. The whole point Eli
my
was
God.
making
Oh
that
my
you
God.
missed. The
Let
whole
Let me
point
tell
that
you,
you missed
Stardust,
from both
Stardust is
Eli
not
and
making an argument for
myself.
abortion. Stardust is not making an
Both
argument for
Eli and
abortion. She's
myself.
pointing
I'm not
out.
making an
She's
argument for
pointing
abortion.
out.
I am
She's
pointing out-
pointing out that if that is your justification,
I heard it
Ninetales, if
already.
the only different. No, you didn't. If the only
Yes, I did.
justification.
You're not hearing
if
my
the
argument.
only if the only justification is the fact that you're right and they're wrong, then here's the problem.
not the only
All of a sudden-
justification.
No, you said that
It
this
is.
is mapped onto
No, it's
reality and
not.
that your position is. That's
You're
literally
saying
what you
it's
said.
not mapped
No,
onto
it's not. That's
reality.
because we're talking
That's
about.
what you said. Is
when
that or
they
is that not what you
say-
said? Is that or is
as
that not what you
both
said?
Eli- As both Eli have said multiple times to you, and just refuse to get it. If they say that they're
You're just on a loop by
disenfranchised,
yourself in your
if
own
they
little
say that
universe.
they're
I can't even remember what Stardust's original point was saying that. I can't.
disenfranchised from the system, and that they're not.
Now I
able
don't
to
even know
achieve
what the
their
fuck's going
political
on.
Goals, which anti-abortion activists clearly
Okay.
are.
No,
Then they're fucking.
All right.
Then
No,
they're
can
allowed
we-
to do
can there
whatever.
abortion
But they are
activists who are
let me
getting in the
finish.
way?
Holy
Can
shit,
we-
you're so
Okay.
bad at this.
No, no,
Say
Professor,
I
wrong
let
things.
you finish.
Stop!
Me-
Just
me-
let-
Stop!
you finish.
Everyone,
Can I-
stop! Everyone,
Can I-
everyone,
I
everyone,
reclaim
God,
my
it's so
time.
stop!
loud.
Everyone, stop.
Fucking
Okay?
ear rape,
This is
Jesus Christ.
I love the passion, I love the energy, but we have to. No one can understand you when you're shouting over each other. So what we're gonna do now
I
is
just
we're
wanna
gonna
finish my response.
very quickly, Ninetales. Then we have to move on.
Jesus
We'll go to
fuck.
Stardust, then Beckett, then Eli. That's the order. Go.
So as
Yeah, I don't get it either. I would have just started muting motherfuckers. I wouldn't yell. But some people, I think they like the style of yelling. But yeah, I would have just started muting motherfuckers, and I would have muted everyone and talked really calmly about what's going to happen next, you know?
as we've been trying to say, that these things aren't equivocal because we actually have to look at whether or not these groups have to fight the within the system to achieve these means. If you're saying that that fetuses are underrepresented in the U.S. political system, then that's just bullshit. I'm sorry, they're overrepresented.
Okay, Stardust,
don't say.
Beckett, and then
That's the
Eli.
point.
Go.
Oh my god.
So, again, a full-grown human adult has more ability to affect political change than an unborn fetus.
Yeah, it's a political prop used by anti-abortion.
Okay,
Fuck them kids.
Ninetales, we gotta let people make their points. We can't keep
I
interrupting.
thought she asked a question and I was responding when she.
Well, it's not your fucking turn, Ninetales. Can you
I thought
shut
you
the
were
fuck
done,
up?
dumbass.
You're a fucking idiot. You're literally fucking dumb as fuck, dude.
Holy
I've lost
shit.
more
Start your
brain
statement
cells
with a
in this
question.
one
Don't
fucking
pause for people
panel
to
than
answer.
I have my entire fucking life. Holy fucking shit. I'm gonna chop my arm up and fucking
If you're gonna start your question, if you're gonna start your statement with a question,
I'm fucking done with this.
Is this
If you're gonna start your
political
statement with a
violence
question-
aimed at my youth?
This is political violence.
Yeah.
Me,
If you're-
yes. I'm
if you're
gonna
gonna start a
serve human
statement with a
meat
question,
to my
don't
neighbor
pause for
at
people
the
to answer
fucking
it.
barbecue.
Amazing.
You asked a
Amazing.
question, you paused for people to answer.
I
you
didn't
got mad when
ask you
someone
a
answered.
question. I didn't ask you a question.
It was
Finish your
literally
point,
my turn to
Stardust, and we're gonna go to
speak.
Yeah,
Beckett,
you're
and we're
a
going
fucking
to Eli.
god.
turn to
mess.
speak. It was not your fucking
No,
turn
you're
to
just a
speak.
control
Don't
freak.
fucking talk to me. Don't fucking talk to me. It was not
Jesus.
your turn to speak. It was my turn to speak.
Do you
Thank
feel powerful being a control freak?
I
This
do.
is political
yeah.
violence in action, folks.
The
Right
only
I mean,
one
I think we've solved it. I think it is on the rise. I renege on my
Clearly.
position. I have accepted this
Clearly.
panel. This panel, whatever the fuck it is, has completely convinced me that the data is wrong. We can prove that political violence is on the rise. Twitch poll is a fucking hellscape. I've immensely enjoyed it, and thank you all. But actually, do you know what? I've had a real lot of fun talking to Eli tonight. So
Hey, I thought this was a good ass political talk. I like the part where they were screaming at each other. I also like the part where like three people were all talking at once. That's my favorite kind of politics.
for this, I know we're drawing nearer the end.
We
So
are.
Eli, I'm gonna divide from the abortion argument. I'm just going to ask you this. So the argument here, and I just want to recontextualize the conversation we're having because I think it matters. In the beginning of the abolitionist movement, it was largely driven by white men, as was the political movement for votes for women. Is it acceptable as an argument to say that because the interests of black people being having their freedom given to them and women having the vote given to them was already being represented by men, that they were not politically disenfranchised? Because that's actually the abortion point.
Well, just thinking about that, if I were asked this question, I would have to say fetuses aren't this being that's apt for being given these rights to begin with. So there's no, like, disenfranchisement, you know? It has to be, like, a conscious being. I don't think the potential for a conscious being sort of satisfies all of these things.
It is not that there's a...
So it's like, no, because I don't imagine a future where they then get enfranchised, you know? Like, what does enfranchising a fetus look like? And since you can't fucking enfranchise them, you can't disenfranchise them. At least that's how I would think about it.
Abortion lobbies or anything else. It's that it's not whether the abortion lobby has power. It's nothing to do with that. It is to do whether the people protesting, the actual people who are pro-life, have a moral justification to defend that thing.
They feel.
So in the same way, do just because there are white men defending black people and women, does that mean that we didn't need to protest further because it was already being handled by white men? In the same way abortion is being handled by adults.
You just have to tell me what enfranchising a fetus actually looks like. If you can tell me what an enfranchised fetus is like, say a fetus that no longer needs somebody else to fight for it, tell me what an enfranchised fucking fetus is, and we'll talk about whether or not they are disenfranchised. I think that would be my way through this for sure.
Defending things.
Do you think white men are good at representing the needs
Okay,
of
no,
black men?
Ninetales, stop. Eli was addressed. Let Eli answer the question, and then we're going to go closing statements after Eli gets his chance to speak. Because,
I would just...
my goodness, this has broken me. I am broken, And
Just mute the motherfuckers, Wick. Goddamn. I think he wants to yell at them and shit.
and drained. So Eli, you'll have your chance. You'll be able to have the last word here, and then we're gonna go into closing statements, and we're gonna save me from this hell of which I have created myself. Go ahead.
So I would just say, I mean, so your question was, just make sure I have it right. You're asking that because white men were doing it, that means we shouldn't protest any further? Is that what you're asking? Like,
I'm asking that. Would
you're
you?
linking that to abortion because you're trying to make the argument, I guess, play devil's advocate for the pro-lifer and trying to get us to see the reason as to why a pro-lifer might protest for a fetus. So the difference there is that a slave can talk, a fetus fucking can't. That is just simple.
Yeah, and I think, yeah. So I think his point is similar to mine, is what is an enfranchised fetus if we're talking about a disenfranchised fetus? Because I can imagine what an enfranchised slave is, certainly. You know, it's a human being. It's like a fully grown, conscious being that can make any decision, or most decisions any adult can. So,
the fact of the matter, a woman can talk, a fetus fucking can't. This is the problem. No offense to you, Beckett. This is not necessarily even to you specifically, but this is something I wanted to say to a few people on the panel, and that is that there's this idea that every argument there can be like a moral justification or like trying to have sympathy for or understand where someone is coming from. But the simple fact of the matter here is that when we go to the actual facts of things like abortion and what have you, we see that A, it is essential care, and B, that in many cases, these same people that say that they are pro-life are literally everything except that exact same thing when you compare it, when you compare their same logic and track that through so many other things that could also be used to protect.
Yeah, it's just, it's not a knockdown argument to flip it on its head and be like, well, what about when they justify it in that same way? I really don't. I think there's an asymmetry here for sure. But the issue is, and I would not say, like he said, I would not say that the anti-abortion sort of extremists are justified morally. They are not justified morally. They think they are justified morally. They have a belief that they're justified morally. And when you have just like some whatever system of like political action, that's enough. It's just sort of like think you have a justification. When you actually lay down the facts of the matter, it comes out pretty asymmetrical. The issue is people on the ground largely don't realize that, and people who at levers of power are either true believers or don't give a shit. You know, they don't give a shit about the details.
Protect and preserve life. So yeah, I get what the liberals on the panel are saying when they say like, oh well, what about this sort of an argument? They feel like they are just in this argument. I would argue, like I just said, in many cases, I don't think that they actually are like that they actually feel as though they are morally just or that they're defending fetuses. I think that these people actually legitimately, like I would say 98% of these people legitimately just want to control women. That's just
I actually disagree, but it's not because I think they think they're heroes. I think it's because people have very complicated ways in which they get swept up into like a reactionary, like right-wing sort of like theocratic type movement. I think people are extremely complicated and can actually deceive themselves into thinking all of this wacky shit. I think they also believe this, but I think it's sort of like a mixture of everything.
You actually ask these people, I've literally debated pro-lifers in the heat of like protests and what have you, like live.
Some of them will mask
every time. It just trickles down to the same thing. Literally, their logic is not consistent. They just want to control women. And the thing is that you're comparing, again, like slaves that could talk and could tell you, I would like my freedom, and that have expressed it more than just vocally, but have also expressed it by literally running the fuck away from their slave masters, that they don't want that. Meanwhile, I mean, I guess I can let the fetus speak. Let me hold the microphone up to her belly or in the toilet where the where it went.
Okay, so I know you've given sort of a joking answer, but actually you've properly, thank fuck, you've actually engaged with the question to an extent, because you've actually given an answer to the moral question of just playing devil's advocate.
Okay, good.
No, you don't think is an acceptable moral thing.
So, okay, cool. I didn't know he was like doing a thing. I see now. So he wanted someone to come at it like that.
Don't really think they believe that because of how they deal with children once they've been born, for example. And I think that is fine. I just really wanted to nail that down, that there is a way to answer this question, which is really emotive, and it's really important that we start. I think that people do this, and I'm glad you didn't disappoint me, Eli. Thank you. And that's my only.
Everyone's so like doomer about the panel. It's funny as fuck. He's like, oh, I'm glad someone actually engaged. Wick is saying his like heart is dying and withering or some shit. Ninetales is arguing with everybody. Meat was just fucking yelling, and so was Stardust. This is like the most doomer fucking panel I've ever seen. Hey, female eunuchs, how are you doing? Good to see you.
On this note, we're going to wrap it up.
Well, yeah, this panel is funny as fuck. It was a real doomer. It really got black-pilled near the end. People were not having a good time.
I hesitate to thank you because you have damaged me in ways that is going to take years of therapy to recover from. But to my audience, thank you for showing up and sticking with me through whatever this is. If
Black pill panel, a little bit. Hippy Dippy was mega spicy for first topic. Oh yeah. I watched this. I was watching this for like an hour or something, and it got fucking crazy all of a sudden. I was like doing something. I didn't even catch how this argument started. But the argument started, and all of a sudden everyone was fucking yelling. And but yeah, I knew it was pretty fun. It was pretty fun to watch actually. But it was just like I don't know if you've seen it as like abortion and a bunch of other stuff, I guess. Let's see here. So we took a break from that. Has everyone seen this? Does anyone actually want to watch this or watch me talk about it? Because I have a few things we can look at. One of them is this paper Vaush made a video about. I was thinking about watching the video and then and also looking at the paper itself. And then we also have the debate between fucking Dylan Burns and CTV here, which, you know, this is like 2 or 3 hours worth of content actually. I saw some of the Dylan CTV thing, haven't seen the Vaush thing. Okay. Yeah, because I think everyone's been sort of watching this, so it's not like a huge deal, although it was the easiest content I could find for sure. Vaush, yeah, I know his emote looks just like Vaush. It's funny as fuck. Yeah, we can watch this. So to put it into context, this is some sort of weird ass paper. It's a quote unquote paper, and what it was this thing published, or I should say, just uploaded to the Heritage Foundation website. It looks like a paper, and allegedly it has some sort of data, some sort of study that they did. And they also reinterpreted a bunch of stuff, reinterpreted a bunch of stuff to try to make it seem like the trans suicide rate is caused by people getting gender affirming care or something, or maybe people getting it in secret and not the lack of tolerance for trans people. So it creates this weird ass argument where it's like the affirming care is causing the issue. It's fucked. So yeah, Heritage Foundation. Yeah, it's gross as shit.
From the Heritage Foundation.
It just seems sort of like this propaganda shit. I don't always agree with I don't always agree with Vaush, but I actually like him. So I'm definitely he goes in pretty hard on this. And so we have the actual paper, and we have this person who goes through a similar criticism of it.
Puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and youth suicide. So the Heritage Foundation has come out with an article saying that youth access.
Oh, you know her? I'd never seen her before. Someone tried to link, the way I found her was someone tried to link her to Vaush, and then he brought it up and he was like, she blocked me. So I looked at her name, the @ blah 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 blocked you or whatever. So I followed that and found her on Twitter. I was like, oh, this person's pretty base. She's like a data female,
Access to trans medical care makes them more suicidal.
Yeah, I've never talked to her, but I've been following her and stuff. She seems to have a lot of info on this shit. So
or something.
And she had a whole thread on this, so we'll probably look at it.
So let's see. Read full report. Yeah, because conservative media doesn't put ad blockers, or sorry, doesn't put subscription blockers on their shit. That's left and liberal media, not conservative.
It's true.
Not ad blockers. You know what I mean.
Yeah, the fucking paywalls I hate those fucking things. Especially like, what is it? New York Times, you can't even get around it. You have to find like an archive or something.
The paywall. Thank you, paywall. Jesus.
Turn it up to
no, the
speed a little
paywall.
bit.
Shut up. Okay. Let's see. Summary. Lowering legal barriers to make it easier for minors to undergo cross-sex medical intervention without parental consent does not reduce suicide rates. In fact, it... Wait, what? Wait. What? Wait, what? Is that what it said on the Twitter? Wait, no, it isn't. Wait. Right off the bat. The Twitter says, my new study released today shows that...
Oh, here, yeah. I'll link this as well. Give me a sec.
Easing access to puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones has actually increased youth suicide rates. But then here it says, lowering legal barriers to make it easier for minors to undergo cross-sex medical intervention without parental consent. But those are different things. One of them refers to access to youth trans care. The other refers to the legality of accessing youth trans care without parental intervention. Those aren't the same thing. Okay. State should instead adopt parental bill of rights that affirm the fact parents have primary responsibility for their children's education and health. School officials receive permission.
So I linked the paper and also Vaush's video, so...
Parents administering health care, medication, gender-affirming counseling to children. State should also tighten the criteria for receiving cross-sex treatments, including raising the minimum eligibility age. All right. Well, let's see where this data is.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Key
That's another fucked up conclusion. It's not only this idea. So part of the idea is they try to pin a bunch of the suicide rate on minors who are getting like HRT and puberty blockers without telling their parents. I think that's a big aspect of it. And one of their fucking conclusions is to raise the age of transition. You know, it's like, oh, so you just threw that one in there for good sake, you know, like just in fucking case that helps.
Makers are seeking to make it easier for minors to access puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones based on the claim that doing so reduces suicide risk. Studies finding that gender-affirming interventions prevent suicide failed to show a causal relationship and have been poorly executed. I look forward to seeing that substantiated. A superior research design shows that easing access to puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones by minors without parental consent increases suicide rates. Okay. So right off the bat, people are linking me. Apparently other people have looked at this. Okay. Right off the bat, one thing that I'm noticing is that it seems like they're extrapolating a very specific claim to a very broad one.
Yeah.
If the only thing we're looking at right now is the state legality of accessing certain types of medical care without parental consent, that's a very, like, niche thing, you know? Like, we already have plenty of data on whether or not gender-affirming care decreases suicidality for youth trans people, which it does. So
right, this is exactly correct. And what they end up doing is this weird thing, and I probably won't watch this whole thing. We'll go to the paper in a minute and look at some of the stuff he discusses, I think. But yeah, they try to do this weird shit where they try to reinterpret all of these statistical facts that basically already exist around transition and shit into this like weird narrative about how we're incidentally causing it by this access to gender affirming care or whatever.
If we already have really compelling data to indicate that gender affirming care is good for the mental health of youth, the trans youth, why would we then attempt to prove a broader point about that access being harmful through a niche statistic? What it suggests to me is a kind of cherry picking, where by using a sort of tangential data point, you're able to suggest a counterintuitive trend even if the data doesn't support it. Does that make sense?
Right.
Let's see the data.
Yeah, so, yeah, I think what he's saying, right, I think his point, and I think he has a good point here, is we already have all these statistics, and so they found these other facts, or are proposing in their data that they found an extra fact that allows them to reinterpret our previous data. And so you can see how something like this is actually very dangerous for them to be just like showing people. It's not peer reviewed, by the way. It was just uploaded to their website.
Hey, Vaush, I'm a PhD economist. I've already reached out to Green to request his data and replication files. He hasn't gotten back to me yet, but I'd love to talk with him. But some likely, love to talk with me about some likely problems with the paper. Well, let me read it first. Hold on, don't you jump it down me britches here. Adolescents confused. Adolescents who are confused about their gender suffer. Okay, the language right off the bat. I like how we're talking about a medical issue and we're using non-medical terminology.
Yeah.
Confused about their gender suffer from an abnormally high suicide rate. The research demonstrates gender confusion generally resolves itself without medical intervention. Notice how they're using the term gender confusion instead of gender dysphoria, because the term gender confusion in this study, which I've already gone over before, transgender and gender diverse children and adolescents, it says gender diverse because what they basically said was like, hey, ever notice how like 99% of gender non-conforming demonstrating children don't become trans? Because they were including like all non-stereotypically cisgender behavior as gender confusion.
Yeah, this is why I'm watching this, is because apparently he's done all this research on some of the exact citations. Because apparently some of these exact citations are things that get touted by sort of like people who are pushing back against gender affirming care.
Inflating gender confusion and gender dysphoria to imply that gender dysphoria happens to everyone, and that it just like everyone fades out and like almost everyone doesn't have it anymore by the time they hit puberty or whatever.
Yeah.
Some educators and medical professionals encourage teens. Shouldn't this be a peer review instead of a study trying to debunk other studies? This isn't peer reviewed, right? Was this even submitted to a paper? Is this literally just an article posted?
So he says that, and we'll check. We'll just make sure. So let me... I'm really sure it has not been, but we'll just definitely check. And you even see they have right there gender, report gender or whatever. So let's check. Google Scholar. Okay, Heritage Foundation. That's it. It is not fucking peer reviewed. This is not a scholarly journal. That's it. There is no other thing. Because they have like machine learning shit that does this. I'm pretty sure they would find the journal. But yeah, it appears to just be out of nowhere. Here, let's look at something else. So this is one thing he didn't do. Who the fuck is this guy? This Jay Green, PhD. J.P. Green is a senior research fellow in Heritage Foundation's Center for Education Policy. Oh, so this guy. Okay, let's see if we can find anything else. J.P. Green. Looks like people have been doing Google searches of him. J.P. Yeah. J.P. Green, we're gonna find some shit out about him. So, right, he's like this senior researcher at Heritage Foundation. I'm sure he's doing some really killer shit. Okay. So he has a Wikipedia article. He was previously distinguished professor and head of Department of Education Reform at University of Arkansas. Okay, so he's kind of bona fide, huh? He has some bona fides. Wait. So... Wait, so he's not even... It's not even his specialty. He's not that kind of researcher then, right? This is like... Center for Education Policy? Is this what he usually does? Really? That's strange. His research was cited 4 times in the U.S. Supreme Court opinions in the landmark Ziman versus Simon Harris case on school vouchers. His research has appeared in academic journals such as Education Finance and Policy, Economics of Education Review, and Educational Evaluation and Policy Analysis. So, okay. Very strange. It doesn't sound like he's... So he just does, like, general policy stuff, but he's sort of, like, analyzing this thing that's, I feel, pretty touchy, and I feel, you know, like, you should be an active full-time researcher to make a paper like this about what to do about fucking gender-affirming care, you know? This is a little bit more serious than just, like, they're a person who writes papers, so they get to write this paper. Okay. The impact of high-stakes testing on student proficiency in low-stakes subjects. Evidence from Florida's elementary science exam. Does athletic success come at the expense of academic success? Creating cultural consumers, the dynamics of cultural capital acquisition. Yeah, this guy's not... What the fuck? Are people are educated people more anti-Semitic? Why the fuck does this guy? Why did he write that paper then? What the fuck? This guy's just like, he has nothing to do. He's never even touched this kind of subject before. He's just coming up with this, like, insane shit. Yeah, he's, like, presenting it as if he's some sort of expert, coming to these conclusions about this pretty touchy medical thing, and giving these insane conclusions.
It on the Heritage Foundation website? That's it? Okay. All right. So, yeah. All right. Yes, it is. Wait, yes, it is what? Yes, it's just published to the Heritage Foundation, or it's peer reviewed? Is it Econopraxis? Don't say yes or no. Say if it's peer reviewed or not. It's confusing me. You're on a delay of several seconds. It is not peer reviewed. Okay, thank you. All right.
Yeah, he's not even.
Some educators and medical.
Yeah, they wouldn't even they probably wouldn't even fucking review the thing if he sent it somewhere, right? They would look at it and be like, a professor of education. A former professor of education just sent us a fucking paper on, like, the policy about this fucking medicine that people know a shitload about already. You know? That they already know how to administer and what it does and everything.
Medical professionals encourage teens, even preteens, to take puberty blockers across sex hormones, secondary sex characteristics, while the World Professional Association for Trans Health acknowledges the interventions can have significant complications.
This is crazy.
It also warns...
This recontextualizes it for me to be even wilder than I thought it was, so...
Delaying intervention can have serious risks. Well, any medical... Other associate advocates, members of the media, even White House staff invoke scientific authority to assert cross-sex medical intervention reduce the risk of suicide, which, yeah, we have pretty strong evidence of that. Sarah Hart, director for the Washington, D.C. branch of an organization that provides medical intervention support for trans people, states with confidence that laws and systems barring gender-affirming healthcare will contribute higher rates of significant mental health problems, including deaths by suicide. It is clear gender-affirming care has the potential to reduce rates of depression and suicide attempts. In an opinion piece in the Washington Post, they say cross-sex medication has been shown to reduce the risk of depression and suicide for trans youth. Banning it may create excruciating conflict for parents. The danger of adolescents committing suicide if they do not receive these medical interventions is thought to be so urgent that the Biden admin recently issued a statement confirming the positive impact of gender-affirming care on youth mental health. Wait, how is that a reflection of urgency? That's it? A statement confirming the positive impact of gender-affirming care on youth mental health? That's it? That's the urgency?
Yeah, it's very urgent.
The language in here is so fucking loaded. This is so obviously not a scientific study, and so obviously an...
Yeah, that's true. I didn't think about that. I was watching this at like 2x speed to make sure it was something, because I've been doing that too much where I have this video that just turns out to be nothing. But some of this language is very fucking weird.
Op-ed that's LARPing at being a scientific study. While referencing the evidence behind the positive effect of gender-affirming care. This isn't an urgent statement. It's just like a truthful reflection of the existing data. There's nothing about this that indicates like some severe degree of investment.
Yeah.
A number of states have also considered or enacted legislation making it easier for minors to access cross-sex intervention without the parents' knowledge or consent. California, AB 1184, to prevent insurance companies from notifying parents if children on their policies receive sensitive services, which were defined to include gender-affirming care based on red pill, blah, blah. However, young people may also experience significant and irreversible harms from such medical interventions. This background here reviews existing research of the relationship between cross-sex interventions and suicide. And then presents a new empirical analysis that examines whether easing access by adolescents to those interventions is likely to result in fewer adolescent suicides. But we already have studies on whether or not access to gender-affirming care reduces suicidality in trans youth, and the answer is yes, overwhelmingly.
Right, so we'll go to the paper. I want to see this. So it was right before the context thing. So let's see here. Let's look at what this citation is. That sort of caught my eye is you have this sentence. So the citation must be important, right? However, young people may also experience significant and irreversible harms from such medical interventions. So what's this? Revisiting the effect of GnRH analog treatment on bone mineral density in young adolescents with gender dysphoria. Oh, so this actually is true, though. Some things cause bone density issues, right? And in fact, the nature of transition, I thought, often comes with certain risks like that. So, I mean, I guess it is true that it comes with certain risks, but part of the context is... Here, let me find this. Where did I just link this? Oh, okay. So I remember the exact conclusions of this paper before that can sort of put stuff like this into context. So yeah, it can experience significant and irreversible harms. That's correct. But the issue here is in the study I remember, they actually had a quite large sample size of everybody who ended up doing stuff like detransitioning. Something like 90% of them reported having at least one significant external cause of them doing detransitions and stuff. And in fact, once you remove all of that, there's the very few detransitions. So it's sort of like, yeah, it comes with these risks, but we already have the research that says people tend to be good with it. It tends to improve their lives and everything. Taking HRT does have some risks. Having low or no hormones of any kind can cause bone density loss. Okay, interesting. So I guess they're talking about perhaps this pretty well-known thing. Although, I see this brought up by like conservatives and stuff, sort of like some health effects of stuff like that. And I feel like it's just sort of this pointless thing because we know what the rates of detransition are in the case of people who are totally set up with everything and they're pretty low. And we know how much people gain in quality of life. So it's like, yeah, we know it's serious, but I feel like it actually doesn't. We already sort of have it weighed out, you know. So I never get why people bring this part up exactly. Okay, so the context. I want to get to some of the more extreme parts of it so we can look ourselves. Let's see here. Prior research. Okay. Lack of any experimental evidence of the effects of these medical interventions prevents the gold standard research one would normally expect in order to isolate the causal effects of these interventions. So I'm not exactly sure what this part's supposed to mean, because we actually have a lot of studies. I suppose one issue is a lot of our studies are often studies of very large amounts of people to get sort of their opinions about sort of like the transition, or maybe if they detransitioned or something at various points in their whatever they're going through, you know. I'm not exactly sure what kind of, I guess they would be looking for something like a randomized long-term thing, but I'm not sure we even need that. I'm pretty sure our sort of like survey-based stuff is so stark, and the experience that gender-affirming care specialists have, like so strong, that we just sort of know that this is turning out not that bad. We know how many people detransition, these sorts of things. So they sort of start building up this sort of strange narrative in this paper, quote unquote, that actually it's as if we don't know any of this shit. Let's see here. The use of puberty blockers and sex hormones to address gender issues is also relatively recent, with widespread adoption occurring only within the past few years. That's correct. Let's see here. The fact that randomized experiments were not required for this use of puberty blockers and sex hormones, and that this novel use of the drug is relatively recent, means that only a handful of studies examined their effects, and all these studies use inferior correlational research design. So this is the thing, though, is we also have people who can give their experience with the medical transition and everything, too. So we have a bunch of people who are sort of on some level of being satisfied with all of this. So I'm not exactly sure what they're looking for. You know, we have people who have been on hormones for like 20 or 30 years, maybe more. Yeah, when I transitioning before 18 was nearly unheard of. Yeah, I had friends who started young when I was like real young, when I was around 18, and I had friends who were around the same age and had been transitioning. It was almost solely because they had like ran away from home or something, or just didn't live at home. doing widespread use on like youths, I guess, is kind of recent. That part is pretty true, but one of the issues too is we also know. So Vaush brings up this pretty good point, and I agree. Is what he says is we know what the conclusion of all these drugs are. You know, they have these specific things we know have these very specific effects on people. And when you combine this point, Vaush brings up that actually we know all the health effects of these sorts of drugs. We just don't know. We just don't have some super high sample size long-term studies that say certain things. We know how these drugs conclude in the human body. And we know there's a bunch of people who are much more satisfied with their lives now. And this group of people also tends to hurt themselves less or have less bad things happen to them when they do this to themselves, when they go through this medical treatment. So I don't, like, what do you want? What exactly do you want us to show you to justify? Because we have thousands of people who said, my transition is better than if I hadn't done it. And eventually the kids get old enough that they switch off the new experimental blockers to just HRT, which has been around for decades. Yeah. And that's the thing is, we know HRT's been around for a long time. It's been around for much longer than probably a lot of conservatives will concede in an argument or whatever. So we know it's been around for quite a while, actually. And we know what puberty blockers do to kids. We know basically exactly what it does, because what these puberty blockers were designed for, I believe, and were originally made to, or I should say, was prescribed for, were children who had too strong or too early of a puberty. So we know that basically what these things do is exactly what their name implies. They will just stop you from having puberty, depending on when you take them and how much you take. So, and when it comes to HRT, like, we just know what HRT will do to an adult, at least. And an 18-year-old is not that physiologically different from a 16-year-old a lot of the times. And as you get younger and younger, I mean, arguably, we have such a strong understanding of everything that's going into this that I don't know what more someone fucking wants. It's like, we know we'll stop this puberty, and then we'll know we'll start another puberty. You know, what more do you want besides that this is pretty safe, this whole thing together, and people feel better about themselves? You know, why do we have to pump the brakes? You know, conceivably, even if this ended up killing people, which it doesn't, we have people who have been on HRT for a long time. Even if this ended up killing people, I bet a bunch of trans people would be like, yeah, and it was fucking worth it to transition. So even if it killed everyone in 20 years, I think a bunch of trans people would be like, yeah, okay, I would still fucking do it. So but it doesn't kill people in 20 years. It doesn't just it's not just 20 years you die. I know it does have health effects, but we're not going to suddenly realize everyone gets some sort of special cancer from this, probably. I don't think so. Or that rots your brain out, really. Alright, the main effect of studies relying on correlational research designs is that they are unable to determine with confidence whether any relationship between receiving these drugs and later outcomes are causal. But then the thing is, they bring up correlational data, so they end up having this correlational argument. So let's see here. The analysis presented here uses a statistical model to predict the suicide rate among these ages 12 to 23 in each state between 1990 and 2020. The analysis focuses on this age range because it encompasses a consistent age group of those who could have entered puberty between 2010 and 2020. To control for the possibility that there are enduring cultural, religious, or other state-specific features that account for why some states have higher suicide rates among young people than other states, the model controls for average suicide rates in this age group. Yeah, get to the point though. What did you actually test for? If making it easier for minors to access puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones is protective against suicide, one should expect the frequency of youth suicide to be lower in states that have a provision allowing minors to get these drugs without parental consent after 2010. So what they start doing is this. They're basically setting up this framework where they say, states that have a provision allowing minors to get these drugs without parental consent, some of these states ended up having higher suicide rates in 2010. Well, they start trying to construct this argument using this correlational data, by the way, that this meant that the kids getting their hands on these must account for much of the suicides that took place. In the case that they didn't tell their parents or something like that. And this is correlational. There's no causal effect here. There is, to my knowledge, there's no causal effect from puberty blockers to suicide necessarily. Not when they're given in a big regimen or whatever, like a medical regimen. And I don't think there's just a huge suicide risk from just say estrogen. So they sort of talk about earlier in it how correlational data just show you can't do correlational arguments or whatever. And the fucking crux of their main point is a correlational point. There's no cause here. There's nothing to grasp onto. They don't give you a reason for why this is a fact. That states that have this provision of children being able to get on HRT or whatever, this increasing suicide, there is no fact of the matter there. But they try to pass it off as if it is. And so what I suspect it kind of is this deal where this is being made to look like a paper. So conservatives will treat it like a paper, and conservatives never fucking back down from their sources. They'll give you a source that's a broken link, and then keep talking about the source, you know? So I just sort of take these sorts of things as these mean-spirited ways to abuse people's understanding of science, I guess. Kids needing to get it without parental consent probably means that the parents were not supportive and the kid couldn't get through legit means. Right. And if I remember right, there is this thing where so there is this specific point in it where they're trying to argue that it's this group of kids who got these drugs without their parents' consent, that this is causing suicide. But they don't seem to account for this idea that kids who got the drugs without parental consent might not be supported at all. Maybe their fucking parents are crazy. My parents are fucking crazy, and they weren't even that crazy, so I can only imagine how crazy some parents are. Less support equal more suicidality. Right, yeah, because that's the thing is, I think there's some pretty stark studies that show the rate of suicide chance if a family is completely supportive and someone gets all of the medical and therapeutic stuff that they need, that the suicidality is actually quite low. But if you don't sort of take that into account and test the whole population, which catches all of these people from households where maybe they were kicked out or they don't have a supportive family, when you catch all of these people too, then it raises the suicide rate across the entire population of trans people. Because of course it does, of fucking course it does. But yeah, so they start weaving this really weird tale about how all of this sort of relates to each other. And then, so let's see here. The model uses the prevalence of gender-related medical terms in Google Trends as a proxy for how widely available those interventions are over time. So, yeah, so they use this statistical analysis or method or some shit where they're judging sort of the prevalence of some of these things based off of Google Trends, and which is how much more correlational can you get than looking at Google Trends and looking at a timeline and being like, well, there you go, there's the shit that's going on. Another approach would be to model the increased suicide rates in states where minors can access health care without parental consent over time. This could be done by including in the model an interaction variable that estimates the effect of whether states have a provision for minors accessing health care without parental consent each year separately. This variable would estimate the difference in suicide rate between the states based on whether they have a policy for each year between those 2 years. So they're like proposing this interaction variable that does something that we're not even really sure of, and that I would actually argue is pretty fucking spurious, because it would seem like no one else has gotten this yet. No one else has sort of come to this conclusion, which is odd, because if you will notice, like, some of these papers that I've read are fucking gigantic. Like, the actual papers. This is like 8 pages or some shit, you know? This is not that much. Oh, and then a lot of it's just tables. So it's just like, this is the whole paper. So this fucking paper, this like 4 or 5 pages or whatever, just completely recontextualized tens of thousands of pages of research on this very topic, I believe. So we'll look at Erin. We'll see what Erin has to say about it. And she links this directly. Or I think that's her pronoun is she, right? Yeah, she, her. So Erin has some pretty good points on this. Because I think she either does this sort of stuff all the time, or she does this professionally. I'm not sure. Let's first start with the study design, quote unquote, which destroys the study's claims at the outset. It doesn't look at gender-affirming care at all. Instead, it looks at states that let youth visit doctors without parental consent and somehow leaps to GAC causes suicide. The analysis presented in the backgrounder exploits this natural policy experiment to compare suicide rates over time among, right, we kind of read this part, relative to states that have no provision. Oh, that's a really good point. I didn't even think about that. So Vaush brings this up, and I thought he was overreacting, because sometimes he does that, but I don't think he is. I really think they're kind of being deceptive here, because they're not actually studying gender-affirming care. They're studying a phenomena, and then a small subset of it may be gender-affirming care. And they're reaching a conclusion off of that. Vaush overreact? No, yeah. Sometimes he does that where he's like reading something and then he's like acting like it's completely insane when it's not. But I think he's right. They really do sort of like... Yeah, this is like a really key piece of information. Is this isn't access to gender-affirming care, it's health care. And then what they do is they notice that there's an increased suicide rate somewhere. And then they jump to this conclusion that the access to gender-affirming care without parental consent increased the suicide rates. There's no particular reason to think that, when conceivably gender-affirming care probably isn't even the entirety of the health care they might be able to access. They didn't even review it enough to check the labels on their charts. Their chart groups states into buckets of has a minor access provision and does not have a provision. Again, for all care, not just GAC. But they laughably mislabeled the columns. Did they? States with minor access provisions, states without. What did they mislabel? I don't know. Okay. This confused me for a little while when I tried to research these states. Eventually, I went to their sources website, and yeah, the states on the right do have a minor access provision to general health care. So many of the facts that they actually present as sort of like facts aren't even specified to GAC, which kind of throws it out the window immediately, because the entire thing concludes with prescriptions about gender affirming care. So how do you go from setting it up in this general healthcare setting, get all these stats from that, and then end with increase the age for GAC? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Let's see here. This leads me to an even more laughable claim. This document includes 34 states and the District of Columbia, with laws allowing minors who are living on their own, including unaccompanied minors experiencing homelessness, to consent for routine health care, which should include vaccinations until explicitly exempted. Living on their own to consent for routine health care, which should... Yeah, I mean, isn't that good? I don't get it. Yeah, there's so many weird things in this paper that I don't really understand. Let's look at these states again. Remember that they're claiming that these having higher suicide rates means that GAC causes youth suicide. So remember, this is a massive point that they hang their entire fucking analysis and conclusion on. Oops. Florida, Texas, Utah, Wyoming, Alabama, so on, Indiana are all part of that bucket. Notoriously bad states for GAC. Yes. So... Okay, I see. I was just looking at something. Let's not even get into the fact that they failed significance on one model. So they kept adding variables and smoothing until they got significance. Oh, that's shitty. Y'all, this is so bad. To even give this research the respect of saying this would never pass peer reviews too much. This wouldn't get a passing grade in a research methods class. Probably. And so this idea is what it sounds like is they failed to get significance on some statistical model they ran. And this is like a big statistical no-no, actually, when you're trying to do good research, is they just started adding complexity to the statistical model by adding all of these like variables that you're accounting for. So essentially what they did was they just kept adding fucking data points. Adding and adding and adding these fucking data points until they got significance, which is pretty bad. You're not supposed to put the data in and then realize you can get this anomalous artifact by putting more and more and more and more in. That's not, you're not really supposed to do it like that. If you have like a sufficient amount of like acceptable data and you put it in and you don't get the thing you wanted, it's very likely that the phenomena you're trying to study doesn't exist. Let's see. Honestly, I'm wondering why they bothered to waste this dude's... Oh, wait, up here. The right-wingers are sharing it like it's some big groundbreaking study is hilarious. That's why they did this. They did not do this to trick any professionals. They didn't even do this to trick people with like bachelor's degrees. You know what I mean? Are you saying you can't force the evidence? No. Yeah, I mean, well, right-wingers don't know this. It's like in that 2000 Mules movie. Apparently one of their pieces of evidence that they had these mules delivering the ballots or whatever was just like they got all this cell phone data, geolocation cell phone data, and noticed that certain cell phones went by the boxes, you know? So what they did was they came to the conclusion that something bad must be going on and worked backwards, making up basically this idea that there were mules. This is kind of like what's going on here, is they sort of go in with a specific conclusion and then backtrack through all of the shit that they have to try to construct this false argument. Yeah, 2000 Mules, yeah. This is like 2000 Mules, but for trans shit. That's what this paper is, basically. It's just a bunch of shit. It's a bunch of shit that uses that, like, by its structure, most likely, uses fallacious arguments that they know that their viewers, listeners, whatever, are the demographic of people least likely to understand why the argument is fallacious. Because if you, for the 2,000 Mules example, if you take that argument, and I could be explaining this to like my dad or something, and he probably wouldn't understand it. If I told him you have to get the data and from the data try to piece together the narrative, instead it's piece together what actually happened, whether or not it is what you have in mind. You have to do this rather than have what you have in mind and then work backward through the data to try to piece something together. He wouldn't understand what the difference is. He would just be like, oh, so it sounds like we're doing the same thing, I'm just not allowed to do my thing. That's exactly how my father would most likely think of that. So a bunch of people will not understand what a fallacious argument is, because all they see is data and narrative from the data, and they think that's the entirety of the constituent parts of it, unfortunately. You can't, once right-wingers get shit like this in their head, you basically have to wait it out. You can't, get it out of their head. Let's see. Honestly, I'm wondering why they bothered to waste this dude's time putting all this energy into a shit study. And yeah, like we said, he's not even a professional in the fucking field the paper's on. Oops, I keep doing that. Like, they would have been better off just scribbling gender-affirming care for youth bad and causes suicide on a piece of paper and crayon and publishing that. It's true. It's very true. Oh my god, one of the researchers is trying to actually defend their study. This is embarrassing. Ooh. The table is just mislabeled, the analysis is correct, and the text correctly describes states on page 5 of the report. It's so bad, dude, the internal validity and operationalization of your variable sucks. Like, to go from you found, quote-unquote, to the claim being made is hilariously bad. Look at the actual states in your buckets and how they handle gender-affirming care for minors. It's not my study. Why not unblock the study's author, J.P. Green, so he can reply directly? But you're still trying to defend it, yeah. I wonder if she got into it with that guy. Maybe that's why he's blocked. One of the researchers jumped in and tried to claim that they cover this by using search terms for puberty blockers as an indicator of youth trans GAC availability. That's why that comes up. I didn't catch that. Oh, I was wondering why they did that. I didn't understand why they were using that. So what they did, so this is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. So they're claiming that if you take one fact, which is that children can get access to healthcare without their parents' consent in some states, and Google Trends that says kids were looking up, or not even kids, people, sorry, not kids, people in general, Google users were looking up GAC availability, that these two facts fucking combined means that all of their information points towards a conclusion on GAC availability for kids. That it's fucking outrageous. That, like, how would you combine these two fucking general facts into like some sort of conclusion about GAC? Besides that, people were looking it up. Like, that's it. In their study, this Texas data point would be used in support of their claim that gender-affirming care leads to suicides. Wait a second, I think his Google Trend data is national rather than state-based too. They're basically using national search results that are time correlated to somehow claim that state-level suicide rates are given by GAC. Right. That's fucking... Okay, that's really crazy, yeah. So, what it appears... So, apparently this researcher is trying to come back at them with this claim that just this Google Trends shit that anyone right now could go to Google and find, which is mixtures of like local and at times national data that this is sensitive enough where you can somehow extract these like complicated conclusions off of that. Oh, so never mind. It's not state-based. It's all national. I see. Oops, sorry. Let's pretend I was a reviewer for this quote-unquote paper. My first question would be, why did you look at state general access provisions rather than specific accessibility of gender-affirming care in each state? So let's look that up. Let's see something. Gender-affirming care for kids without parental consent. Is this even something that kids can get in the U.S. without parental consent? In every state that gives health care to kids without parental consent, can they get gender-affirming care? Because they did not specify that in that paper. Let's see. Is there... What states exactly are banning it? So some states are apparently going to ban it because it would seem that... How many children receive gender-affirming care? The number of minors who would be affected by these laws is unclear. 2017, blah, blah, blah. Teens between 13 and 17... 150,000 receive gender-affirming care, which is 0.7% of kids in that age range. That same year, the CDC estimated that 1.8% of high school students identify as transgender. Not all of these teens receive gender-affirming care. Okay. Does it have anything about what states right now allow it? Is it every single state that allows for the health care? Because what's not clear is if some states already have provisions where you can't do that. I think this is the British Medical Journal. Medically assisted gender affirmation when children and parents disagree. Okay, it's actually, if I remember right, it's completely legal in the UK for them to seek some sort of forms of medical care. So is this even something that exists, like a list of this? Which states allow kids gender-affirming care? How about this? Let's start off with which states allow it at all. Okay. Legal guide to gender-affirming care. Let's see. Let's see here. So it looks like many of these laws make it a crime or cause for professional discipline for medical providers to offer gender-affirming care to minors. Some states are also targeting parents who help their children access gender-affirming medical care. The governor of Texas, for example, asked state agencies in February. So it seems like it's really just like Texas and Florida who are moving in on this right now. And then no other state even has it banned yet or something? Is that what the state of it is? Oh, okay, cool. Perfect. A map. But again, I don't even think this gives ages. Let's see. Does there exist anything that can just like tell me what states a fucking kid can get a gender affirming care in? If it's this hard to find, then conservatives sure as fuck don't know what states allow kids to get gender affirming care. If I'm having trouble finding it, then there's no conservative that can. But this is apparently... So this is about health insurance discrimination, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I just can't... It's really hard to actually find this. Let's see here. Yeah. There appears to be no like readily available list for which kids can even get gender affirming care where. So it doesn't even seem like it's like easily found information, which is probably why they fucking defaulted to just the general care thing. I'll actually have to do some digging to find out what states already allow it, and specifically what states allow it without the parents knowing. They're pissed that I blocked the author. If you can get past peer review, or if you seem reachable and are just making ill-informed conclusions, I'll engage. If you know how to run a model like this and still put out misinformation, you're not worth my time. That's my policy. Yeah. So that's Erin's take, and she seems to be pretty good at this stuff. I'll link her Twitter. I think she has a bunch of really good information on this stuff. So as you can see, like, she talks about this stuff all the time, state gender affirming care type things, and then she talks about like these policy issues and the data, I believe. She seems to discuss these sorts of things all the time, the law and science surrounding it. So she seems pretty solid. We'll go back and see a little bit of what Vaush has to say.
We're kind of trying to disprove that.
I didn't want to just completely steal info. I wanted to get ahead of this a little bit, give my take, and now we'll see what Vaush has to say. Just so I'm not like literally just repeating what he says.
Obvious and undeniable fact by addressing a tangential issue, which is specific.
Because he has some really good analytical points, actually.
Accessibility of gender affirming care to youth
about
without
the paper
parental consent,
itself,
which is related but not directly causative, not even close. The new analysis presented here finds the existing literature on this topic suffers from a series of weaknesses that prevents researchers from being able to draw credible causal conclusions. What? About a relationship between medical intervention and suicide using a superior research design 2.0. The new analysis finds increasing minors' access to cross-sex intervention associated with a significant increase in the adolescent suicide rate. Rather than facilitating access by minors to these medical interventions without parental consent, states should be pursuing policies that strengthen parental involvement in these decisions with lifelong implications for their children. Okay, the context. Oh god, wait, hold on. We might have to get just the research part. I'm sure this is full of, like, misleading political bias, but we do... Yeah, hold on. Google search terms. Google Trends scores for the term puberty blocker, transgender, gender identity disorder, and gender dysphoria increasing since 2010. Based.
Wait. So go back. I'm going to go back just a second. So then... So they're showing... This is apparently some of their data, because when you write something like this, you only put charts in for stuff that's of your data, obviously. And, you know, Google Trend scores for the terms. So this is national. There's no... When you put in something like that and you say Google Trends and you don't say which state, this has to be national. So they are using national data here in order to talk about specifics, like we were saying, what's the fucking problem?
Google search terms. Google Trends scores for the term puberty blocker, transgender, gender identity disorder, and gender dysphoria increasing since 2010. Based. Okay, prior research. The effects of puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones as medical intervention for adolescents who identify as trans has never been subjected to a large-scale randomized controlled trial, like the kind that is typically required for approval of new medications. First of all, I don't even know if this is true. And second of all, we're not trying to approve new medications. The medications have already been approved.
Yeah.
What's the citation here?
This is where he starts bringing up that really good point where we know the exact conclusions and safety of these fucking drugs. We know what their treatment concludes with.
Anti-androgen or estradiol treatment of both hormone therapy and transitioning transgender women. What? What does this have to do with whether or not they've been subject to RCT? Wait, this is not the standard of preferred or expected research for something like this. Okay. Puberty blockers and sex hormones had been developed originally for other purposes. Puberty blockers were originally designed to delay precocious puberty among...
This is a very good point. Is there a female unit? It seems like you know more about this than I do. Is there anything, I mean, besides something that, like, say, just a slightly new version of some of these drugs? Aren't a lot of these drugs just, like, the same ones we've been using for a long time? You know, like progesterone and, like, estrogen, and it's not that complicated, I thought. For the most part, anyways. Especially if you're doing it to kids. Or I should say, kids for a long time will just get blockers anyways, but...
For their peers. Sex hormones were developed primarily to treat people who were unable to produce enough of the hormones of their biological sex. These are the uses for which these drugs were originally tested and approved. These drugs have been prescribed for young people wishing to transition to sex without undergoing testing and formal approval for these uses. Wait, what? Without undergoing testing and formal approval for these new uses. First of all, they have. That's why doctors prescribed them. There are plenty of tests on their effects. And additionally, they're still doing what we expect them to do. It's basically what they're saying right here is that it's not fair to use these drugs for these new reasons because they do the things that we expect them to do only to people we don't want them to affect.
Yeah,
so puberty blockers
that's a really
were
good
used
point.
to block.
You know, for the most part, we have an idea of how exactly, basically, these drugs work, and what they're asking, they're basically just coming at us and saying all of these big ass papers that all these leftos and shit link around at your face to show you that you're wrong. It's not good because it's correlational, and then their whole fucking argument is correlational, which comes down to they don't want trans people taking these drugs.
To delay puberty. They just only want that happening to children with precocious puberty syndrome and not to, like, trans children.
Yeah.
Like, it's the same thing. Puberty blockers block puberty. That's what they were tested to do. They're still doing it. And likewise, sex hormones, like testosterone or estrogen, were designed to enhance characteristics associated with the presence of those hormones in people, usually secondary sex characteristics or things associated with them, and that's what we're doing for trans people. It's the same effect. They just don't like who it's being used for. The lack of any experimental evidence of the effects of these medical interventions. What? Experimental evidence of the effect? What do they think it's what do they think is it? What do they think it's doing? We know what these things do. There's no ambiguity at all. Okay. Use of puberty blockers, sex hormones to address gender issues also relatively recent. Randomized experiments not requested. And that this novel use of these drugs relatively recently means only a handful of studies examine their effects, and all these studies use inferior correlational research designs. Wait, this is completely incoherent. When a person takes estrogen, we know what estrogen does to a body. We've known that for a while. We know that. Likewise with testosterone. And with puberty blockers, it blocks puberty. We're fully aware of the effects of these drugs. The correlational research that they're referring to isn't about the effects of the drugs physiologically. It's about the effects of the drugs on the well-being of the patient, which have shown positive results in favor of trans people.
Right.
You know, I know this isn't like a big shocker to you guys or whatever. Yeah, SDL did a big thing on this. Like, there's plenty of research indicating that gender-affirming care works.
Yeah.
He's a data male, you know how it is.
Yeah, there's a bunch of fucking people you can just talk. First of all, there's a bunch of science. First of all, so we're not appealing to anecdotes or anything. But first of all, there's a bunch of fucking science that just supports this pretty well. A lot of scientists and shit. And there's just people you can talk to every day if you know any trans people who report thinking it's a good idea. Or it was a good idea to transition, and that perhaps it's a good idea if it would have been a good idea for them to transition even earlier. Shit like that, you know.
I'll just leave that open.
These are sentiments that are commonly discussed.
In a bit. Yeah, it's not. The main defect of studies relying on correlational media, unable to determine whether any relationships between receiving these drugs and later health outcomes are causal. That is, one can never know with confidence whether the drugs cause these outcomes. Wait, what? For growing titties after you take estrogen, or for lowering the suicide rate for trans women? Are we referring to physiological outcomes or social outcomes? Why are they being so ambiguous here? What? Like, notice how they're not even talking about which conditions or like characteristics they're looking to see causal evidence for. We have causal evidence that taking estrogen shots will grow your tits. We know that pretty well, and we have as reliable of data as you can get on it reducing suicidality. Pigeon, can I help you with something? Evidently not. Weakness of correlational research design can be illustrated by examining one of the most prominent studies claiming to find adolescents who receive cross-sex hormones have a lower risk of suicide. This study, led by Jack Turbin of Stanford Medical School, published last one, examines the results of a 2015 survey of more than 27,000 adults who identify as trans. The survey was not meant to be representative of all adults because its participants were recruited at a convenient sample, largely through trans support groups. Subjects were then asked whether they ever sought cross-sex hormones, then whether they'd ever received them. Respondents who never sought cross-sex hormones were excluded from the analysis. The main comparison examined in the study was between those who had sought and received the hormones and those who had sought but had never received them when they were between 14 and 17. The obvious defect in this comparison is that there are reasons why some people were able to get the hormones while others could not, even though all of them report wanting to get them. The reasons that allowed some to access them but not others are likely strongly related to later mental health. What? One of the most important reasons why some adolescents were able to access the hormone therapies while others could not is that parent consent is often, though not always, required to get those drugs. As is well known from research on gender-confused youth, as well as more generally, closer and more positive relationship between children and parents promote mental well-being, protection, and suicide. The problem then with the Turbin study is that it's impossible to know whether the reduced odds of contemplating suicide among adults who sought and received hormone therapy as children were a result of the relationship with their parents who gave the consent for this intervention, or a result of the intervention itself.
Okay, so let's think about this claim. The problem then with the Turbin study is that it is impossible to know whether the reduced odds of contemplating suicide among adults who sought and received hormone therapy as children were a result of the relationship with their parents who gave consent for this intervention or a result of the intervention itself. Okay. Right. So Vaush jumps on this. We'll see what he has to say, but I think I have something to say too.
So their suggestion here is that the significant disparity in mental health outcome results between these two groups could be attributed to the fact that the youth who were able to gain cross-sex hormones probably had good relationships with their parents beforehand, and that's why they were able to gain access to it. So the fact that they had a better relationship with their family was both what allowed them to gain access to those hormones and also what improved their mental health. That's not impossible, but that's a very strong claim to say, like, hey, here's a possible confounding variable, therefore the study is invalid, doesn't necessarily follow. It's just speculation. It's just like they say, like, maybe it's because of this. I think that it's possible that has a weight on the claim, but I don't think that's sufficient. I don't think speculation is sufficient to throw.
I think this is him at his best. Wish he did more studies like this. I actually agree. I have to really agree. I don't think he does well when he argues with like philosophers and shit. I think he's actually pretty good at this, to be honest. Sometimes I give Vaush a lot of shit, but I think he does this kind of stuff pretty well. And I think he's right. So his point here, I think he has a good point where this really is just sort of speculation. There's probably some truth to it, however. But you don't just... It's not as if you can just, like, destroy an entire study by just speculating about this, actually. Like, this could be true, yet, at the same time, the conclusion of the Turbin study could also be true. And, in fact, somebody could conceivably do a study that controls this without throwing out the entire Turbin study. As well, they may have, I don't know, they probably didn't, they may not have thought to control this, but I'm just not sure it just destroys the whole thing.
The results of the study here. See, look, if a close and positive relationship between parents and children struggling with gender identity,
Also, hi Confetti, how you doing?
Is the key to successful outcome for those adolescents, the hormones themselves might make no difference or even be harmful. But that effect would be masked by the kind of parent-child relationship that exists when parents are more likely to consent.
I think this is I do not believe this. So if a close and positive relationship between parents and children struggling with gender identity is the key to successful outcomes for those adolescents, so they have sort of like this argument, they're doing like this fucking if-then statement, then the hormones themselves might make no difference. Or even be harmful, right? So what they're suggesting is no matter what kind of gender decision they make with the kid, the fact that there is support in the mix, this is where we're getting all of that, like, suicidality benefit, you know, reducing it essentially. Getting all of these, or like mood benefits, everything like that. But I feel like you essentially have to do an entire study to show something like this. I don't think it's just a logical conclusion of this antecedent here. Oops.
So
I don't think that then the hormones may be blah, 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 blah. I don't think that you can just get from here that this could be correct, that this adds a little bit to the situation to make it so the kid is less likely to kill themselves. You can't just get from here to, yeah, but maybe they do nothing. People report, and have reported through lots of other studies and such, that when they get these sorts of medical care, and often the sort of psychotherapy that may come along with it, their life substantially improves. And their mood improves. They talk about themselves in better ways. They think about suicide less. And they report that it's in virtue of the transition itself. So you sort of have to throw all of that away for this to make sense. Yeah, it's nice to peel back the many layers here. I'm good, dogs. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. Stream's going decent. I'm trying to make sure that I don't just sit here and watch Vaush. Watch Vaush's video. I'm trying to make sure I comment here. I think it's going pretty good.
They're claiming
we had just looked at someone on Twitter criticizing this paper, and I thought they did a very good job too.
That the kids who gain the cross-sex hormones have better outcomes, not because they got the cross-sex hormones, but because their parents were nice enough to let them have the cross-sex hormones. But the cross-sex hormones might even be harmful.
Yeah, I don't buy this. I don't buy this. That makes no difference or be harmful for two reasons. First of all, other studies, so they're like attacking the turban study with no context. First of all, like other studies have said that people report feeling better too. It's not nothing. It's not as if people are given these things and in virtue of the support of the parent, then they just like feel good from then on. People report the effects of the affirming care as making them even euphoric at times, as if it's like the effect of a drug almost. So we know that people get these very powerful psychological effects from the treatment itself. We don't necessarily know, say, if it's placebo, all of these things. It's not about that. But we know people report sort of like these physical immediate effects upon themselves. So this sort of like argument where they say, oh, maybe it makes no difference or is harmful, that's not how some studies reflect. And importantly, or another thing is, that's not what any fucking trans person has ever told me. No one has ever told me that once they started on these drugs, it gave them no effect. I can tell you that.
But it's about this is I understand what they're saying, and it's not impossible that this might have an effect on the outcome, but this is highly...
There might be some people where this actually does happen. You might get some cases, but this is not my knowledge, either my immediate knowledge or my knowledge of the writing and literature on this. So, or the literature and research on this, I mean.
Turban's own data show enormous differences in relationships between parents and children among those who obtain the hormones, those who did not, despite desiring them. Of those who were unable to get the hormones, 35% had not come out to their parents, compared to 3% among those who had obtained hormones at ages 14 and 15, and 4% among those who obtained hormones at 16 and 17. Among those who got hormones at teenagers, nearly 80% reported feeling supported by their parents, compared to 33% of those who were unable to get the drugs. But these children still reported that they are happy they received the drugs, right? What question were they being asked? Whether or not they thought those drugs were beneficial to them, or merely whether they were doing better than they were before.
Yeah, these are good points. After sort of looking at some of the writing in this paper, I didn't know if he was overreacting, because he does that a lot, obviously, because it's Vaush. But after reading some of the paper and thinking about it too, I really think they did make it like that. I really think they did do these weird deceptive things where they brought up these criticisms that are easily answered by other studies, or just other studies in general. People have given fucking trans people questionnaires asking them if transition makes them feel better. Not fucking does their family support make them feel better, but does transition help them? And people report back that it does. So, and I believe therapists also report that it seems to help patients.
What's the question being asked here? What's did they even specify? Did they even specify here what they were being asked? Hold on. Turban trans study. Wait! After adjustment for demographic variables and level of family support for gender identity, they controlled for that variable. The study controlled for the variable in its outcome, Heritage Foundation report. It says it right here. They took that into account. Your confounding variable has been accounted for. Well, I guess, this was a whole fucking waste of time. They accounted for this.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, Turban attempts to control statistically for the reported differences. Okay, so they acknowledge it. But that adjustment cannot fully fix the bias. My source is, I made it the fuck up. What? Wait, they controlled for it, but...
Yeah, this is not at all clear. So I'm not like a scientist. I don't know science, but I know math, you know. And it's not clear that this argument's sort of trash, so we'll look at it right now. Their argument for this is memories are imperfect, and simply dividing people into poor and not poor categories fails to capture the difference between the children of billionaires and those raised in public housing projects. I'm not sure if they framed it like this in the actual paper, but this could conceivably be sensitive enough for this. The context of poor and not poor is actually pretty important in the U.S., extremely important in the U.S. And memories aren't perfect. Well, suck my ass. We always get information like this. We always have to ask a bunch of people what their fucking memories are. So you ask people memories and feelings, and that's just how a bunch of science is, unfortunately. So I feel like this is kind of crap. I feel like this actually in principle, shouldn't really affect some effects of a paper, is just doing it poor and not poor. And in fact, in principle, this could simplify the mathematics that go into doing the research. And if you define poor and not poor well enough, do what you need to do. Basically, you could find some sort of like line in incomes and like argue that like people below this probably aren't going to be able to do certain things that can make their life worse, you know. So just these arguments seem like fucking nothing. And at the end of the day, you can end up adjusting for it, I'm fairly sure. Adjusting for it, like mathematically, adjusting for things statistically and mathematically isn't that complicated. We understand it fairly well.
Well, they can...
Well, it depends what it is. You have to be able to separate it and everything. But you know, like we have math and like philosophy that describes all of this shit extremely well.
They acknowledge this and control for it, but like you can't do that. What methodological error did they commit? Is there like a math problem? What? You can absolutely control for something like that. You would just you would just account for it. You can do that mathematically. This is multivariate regressive analysis.
I don't know how to do it. He says he does.
To do.
He says he knows how to do it. All I know is you can do like linear algebra basically. It's like I remember reading about it. I don't know how to do it, like actually do it by hand, but I know what the actual math they do for this shit is. It's not like crazy. You can control for stuff. Also, yeah, memories are imperfect. Shouldn't be a throwaway comment in a study. Exactly. Needs to be explained. That makes no fucking sense. Memories are imperfect. You haven't added anything. Yeah, no, that's an even better way to put it than I did. Is you can't say that in a study. We use memories, we use feelings from people in questionnaires and stuff all the time. And in fact, in principle, it's the only way you can get it a lot of the time. You know, you could go fucking watch Erudite, she'll say the same thing. There's a bunch of information where the only way you can get it is asking people about their fucking memories. And yeah, it's garbage sometimes, but it doesn't invalidate a whole paper.
So it's just not... Like, my problem with the statistical control is that I don't like the result they got.
Yeah, it's not like magic. You can sort of control
especially when the
for
differences
these
between the
things.
groups being
It's
compared
not
so stark, and when the measures of parent-child relationships are so imprecise. This would be like trying to adjust for the effects of family income during childhood, knowing only whether someone reports having felt poor. Memories are imperfect, and simply dividing people into poor or not poor categories fails to capture the difference between the children of billionaires, those raised in public house projects. Wait, what? Is there any evidence at all that Turbine study that we just looked at only separated the studied children into groups of got along with their parents or didn't get along with their parents? Is there any evidence at all? This has gone from speculative to being flat out like incoherent. They're essentially saying like, sure, they controlled for the confounding variable, but like, I don't know, it's probably not good enough, probably.
Yeah, let me think about this. So, first of all, we don't even know if it's true, but I don't even think this could be, I don't even necessarily know that this is a problem. It really depends on what your study is. Like, sometimes you just have binary information on a study, and it's actually pretty informative.
All right.
Because, you know, there's plenty of studies that say above or below poverty line. I've read a bunch of studies like that do sort of analysis on demographics and stuff.
Here, the full text is free. Do we have a chart? So they have supportive, neutral, and unsupportive. After the
I gotta go get some
the
water
data
real quick.
supportive, neutral, or unsupportive was accounted for, what was the significance of the outcome? Adjusted odds ratio 0.3, 95% confidence interval 0.2 to 0.6. So after all the factors were adjusted for, they're saying that the youth who were given access to cross-sex hormones or puberty blockers had about a 30% chance. Sorry, not a 30% chance, sorry. A 0.3 times rate of suicidal ideation relative to the group that that did not have access to.
Yeah, which sounds like a lot. This sounds very, very significant. So and then their confidence interval. Yeah, I don't know how you'd be able to explain something away like that. Compared with those who wanted pubertal suppression but did not receive it, had lower odds of lifetime suicidal ideation. Okay. Yeah, this doesn't sound like something you could just argue away out of thin air. You're not going to just be able to do a throwaway line like memories are imperfect or some shit. And then it just comes out.
Do pubertal suppression. Okay, so after the 0.3 right here.
Yeah.
With a p-value of 0.001.
And this is so p-value. So the p-value, so I don't know if this is, I don't do a lot of science stuff, but if this is the p-value that I know, from the one basic stats class I took one time, then it's basically the chance that like the null hypothesis is correct as opposed to the hypothesis that they want to prove. Like if you ran the study a bunch of times. So this would be very, very good, I believe. This is extremely high chance that you won't, if you ran the experiment over and over and over and over again, there's an extremely high chance that you will always get the same result. Basically, like the result that they're presenting now. So basically, there's an extremely high chance you will get this this 0.3 odds or whatever, odds multiplier, I guess.
Risk. And that's over ideation. What's your p-value? It's how much you pee. If this is after the adjusted result, this is a very significant. You can't explain this away. A 0.3 odds ratio after adjusting for parental approval is a massive. Yeah, that's a. Okay, I don't know why I'm bothering to look over this. There's already so much evidence that like transitioning and access to trans care is good for trans people. It's like,
yeah.
What is this? SDL, why are you wording in my chat?
So that was one thing actually. I think I'll look at the SDL.
That.
So at this point he's just sort of like going through it. I want to look at Sock done left. So I want to look at his thing real quick. So let's see here. June 10th. So we're going to find that thread. So people were apparently linking that this has a bunch of stuff that sort of contradicts. Or it's a bunch of evidence in favor of stuff like trans health care for the well-being of trans people. All sources can be found here. Fight for trans rights. Join the DSA. Is it this? No, I don't think so. HRT is irreversible, so is puberty. So I missed it. What, did he delete it or something? Where's the sources? What, did he delete the thread? What the fuck? Or is this it? Where are the sources? Is this it? Okay. Oh, wow. Look at that. That's what that is. He has this, like, GitHub full of studies in favor of this stuff, I guess. Look at that. Holy shit. Oh, it's like this whole thing. Look at all of this shit. It's like everything you never need. Conversion therapy is ineffective. Yeah. Look, it's like a whole thing. I've never seen this before. Stinky right-winger fact sheet by Socialism Done Left. I'm gonna link that. That's pretty cool. And let's see, I'll redo the link. Yeah, that's cool. So this part 9.4, which is, I'll link the actual tweet to, the actual twit. So that's really useful, is to just know that this exists. I'll have to like bookmark this or something. So yeah. So we have 9.40 transgender treatments for gender dysphoria. So Arnold said 2018, 10 times increase of adolescent patients from, wow. So a bit under a 10 times increase in adolescent patients from 2000 to 2016 for a total of 1,000. Proportion of patients assessed to have gender dysphoria was constant over time. This suggests that gender dysphoria may have been more common than thought. And this suggests that the Dutch model, including puberty blockers for Tanner stage 2 adolescents, is applicable to patients currently applying for treatment in the Netherlands. Interesting. Look at this. So, among 74 trans youths, each additional context where one can use one's chosen name correlated with 29% lower suicidal ideation and 56% lower suicidal behavior. If suicidal behavior proxies the suicide attempt rate, and if the no acceptance suicide attempt rate is a bit under 40%, then being accepted in all four contexts would result in a lifetime attempted suicide rate of less than 1.5%. Interesting. By the way, statistically insignificant for p-values, yeah, right. And I had to look it up. Yep. Oh, statistically... Yeah, you want the p-value to be very small. And usually the basic one, right, should be the 0.05. Though, and I think more advanced models, you get it as small as possible. Here, let's open the link. Give me a sec. We'll look at that real quick. So I don't do stats a lot. I do math, and I do kinds of stats, but it's not necessarily the stats like this. Well, I do a bunch of like formal math that's definitely stats, but it's not like applications, and I don't do like science, but I study math and computer science. So let's see. Let's just clarify. The calculation of p-value in research, and especially the use of a threshold to declare the statistical significance of the p-value, have both been challenged in recent years. There are at least two important reasons for this challenge. Research data contain much more meaning than is summarized in a p-value and its statistical significance. These two concepts are frequently misunderstood and consequently inappropriately interpreted. This article considers why 5% may be set as a reasonable cutoff for statistical significance. Explains the correct interpretation for p less than so on. Explains arguments for and okay. Why 5? So yeah, this 5, when you set your p-value to be that, you're basically saying that I want to be so sure that if I ran the experiment over and over and over again, there's only a 5% chance that I got not my hypothesis, basically, I think. You toss an unbiased coin and runs of 5 for several dozen trials. A run of 5 identical faces can certainly happen by chance. However, you did not toss the coin in dozens of trials. You tossed it in just one trial. Right, okay. I'm trying... Yeah, I guess this is... I guess I could look up just the direct intro is long, it gets longer. So yeah, maybe I can find a shorter definition that's exactly what I'm talking about. P-value statistics. Because I have this very specific definition of it, and I want to show my definition real quick. Okay. Right, okay. So one way you can interpret it is there's this very common thing called the bell curve, and what this does is these are all of your events with certain likelihoods, and what a p-value is it's this little thing that you put with all of your events. These are very unlikely observations, and so are these. These are very likely ones, so they have like this hump, so there's more of them. The p-value is sort of this value that you set, and you say anything more, or I should say, I want to be so sure that our hypothesis falls into this likelihood thing that I set this p-value, and any event greater than this is basically like not an acceptable event. You set a specific value under which you're not allowed to, like, how do I put this? Okay, it's right here. A p-value is the probability of an observed result assuming that the null hypothesis is true. So that's what it is. So you set the p-value, which is this little dividing line, and any event over here is an unlikely event that is a result assuming that the null hypothesis is true. So this is basically the chance of some event that's not the event you're saying is true happening. Keep outliers from affecting average readings. Right. And one of the things this does is it cuts out some outliers. These very unlikely events on this end of the bell curve, which can become a problem if you're thinking of very unlikely events. Say you have this experiment you ran, and you found that your p-value reflects that if you ran the experiment 10,000 times, only one time would it be one of these outlier events. And so we're saying, so it has this high value to it, this high value of not being one of these weird null hypothesis outlier events. And so it has the p-value of 0.001, I think. And it's sort of like this tolerance for how unlikely of an event we're willing to assume could happen to not spoil our result. Because of course something else could happen, it's just very unlikely. And we're showing you that it's very unlikely by showing you what the p-value we got was. Was that we can, we only have to say, so if you have a very high p-value, it ends up being somewhere over here, and you're saying we only have to exclude some of the most unlikely events. All these other ones can be true, and it's consistent with our hypothesis being true. I was having trouble explaining it because it's been so long since I've actually had to do stuff like that. But that's sort of the usefulness of the p-value. Let's see. But yeah, so there's it looks like Soak Done Left has this big ass repository of all of these papers, and let's see here. So it seems like what these are. Oh, look at that! That's really cool. Have you seen this, Blurch? I linked it in chat. I don't know if you can see it. Can you see the link, or I'll link it again? So basically, okay. So Vaush has this video where he's tearing apart the paper, and we were looking at the paper, blah, blah, blah. And then we went to Soap Done Left. He has this, or they, I can't remember what their pronouns are. They have this repository with all of this, like, these conclusions and links to papers. How did you get the artist? Oh, I gave him the artist tag because he kept coming in here with like content, so I just gave him the artist tag. So he is like this big ass repository that has both the conclusions set up for easy reading and the fucking links to the papers. This is really well done. This is very convenient. I think Vaush sort of has like a really shitty version of this or something. But yeah, see, it has the conclusion, then the conclusion again with the links, and then a fucking screenshot of it. Fucking screenshots. Look at this. Screenshots. That's crazy. In fact, socially transitioned children had gender development very similar to their same gender cis peers across multiple aspects of gender. That's really cool. Huh. Okay, we'll go back to the Vaush video.
Care works. He's a data male, you know how it is.
Even ship posting is an art. It's true, even ship posting.
Yeah, it's not...
Yeah, he kept coming in, he kept bringing in, like, conversations, and then it would give a bunch of time, like, it would give me a bunch of content, so eventually I just gave him the artist, because it's the only tag I have, I think. I don't even have access to the VIP yet. You have to hit 50 followers or something, and then you get VIP tags, or badges, or whatever.
In defect of studies relying on correlational media, unable to determine whether any relationships between receiving these drugs and later health outcomes are causal. That is, one can never know with confidence whether the drugs cause these outcomes. Wait, what? For growing titties after you take estrogen, or for lowering the suicide rate for trans women? Are we referring to physiological outcomes or social outcomes? Why are they being so ambiguous here? What? Like, notice how they're not even talking about which conditions or, like, characteristics they're looking to see causal evidence for. We have causal evidence that taking estrogen shots will grow your tits. We know that pretty well. And we have as reliable of data as you can get on it reducing suicidality. Pigeon, can I help you with something? Evidently not. Weakness of correlational research designed to be illustrated by examining one of the most prominent...
How are you doing, by the way, Blurch?
...studies claiming to find adolescents who receive cross-experiments and low-risk suicide. This study, led by Jack Turbin of Stanford Medical School, published last one, examines the results of a 2015 survey of more than 27,000 adults who identify as trans. The survey was not meant to be representative of all adults because its participants were recruited at a convenient sample, largely through trans support groups. Subjects were then asked whether they'd ever sought cross-sex hormones, then whether they'd ever received them. Respondents who never sought cross-sex hormones were excluded from the analysis. The main comparison examined in the study was between those who had sought and received the hormones and those who had sought but had never received them when they were between 14 and 17. The obvious defect in this comparison is that there are reasons why some people were able to get the hormones while others could not, even though all of them report wanting to get them. The reasons that allowed some to access them but not others are likely strongly related to later mental health. What?
You got home, got baked. I'm working on code. Good Friday night. Yeah, I'm having a pretty good Friday night. I got on. I've been getting high. I got some viewers. I appreciate everyone who's watching, by the way. Anyone who's watching and listening. Yeah, I'm having a pretty good night. I was getting high. I just took some more kratom. And I talked to my research supervisor yesterday, and my research is going pretty good right now. So I'm pretty happy about that. I found some stuff he found really interesting, actually. And right now I'm in the process of rewriting this paper because it's not written right for the conference I was writing to before. But I was happy because this research I'm doing is really weird. It's like super fucking finicky, and I'm like combining this mathematical theoretical shit I found, and using that as a basis to construct all these algorithms to see how this machine learning algorithm really works under certain conditions.
Important reasons.
And luckily, I've been managing to find some shit.
Why some adolescents were able to access the hormone therapies while others could not. is that parent consent is often, though not always, required to get those drugs, as is well known from research on gender-confused youth, as well as more generally closer and more positive relationship between children and parents.
Whoa, neat. Yeah, I do. So my bachelor's degree is in math. Although I was double majoring, and I was only like one class short of getting a philosophy double major. I just had some medical problems and didn't focus on it enough. But I do math. I have a bachelor's degree in just like pure math, and then I'm going to go to grad school for computer science. And I'm in a research program right now at my undergraduate school before I go to grad school. Coming at the end of summer to do like what is it, theoretical computer science and machine learning and math too. I'm just gonna math. I always have to be doing math. That's how my life is. So I just plan to also be doing math while I do the computer science. So
mental well-being protect against suicide. The problem then with the Turbin study is that it's impossible to know whether the reduced odds of contemplating suicide among adults who sought and received hormone therapy as children were a result of the relationship with their parents who gave the consent for this intervention, or a result of the intervention itself. So their suggestion here is that the significant disparity in mental health outcome results between these two groups could be attributed to the fact that the youth who were able to gain cross-sex hormones probably had good relationships with their parents beforehand, and that's why they were able to gain access to it. So the fact that they had a better relationship with their family was both what allowed them to gain access to those hormones and also what improved their mental health. That's not impossible, but that's a very strong claim.
So let's look at this claim. So we've been kind of doing that, going thing by thing. The problem then with the Turbin study is that it's impossible to know whether the reduced odds of contemplating suicide among adults who sought and received hormone therapy as children were a result of the... Oh, we already saw this, I thought. Didn't we? Did I go back?
To say, like, hey, here's a possible...
Oh, I did go back. Dumb. I'm fucking dumb. Why was I doing that? There.
Found it, Vaush? Did you really? The table is
I
just
forgot that we went back to find that SDL thing. I was very confused trying to figure out what was going on.
Wait. Is it the table I'm thinking of? I have the incog. No, this is a different chart that might be mislabeled. Oh, God. We're getting, like, multiple layers in. Oh, boy. Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on.
Right, okay, so let's look at this. So this is actually from the paper. States with minor access provisions see spike in youth suicide after cross-sex treatments become available. So let's see here. So what is this? Okay, we're gonna just go back to the fucking paper, I guess. So let's look at it. Okay. So, unadjusted additional suicides per 100,000, 3-year rolling average. So, all of this is going on... What's this other line, though? I don't understand. Suicide rates among those ages 12 to 23. So, the suicide rates among people 12 to 23 went up. But I think this is just a phenomenon that's happening all over the place. And then, what's this line, though? What's the gray one? Additional suicides refers to... So is this trans people? Is this people getting trans? What the fuck is this graph? I don't understand. It doesn't... It's not like... Where the fuck? It is also clear, making adjustments. What refers to this? Okay. For comparison, chart 2 also shows the trend in this difference for a group ages 28 to 20 or to 39. See, this is very unprofessional. I'm very fucking angry about this. You can't just make a fucking graph and then the info about the graph is up here in a paragraph. This is not a fucking paper. They would not accept this paper on that alone, actually. For comparison, who could not have been affected by these policies, since the people in this group would have been at least 18 when puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones became available. Okay, so that's the suicide rate for trans people? Yes. Okay, so these are, I think this is for people in this age group who began transition. I think that's what they're saying. but it's still kind of unclear. They're not very clear in the writing of this. Like, I don't consider some of this very well written. So, for comparison, chart 2 also shows the trend in this difference for a group ages 28 to... They should say for a group of people getting this, 28 to 39, and it should be the same group of people here. But they're not, like, wording it well. This is not written like a fucking scholarly work. I can tell you that much. Because I don't even know what the fuck they're referring to here. But it's people on transitioning 28 to 39. That's what this gray one is. So apparently this one went down. That's cool. Or something. But the issue they are pointing at and saying is a real problem is this. These suicides keep going up. Okay, and then they have this other chart. So what's this? Additional suicides. So, additional refers to the increase in suicide rates in states with a minor access provision related to states that have no such healthcare provision. Additional suicides per... So, once again, they're not... Okay, do they... So, okay. So, let's see. Let's look at this. Making these adjustments and plotting 3-year rolling averages yields the trend pictured in Chart 3. It is clear that the presence of a state-level provision for minors to access health care without parental consent makes no difference in suicide rates among those ages 12 to 23 until about 2010, when the suicide rate begins to drift up in states with easier access. In 2015, the estimated increase in suicide rates in states with easier access accelerates. By 2020, there are about 1.6 more suicides per 10,000 ages 12 to 23 in states that have a policy allowing minors to access health care without parental consent than in states without such a policy. So let's look at Aaron real quick. I could have swore that Aaron in the morning... Why did I exit out of her thing? So going back to January 13th. So Aaron actually had some really good info on all of this. Aaron in the morning on Twitter. If I remember correctly, she showed this thing where she said, so this claim here, where they say this age group in these states, the suicide rate drifted up in the states that did this thing where they allowed kids to get the health care. I thought she showed that it happened in all of the states, not just those states in particular. So let's see. Let's double check. If not, we can just look that up. So, but we're going to see if she did the work already. So I think it was... Where is it? Okay, is this thread? Oh, you know what we'll do? We'll do this. National suicide rate by age groups. We're just going to compare it to the national suicide rate by age group. By age group over decades. Let's say this. Let's do this. Can we find a graph? I want to find like a bar graph like theirs and see if it's at all similar. CDC. Interesting. Let's look. Where's the paper we were looking at? There it is. I have too many tabs. See how many fucking tabs I get? I open way too many goddamn tabs. It's terrible. And they just sit there. So what's the magnitude here? Okay. So the magnitudes are completely different. That's the issue. And it also doesn't give ages. Okay. We have to find a different, more comparable graph. Oh. Oh, by age group. Perfect. Fucking great. Awesome. So, okay. So, oh, this is basically the same magnitude too. Perfect. Stop saving your porn. Yeah, I can't help it. I just find too much fucking like great horse porn, you know? You can't find a lot of that anymore. People ban it, so you gotta keep it when you find it. Let's see here. Let's take this graph. Let's see. Gotta resize it a little bit. Wait. I'll just open that graph. There we go. Resize the window just a bit. Resize again. Okay. So this is basically the age group here. This is what we're looking at. So what their graph shows is in 2000 or 2001 or so, it's between 1.5 and 2, and then goes all the way up to about 3.5. So what this is between 1.5 and 2 in 100,000 of these people committing suicide, I believe. And then this one would be 3.5 in 100,000 committing suicide. And then, so this is a very similar age group. This one in 2001, it's at a little over 2. And then it rises to over 4. So, I mean, it's a bit of a different age group. So basically, this one is 12 to 23. And it sort of has this shape, you see? And then this is the shape of the similar graph of a fairly similar age group. It's like this exact same proportionality of how it increased in everything, except it's like up 1 unit, essentially. Because here it's between 1.5 and 2. This is like between 2. It's almost 3, actually. So it's like if you just moved the graph up, just like 1 unit or something, 1 or 2 units, the fucking graph is the same as just like the national rate of increase for suicides. Oh, this is for females, too. But at the very least, it doesn't not match other groups' increases of that similar age. So we'll see if they have one for males. If it looks similar, then... Okay, so here's males. So it has a pretty similar shape. So what is this? This is per 100,000. Oh, that's fucking brutal. So this one, this is like between 2 and 4. For males, it starts between 10 and fucking 20. That's awful. Holy shit. Or this is females and this is males, yeah. God damn. So, okay. But it starts here and then it sort of has this shape. And it's the same age group as before. Let's compare it to the other one. Obviously, this isn't extremely scientific. But we're at least showing that it's not to not be expected. This sort of shape to the graph, right? You'd actually have to do some sort of analysis into all of this. So, again, with the male one, you sort of do have this vaguely similar shape to it all. So, these are just the national ones. The male one seems to be a bit like we're dealing in greater magnitude, so it's not as clear that it fits the shape of this graph. But the female one was right there. Like, it was basically the same fucking graph, just moved up a little bit. So they probably just had a different data set slightly. So far, I'm not seeing any information that this suicide rate increase is anything different from the sort of like gentle, like sort of bowl shape and then sort of gentle upward slope that we see in the general populace suicide rate over the same period of time, basically. This one seems to have a greater slope up, but it's also just a graph. The graph, given what we've been reading in the paper itself, this graph could be made to be deceptive. It may not have this slope. But what we do know is that the increases match the proportions of these other graphs. So right away, this graph doesn't mean anything. There's like nothing to the graph really that tells us a story. Okay. And we'll go back to Vaush.
Okay, let's just chalk this up to me being retarded. I just don't understand why they would plot two different age groups for all states.
Look, we all love, okay, I'm not gonna say that word because I have a rule that I don't say slurs on the stream. Look, we all love little people. Even if you can say slurs if you want, but I don't say slurs. We all love little people, even if that's politically incorrect, but you gotta chill on your cooming. So it's at least 10%. Or 10 times. Yeah, it's like 10 times. That's how much higher that fucking suicide rate is. Base, leave the slurs to the chatters. Yeah, anything in my rules. So everyone here's pretty cool. So I think everyone in here's cool. But basically, my rules are, and you can use anything in those rules to litigate to your defense. Since I know you guys, but like brand new people can't. I'll just fucking ban them if they try to litigate on me. But people are allowed to use slurs. They're just not allowed to use the slur in a way that actually picks that characteristic out, you know. So if someone was handicapped, you're not supposed to do that. But that's pretty obvious. And it must abide by TS. Besides that, people can use slurs in my chat.
Without... okay. Also clear states provisions to make these adjustment plan 3 as picture in chart 3. Chart 3. This is chart 2. Wait. Where do they explain the contents of chart 2?
See, he did the same thing.
Trend. Okay.
Okay, his perspective's probably a little different, but I did something similar where I at least expected a fucking table under the graph that showed me which line was which. You know, like with colors for the colors of... So let's go to it real quick. I'll just show you. So this is... So, okay. This is like how unprofessional it is, in my opinion. See, it's gray and blue. There's no fucking table that, like, tells us what the ages even referred to. Like, is it people, sort of, like, getting transition? Is it just minors? Is it suicide rate? So I had to just keep on trying to understand and contextualize what this graph was at all. And then he goes and looks underneath, because I did something similar, because I thought there would be a table here, like in the papers I usually fucking read, but there's nothing underneath. This is how a paper usually reads, is there's something fucking there. So it's like this really weird paper that does not read like a normal academic paper.
Chart 2 plots the trend in the difference between... The heritage model plot the difference, the 3 rolling average of suicide rates between states with minor access provision.
You're not in Rye VCs. Me and Lime do a little trolling. Oh yeah, I don't go in VCs that much actually.
State with no such provision.
I'm not like, I know a lot of people like to do VC shit. I'm not like a huge VC person.
Chart 2 plots the trend in this difference for those aged 12 to 23 who could have been affected by a policy when cross-sex medical information being available. It also shows the trends, the difference between groups aged 28 to 39. So wait, is this for states that do have the provisions that allow for... Okay, I guess so. I don't understand the necessity of demonstrating.
I just like debating the socialists that come on. Always a good time. Oh, what socialists? What do you guys usually debate? Like economics or like politics or some shit?
Demonstrating this data compared to what the future charts are going to show, and I don't know why the age groups are separated the way they are, but okay. I think I'm overthinking it. This is just weird, but I guess I should just expect this level of quality from a paper like this. I don't... It's charting the difference between the states that do and don't. No, it's not. That's the thing. This isn't charting the difference between states that do and...
Yeah. So, first of all, it's not very clear what this data truly refers to, and like I just showed you, the graph for both sexes, and in particular the women's graph, most likely because the magnitude here is similar, just resembles this directly. It looks like basically the same graph. So, there's nothing special about this graph. There is no special context to this. Both its proportionality and the sheer raw numbers are not dissimilar from the general population.
It's charting arbitrary age categories within states that do have those provisions. Going in
someone will start talking about communism and how bad capitalism is, and I have to simp. Or we do trans convos, and I get to be the turf defender. Oh, right, because you like to do all that devil's advocate shit, right? Yeah, and you are a capitalist too, right? Yeah, that's always interesting. I'm always, yeah, I come in with a very specific perspective because I'm not like a Marxist, and I don't know whenever there's like a random Marxist, I have no fucking idea how much I'm going to agree with that person. And, one of the ways that I conceptualize of my whole political thing is I don't like being lumped in with other people. So I don't like that me being a leftist, I at times can be just like pitched into this group of people who I probably don't even agree with that much in my analyses. Like maybe some conclusions. I'm more like Taftaj. I'm all over the place, but land in the 90s liberal station. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, because I know you like to do like devil's advocate stuff about like electoral stuff in like Rhizome's Discord, you know.
Opposite direct. Okay, dumb. It's p hacking nonsense. No, it's not p hacking nonsense. It just doesn't. It is showing the difference. No, it's not. This is only. Okay. The president of state provisions and the difference. Okay. I'm going to kill myself. This is the chart that should have 2 lines. It's clear the presence of a state-level provision for minors to access healthcare without parental consent makes no difference in suicide rates among those ages in 12 to 23 around 2010 when the suicide rate begins to drift up in states with easier access. So why aren't they showing the youth suicide rate in states that don't have those minor access provisions? If they're trying to demonstrate...
That's a very good point. He reads this shit way more than I do. Vaush has a pretty good eye for this stuff. We were just looking at these charts, and that's an extremely good point. What they should have done with, first of all, chart 2, that one we were just looking at, that I was yelling at, for having that gray and blue line, that chart. There should be, like, say, a red chart that then shows what it was like in the other states. But, you know, this goes even more in reinforcing the fact that it probably is just the same. Because we showed the general, all states together, we showed that graph and it was the same. I've been having major internet issues tonight. I've got you on mobile now. Oh, okay, no problem, Girly Bear. Whenever you can come in, I appreciate it. How you doing, by the way?
Straight. That the minor access provisions are what increase the youth suicide rate. Why would they not have an adjacent line in a different color from states that don't have minor access
provisions? That's a very fucking good point. Yeah.
Provisions to indicate that there's a difference. Is it relative proportion? Read the graph footnote. It is a difference. Additional suicide refers to the increase in... Why wouldn't you... In fact, if anything, this would indicate that the rate has gone up in all... But now I have to compare between 2 different charts to get this basic information here.
Yeah, see, he's having the same thing where he's like getting mad at the paper. This is not a well-written paper. I now take this as fact. It's not just me being like a fucking, like a math pedant or something. I'm like, oh, you didn't write the paper right. This fucking paper is not written well. This is not, it's not a paper. It's a blog post. It's a disastrous blog post is what it is. Yeah.
So in 2016, wait, are they both 3-year rolling averages? Okay, they are both 3-year rolling averages. So in 2016, right here, it would have been, if we're charting from going up since 2010, and then you have this, But over here, it only starts really going up after.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't even know if I trust these graphs. I think it's just all kind of crap. Mislabeled. Okay, I think so. The rest is probably him fighting through it. We'll watch the rest. Fuck it. We'll see what his conclusions are.
2016.
It seems pretty similar to mine, but I think he has an even better idea of how shitty this paper is.
Goes up by about 1.5 at max. And this one goes up here. But the rolling average isn't the same. The information is here, but I just do not understand why they wouldn't just put 2 lines on the same chart. It defies my brain. It absolutely defies comprehension. Elevated rate of use suicidality, statistically conventional levels, robust, different approach to the trend over time. Useful to conduct a placebo test to examine whether the elevated rates of suicide among... The funny thing is that there's actually a really clear explanation for this. The only explanation they provided is around 2010, cross-sex hormones became more Google searched. Like, okay,
yeah,
wouldn't an easier
that's one of
explanation
their
for
things.
this be that states that have minor access provisions are probably more likely to be like coastal large city population states, and those states tend to have like higher rates of suicide for youth, possibly? Aren't there a ton of possible explanations for this that have nothing to do with trans? Like, there are so many conflating factors or confounding factors here. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah.
I don't even know. Like, yeah, you can make up like any point here that you wanted to. Also, what are the states? Okay, states by minor access provision. States without. What? States with minor access provision counts 2/3 of the United States? Wait. New York doesn't have minor access provision, but Florida does? This is the mislabeled one?
Yeah, they're mislabeled or something, too.
This is the mislabeled one. What's the proper... Didn't even review or check labels. The chart groups list the buckets of has minor access provision, does not have a provision. But
does not have provision. I still don't understand how it's mislabeled, though. Because I just, like, took it on faith. I still don't fucking get it.
Columns.
It's like the paper is so fucking hard to read and opaque that I can't even identify how it's wrong at times. It just is wrong. Like, it's all over the place.
What is going on? They say on page 5 of the report they correctly label it. What page? It's one page.
It's one page. There's no pages.
Yeah, I figured that. Why can't they edit it on the website? They control the website. Can't they just edit it? Can't. So California doesn't have minor access provision? Hey. Oh, gotcha. Thank you. And also, what types of laws are these? We're just grouping them all in together?
Yeah, that's another thing. That's a really
God.
good point. It's not clear that these are all the same. Are these all, however they've differentiated these columns, are they the same? Because I remember, so let's see here. Source, state laws on minor consent for routine medical care. Wait. I gotta go look at this now. Routine medical care. Let's see what that... Let's find out what routine medical care means. Where was it? What were we looking at? Okay, that thing. The table here. States on minor consent for routine medical care. Oh. I can't highlight it? Well, it looks like I gotta fucking type it in by hand. That's what I'm gonna do. I will work for this. I am a data male. So we'll just take this. Well, I guess I don't have to type in the link. I can just Google search it. State laws on minor consent for routine medical care. Okay. This is it. Found it. Okay. Wait, okay. So any minor who's 14 years of age or older or has graduated from high school or is married or having been married, is divorced, or is pregnant may give effective consent to any legally authorized medical, dental, health, or mental health services for himself or herself, and the consent of no other person shall be necessary. Okay. So what does routine healthcare mean? What is there a definition for this? This is why, yeah, what do they mean? How do they define that? Because routine medical care, does that include fucking gender affirming care? Like, is this even true to begin with? That where do they define this? Okay, let's read some other ones just to see if they define it in there. Medical or dental services. So would that include gender affirming care necessarily in all of these states? Let's see here. The consent of the person or the parent or parents of such a person is not necessary. So what kind of care? Surgical care to such minor and such consent shall not be subject to disaffirmance because of minority. Okay, so this one seems to have the language that might mean they can do all of that. So this is surgical or medical treatment or procedure not prohibited by law that is suggested, recommended, prescribed, or directed by a licensed physician. Interesting. Any unemancipated, appreciate consequences. Interesting. Okay, so wait a second. So one thing they're talking about throughout the paper is pretty young people, though all of these ages, first of all, are either 14 or 15 plus. So that's at least a little bit more context that. Okay, so this one just says a minor, any emancipated minor, so I guess that would depend on their definition there. Okay, so this one's pretty lenient, but this one's 15. The minor is living separate and apart from the minor's parents or guardians, whether with or without consent of a parent, regardless of duration of the separation of residence. Okay, so yeah, for the most part, this applies to people who are either 14 or 15 years of age. This one's 16. District of Columbia, it's only 11. Wow, that's pretty young. But hey, I mean, if it's medical treatment, right. So what's not clear to me is what level. So some of these are very clear where they actually say any procedure, any medical treatment, any surgical whatever that isn't banned by law can the minor can consent to. But other ones don't really go that far. Other ones seem a little bit more restrictive maybe in their wording. So for example, this one is medical or dental services. This doesn't include mental health, which would be sort of like a necessary thing to begin transition, I think, in a lot of states. I believe you sort of have to go through like a whole process, unless I'm wrong. I'm not sure. So, a licensed healthcare practitioner may provide primary medical care services to a minor who consent. So, one thing to also keep in mind is a lot of these, it has to be a licensed medical person. So, it's not, say, like, any more legal for the child to get illegal, so, like, do-it-yourself hormones or anything, which people do. People do that all the time if they can't get access to it. So they at least still have to go through a doctor as well. So the healthcare professional reasonably believes the minor understands the benefits and risks of the services. The minor is identified in writing as a minor seeking care by an adult relative, homeless service agency, attorney, local educational agency. So some of these really have some serious restrictions. It's not just the Wild West. And also, importantly, They're not all the same law at all. So they didn't even. So let's look at this. I'm gonna. So let's see what they talk about state policies. So this is very weird. So this is another thing that would appear in almost any paper, is if they included all of this. So they said that we have this table, and one column is just all of these states that fucking they allow kids to get health care without parental consent, and these other ones do not. Well, they don't explain what any of the nuance to any of the laws is whatsoever. In fact, they don't even put into context that in some states you have to be 16 and have a fucking letter from either a relative or like a homeless shelter agency or something to actually get this health care. They do not outline any of this. So it's kind of strange because, I mean, they're children. They're someone's child. I'm 29. I'm still my dad's child. But some of these minors are like 16 years old and need a letter from someone else. So it's not like they legalized just like this Wild West shit where anyone can do whatever. They still have to go through the system for the most part. So it's not even that clear to me sort of how they're able to like assess that these laws are what causing it, or because they don't seem to have assessed the laws at all. There's nothing here. There's no like, that's the end of the fucking paper. So that means there's nothing there, you know? That's it. So let's see. Yeah, there's nothing. So the trend in suicide rate among those ages 12 to 23. First of all, why did you pick 12 to 23? Why 12 to 23? Many of these laws, a 12-year-old cannot fucking get health care without parental consent in those states. You know, like half of those had some sort of requirement like that. So why is it 12 to 23? Like, there's all these weird choices that they have not explained. And this is not what the state policy, this is not like, they have no explanation for what any of this is, and it's not how you write a paper. It's just completely unprofessional. It's not scientific. To my knowledge, they haven't given the full like sort of like database of info of where they based some of these graphs on, and people are having to actually request it from them in private. So all of this is very strange. Or address that lower legal barriers exactly means in their recommendations section. I'm pissed too. Yeah. So they have these state policy recommendations like this here. Well, this doesn't really give much. They have never addressed what. First of all, they have these state policy recommendations. How do they actually contrast with, say, what's going on in these states? Like how these state policy recommendations. It doesn't like say at any point that fucking so this state has 16-year-olds who can get medical care. So how does this state policy recommendation interact there? There's no information on anything. There's no information on what the nuances of any of these laws are. They arbitrarily picked 12 to 23 for no fucking reason. And then you get to the end, and it's just all these tables of nonsense. There's no further explanation of anything. Tighten the criteria forehead, yeah. It's all very ridiculous, yeah. So state policies that undermine this relationship between parents and children are dangerous and should be repealed. Okay, so there is no nuance there. They have not defined. So after talking about all of this stuff that they allegedly have, and then having states by minor access provision for status, they have all these provisions. They don't even bring up a single example of how they would change any of these laws. They basically just say, you can't just repeal all of those laws. There's nothing, you know, it's fucking outrageous. They don't even point out that even some of these states. So this itself is sort of inflammatory. If someone comes to this page and reads through all of that crap and gets to this, they just come to this and think, oh, in all of these states with minor access provisions, in all of these states, a 10-year-old can get HRT. That's not fucking true in a hell of a lot of them, actually. In a lot of these, you have to be nearly an adult. So there's just so many levels on which this thing is wrong. And, like, it's not scientific. It's incorrect about its interpretations. This graph is essentially no different from the general populace of nearly the same age group. It's just wrong. There's so much wrong with it. And this is probably going to be a source, like a quote-unquote source, for a long time from conservatives. That's just how they do it. They'll just have this paper forever. It's like how they still think the bell curve is a source. That fucking thing was debunked, like, whatever, 40 years ago, and they still use it.
Oh my fucking god, dude. They have the link for the source as part of the
Yeah, I was fucking mad. You don't do that in a paper. And in fact, in a paper, you make it a hyperlink, so you just click that bitch, and it takes you right to your source. You don't, yeah. Like, it's...
image instead of text, but...
This is extremely unprofessional.
beneath the image.
Yeah, exactly, Confetti, yeah.
I can't do this. Type it out. I'm not gonna type it out. I can't do this.
Yeah. And perhaps that's why they did that. It makes no particular sense that they would make this into an image, including the link below, besides that they didn't want people following the link. Because when I followed the link, it showed me stuff that sort of made this table look like bullshit. You have to defend what little citations you find when you have so few. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you have to make it harder for people to actually get to the citation and read it.
I can't. Oh, somebody in chat has it. Thank you, 5 space.
Oh, we just looked at
Minor
this, so we'll see
consent
his take
routine
on
state.
it now.
This document includes 34 states, including DC, with laws allowing minors who are living on their own, including unaccompanied minors, to consent for routine health care, which should be included vaccination. This also includes states with laws allowing minors to consent for diagnosis and treatment of some diseases. Wait, so Alabama does have... Wait, so Alabama does have a consent to routine... Wait, this is routine medical care, not even trans health care.
I'm still not sure on that. We're still not... I have no idea if some of these laws say somewhere that it must be routine and maybe can't be trans medical care.
What? Wait,
I'm still
what?
not sure. That page wasn't very illuminating, unfortunately.
These provisions might not even encompass
They might
gender
not.
affirming
I don't...
care.
It's still not clear.
What?
Because
so this does...
remember when we were looking at it specifically, some laws said any medical treatment that is legal in the state, but others don't say that. Others actually have enumerated lists of stuff they can do that might not even include mental health care, actually. So... What the fuck is the graph? Nazism and trap hentai? Wait, what
This
graph?
whole thing is like...
Which graph? This one or what?
fractally wrong. How... States, gender affirming care, youth.
He clicked away
no
from
parental
some meme
consent.
graph. Oh, I didn't
Isn't there
see
a list
that.
for that? Youth access to gender affirming care, the federal and state policy landscape.
Here, we'll go back and check. I want to see it now.
So this does... This is routine medical care, not even trans health care. What?
Oh, that. Okay, let's see.
And trans health care. What?
Oh, he was probably just showing correlation. So just for background, anyone who didn't see the beginning of this, they were arguing that these other sources were shit because they use correlational research. But the fucking one of the major conclusions of this is all correlational research. So it's 100% correlational, literally based off of a Google Trends result for national trends. So this is a correlation. Does Nazism and fucking trap hentai, is there a causal link there or anything? I'm not sure. We may have to have someone write up a Heritage Foundation blog post about it.
What? Wait, what? These provisions might not even encompass gender-affirming care. How? Still parental consent. What? Isn't there a list for that? Youth access to gender-affirming care, the federal and state policy landscape.
Okay, does he find something
But
more?
what about
Something
who
more,
has
a little more
access to-
detailed?
What states allow you to even do that?
Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
How many states allow youth to get gender-affirming care?
Yeah, good. Does he find that?
Without parental approval? Is there?
I didn't
Right
watch,
here
like,
in a
half of
legal
this,
brief
so.
from California, it says, in most cases, youth under the age of 18 must obtain the permission of their parents or guardian to access any medical treatment, including treatment for gender transition.
Huh.
How many states would even allow you to get gender-affirming care without parental consent? Just because a state has provisions for medical care.
There's a corollary basis to what I fapped to.
Do I have to read all of these? Alabama. Any minor who is 14 or graduated from high school, been married or divorced, or is pregnant may give effective consent to any legally authorized dental, medical, health, or mental health services for him or herself. Mental health services. That probably just means like therapy. Consent for medical or dental services. Yeah, this is for routine medical care. I don't...
I think some of these
look
do
up
include non-routine, actually.
Gender? Nothing.
So,
None
but
of this
I don't
means
think all
anything.
of them do.
This whole thing was a waste of time. None of this means anything at all. It's a spurious correlative association based on Google trend results that relies on a data model that you could apply literally anything to, and the criteria it's using to distinguish between the control and the non-control groups are arbitrarily selected for based on minor access provision that refers to general care and not gender care. This means less than nothing. This is absolutely meaningless. There's not even a nugget in here to debunk. This is charlatan work.
I have to give it to Vaush. I'm not a big fan of how he explains his philosophy and shit, but he is pretty good at this. He has a real eye for it.
It's completely meaningless.
It's just nonsense. Yeah.
Does the paper ever use the word gender? Gender is not used anywhere in the resources.
He must just
that they
read
cite.
these papers all the time or something, because he just like knew exactly what he was looking for.
Underneath this right here, source, state laws on minor consent for routine medical care, the thing they're basing their distinction on, doesn't mention gender at all. It's routine medical care. It doesn't even specify. Not to mention the provisions here for what it would take for you for the minor access or whatever. The provisions here seem to be like pretty significant. A lot of these states are like, yeah, a minor can consent to their own medical care if they're like homeless or without parents or like living separately or something.
Yeah.
You know? Like listen to
I can't remember. He said I used to watch Vaush a lot. I'm not I noticed he started diverging really fast when he started coming out more and more about his philosophy. He started diverging really fast from like my views of say deontology and morality, and so I didn't watch him as much. But he used to say in college he was much bigger on just like going out in the field and like doing stuff. I'm not sure. I think he might have even said that he learned most of this stuff after college, but he also did do some research stuff. I think he said his favorite thing was just like going out and doing shit. I agree, less of his kind of whatever philosophy and more of this pretty sharp analysis. Yeah. I'm big on analysis. I'm also I do philosophy using analytic philosophy as well. So I'm just like very into just addressing the truth value of claims. except under very specific circumstances. I'm also very into ethics, and I counterbalance it that way.
One from California, 15 or older.
So I'm just fucking, I'm like a data male plus, I'm really into just like, I'll just read the shit. It doesn't even have to be data, I'll just read the math too,
Living separate and apart from the minor's parents or guardians, managing their own financial affairs. Like, okay? This isn't
he
just
probably
like...
got his foundation in college and then developed after. Yeah, probably, yeah. Because college is very important for this stuff, actually. There are people... So I've been in college a long time. So, though the important thing is actually being pushed in college to get some of this shit done. So you actually do build the basis. And on the flip side, I also believe him that he built a lot of this after. Because you really have to just read paper after paper after paper to get that feeling for it. But going to college is a very good experience for learning how to do all of this. And I'm sure it was very integral in how he got to this point.
Going down to the doctor and getting hormones. This is like...
Because you're not always put in positions to go out and do stuff, you know what I mean? But he was doing these sociological experiments and stuff. College is good for getting the basic framework for how to start reasoning. This is completely correct. Yeah, it's not completely necessary, but... if you pay a bit of attention, it can be like sufficient for getting like a good basis for all of this stuff.
Kids in desperate situations. DC only refers to vaccinations. For Florida, unaccompanied homeless youth, 16 or older.
Okay, so he's just going over what we looked at. Yeah, it's very unclear. It does not line up very well. He brought up some very good, extremely important points. And yeah. So, I thought that was funny. So, I guess we can end this by watching a Destiny thing, I think. I don't mind. I haven't gotten clapped yet, so if no one has a problem with it, maybe we'll watch a Destiny video. Is there one where he's debating someone? No, actually I don't know if I'm really... Yeah, these aren't that interesting. I don't want to watch him live either. Okay, we'll watch a bit more of the CTV thing then. I think this will be the last topic I'll get on tonight. Unless anyone would be interested in looking at anything else. So I'll link this again. This was really cool. That's Soak Done Left's thing. And this is Aaron. She has a lot of really cool shit on all of this. And that's the paper. We'll watch a little bit more of this. I think this will be the last topic I get on for tonight. I'm sure a bunch of people have already seen this. Well, actually... Maybe, so someone said something interesting happened with Hippy Dippy, right? We could watch that, since, like, everyone's kind of seen this already, I think. Yeah. We can do that. We'll watch some Hippy Dippy. That's perfect. If we know where it is, go for it. If we know where it is. Also, here's the link. I'm trying to get in the habit of linking everything I watch. Why can't I hear anything? What's going on?
To suggest that.
Okay.
I also mainly stream practices. So like for today, for example, today we opened a resilience hub where we'll be tracking not only disaster relief,
Sorry, guys.
He was talking to you inappropriately in some manner.
Okay.
Hey, so the point here is, again, it's the assign. Why are you choosing to go after something that doesn't have negative outcomes? If you look into any of the outcomes for this interaction, you'll see there is no data that shows any harm done. You've never looked at it because you already assumed that the harm was going to be done, and you have to ask yourself, why did your brain do that? Why? And that's what we mean when we say that you have a bias. I don't like using the
whenever
word
you're
hate
good,
because I
preacher,
do think that hate's a little
I'll
strong,
answer
but
that
we can't say
bullshit
that
claim.
there's a bias.
I'll
What was
say,
that?
I'll tell you this. A, yes, you were being disrespectful, talking to me about you got to educate me. All right, don't talk down to me. We can have an adult conversation here. Excuse me. Let me go. Let me go now. Let me go now. You had your run. Now let me go.
I know you have to lie about me to make your point, but that's fine.
We'll let
Go
him
ahead.
finish.
Anyway, the point is, yes, anything sexual around children is bad. I think.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to.
So I mean, define sexual. Can you bring your kids into Hooters? Is he gonna? If he attacks Hooters and is consistent with that, then okay.
Go out and make this like concrete evidence with a friggin' video camera. It should be obvious. Anything sexual around children, bad.
I kind of I don't think, in my opinion, I think that's just a norm. I'm not entirely sure that not exposing kids to that level of sensual and sexual stuff is just like so much better. It's common sense, of course. Yeah, it feels very commonsensical. It feels like something he hasn't justified.
Is any dance performance sexual? Because the variance of types of drag shows is just as rich and broad as different types of dance.
Based.
Do you think it's
Maddie's so
sexual to bring kids to a ballet?
Don't compare.
I'm asking you.
Don't compare ballet to drag.
What about a kiss in a Disney movie? Yeah, there's a bunch of shit that could be like complicated little weird examples. We have people showing straight people kissing all the time in front of children. Yeah, that happens. We don't think a lot of people, like especially straight couples, just being out and kissing. It's even seen as very romantic, as long as it's within certain like norms or whatever. They can't just go crazy with the kissing. But there's even a lot of people who might say they don't even want gay people kissing or something near kids, you know, where it's like, yeah, but we have Hooters, we have the tilted kilt, we allow straight people to do all of this stuff, PDAs in public. It just seems very strange. And we sexualize children all the time, calling elementary kids lady killers and asking boys if they have girlfriends at that age. But no, we aren't sexualizing children. Yeah, people do shit like that all the time. Yeah, oh, your little girlfriend, like, yeah, even with the babies, they'll just have like, they'll like talk at the child as if the child is already sexualized and really projecting all of that stuff on the kid. I don't think it's necessarily wrong. The part that's wrong is not allowing it for, the other way as well. That's the part that's wrong. Counterexample, weird people scary, yeah. I don't like it. It's a man in a dress. I think it's yucky, and so fucking kids can't see it. It's that simple. That's how they should be coming out right now. They should just say it's gross. I think it's gross. I don't think so, but that's what they should be saying. Tradcon women are just the visa of sexuality accepted everywhere.
Wait. Okay, it's getting off the rails very quickly. Preacher, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to that. Turk, I'll write your name.
I'm not even going to respond. That doesn't even deserve a response.
Because you know the answer, because it highlights your hypocrisy. So of course
No,
you're
it
going to run
doesn't.
away from it.
Drag
Run
is
away,
a burlesque.
preacher.
It's a sex show. I'm not running
Run
away
away,
from you.
preacher.
Listen, go back to your third grade class. You little.
Bye. Preacher, run away from it.
Okay.
Go up.
Okay, Loner was trying to talk earlier, so I'm gonna have Loner go, and Turk, I saw your hand. Don't worry.
I don't know. I mean, like even in like South America, where people are quite conservative, you know, you'll have kids who can see like Argentinian tangos. If you ever watch one of those, they're like insanely sexual. But if we could just focus on one question, right? Like, is drag inherently sexual? Now, Scott, what you said about accentuating the body parts is like, that's true, but what you're describing isn't drag as a whole. You're describing drag like a type of drag. Like,
Yeah, I mean, it's not that uncommon for just like they'll have like classic sort of line dancers on the say like the Colbert or Colbert's show or whatever, and they'll be in a pretty skimpy outfit, like the classic sort of thing with like stockings and then like a dress that's just like basically nothing, and then it has like frills and stuff so you can't actually see under the dress, and then just like a like a tight top to right there, and they're dancing in a line. They'll do shit like that, but when it's a dude in that same outfit with a little bit of makeup on and like a wig, they like freak out about it. I don't fucking get it.
If you can Google, anyone can Google search drag queen story hour. Like some of these people are like so overdressed that you can only see their faces. Like they look like clown suits almost, and they'll call themselves that as well. So I think you can maybe, is it not a little bit like much to ask that we can separate like the more sexual drag from the drag?
I would say drag is mostly comedic from what I've seen. I mean, yeah, I think they don't understand that at Pride you're not like I don't walk around with a boner, and I'm not like straight. I'm not like 100% straight or something. I'm also interested in people in the LGBT. I'm also interested in people who are men. I'm also interested in people who may not be identifying men or as men. Though I'm mostly interested in feminine people. So feminine men, feminine whatever, feminine women. So. But I never just walk around with a goddamn boner at Pride. And they've probably just never been, so they might just be imagining that's what it's like. I don't know. And people lose their minds. Yeah, they do. Bussy, fresh. Oh, Boosie, yeah.
That is like absolutely like it's not.
Yeah, get all that bussy. That's right.
So when
yeah, I mean, there's some really cute dudes at fucking Pride. Yeah, dudes or what is it? AMAB people who are femme whatever. As long as they're feminine types, have like a feminine body, I like them. So, but I've never even really, I've maybe popped a boner like once or twice at Pride. I've never just walked around with one constantly, because a lot of this stuff ends up being funny. It's actually just funny. When you're not like in the mood, if someone's not like attractive to you, all of this stuff's just like kind of funny and a good time. And that's how everyone treats it. Lil Dongs is into femboys. I am, yeah, I like femboys. I have no prejudice against people who may be AMAB or something. I'm not just into cis women or something, but I am straight passing, and so it doesn't matter. I've only had well, actually no. My first girlfriend was trans, but she was online and I only saw her sometimes. But besides that, in person, I've only ever dated cis women, so I'm just like straight passing. Besides my lisp and mannerisms, it's not a lisp, it's like a nasally voice. I am straight passing besides that. I will for sure go for the right femboy. Normies don't understand camp. I recently got over my penis aversion. Now I am all about femboys and trans women. Yeah, it's not a big deal. I found that I never had a particular issue with it. But I guess I'm what one would call just like a permanent top. I just like that position. I like thinking of myself sexually in that way. And that's just what I'm interested in. It's sort of like the traditional type of sexual relationship I'd have with a woman. This is the sort of vibe I have with other feminine people. And I don't have a prejudice against their bodies or something. They just have to be attractive to me. And yeah, so like there's a lot of attitudes on this stuff that fucking conservatives definitely don't have, and it just changes it entirely for them.
Experienced actors did it, right?
And yeah, they don't understand camp. They don't understand that drag is funny as fuck. Drag queens are some of the funniest people in the world. Drag queens they're kind of a clown, actually. You know what I mean? It's like this combination, and I don't think, not many drag queens I think would be particularly insulted by this. They're like a combination of sort of like clown antics and like dancing. Some of them are stand-up comedians or even musicians and stuff. There's a lot of art that goes into this. It's a performance art, exactly. And they sort of pull, they're like this synthesis of all of these different traits of performance art. They have like, some of them lean really heavy into clown type stuff. Like, who is that one in the John Waters movies? Divine. Like Divine. Divine was a clown, you know, but Divine was a drag queen just like other drag queens. But Divine's persona was basically like a fucking adult clown. And so the art of being a drag queen is actually extremely varied. It's cross-disciplinary. Yeah, exactly. One day we might even have like physicists and mathematician drag queens. I don't know how we will make it work, but we will get this cross-disciplinary shit going in that way. And it's sad that people are scared of something so awesome and varied. Yes, it's really fun. There are very beautiful drag queens, and there are very funny drag queens. There are very, what I would consider unattractive drag queens. There's very talented drag queens. There's drag queens that act like fucking savage idiots. You know, the personas are so varied. Like, the personas of drag queens are as varied as, like, stand-up comedy, basically. They will find a way. I don't doubt it. Yeah, it's just they don't want to appreciate it. They don't want to see that it's just usually a gay man just having a good time and, you know, playing a role and maybe being sexy. It's not always sexy. Therefore, X equals 2, honey, math. Yeah, that's right. Math drag.
So what are the label differentiations
I'll respond
between
after
the
you,
different
Turk.
types? Go ahead.
Philosophy drag queens are deaf
Yeah,
next.
yeah. So,
well, they're not. No, they're so. Philosophy tube, they're actually transgender, right? They're not just a cross-dresser.
okay, fair enough. So, one, my argument was based off of two different things, right?
But I have to say, philosophers like that kind of stuff. Philosophers they like talking about, like, sexuality and stuff, because it's very interesting. And things don't apply very well. The philosophy doesn't apply that well. It's very strange. Correct. Okay. So they're transgender, but I'm sure at some point someone will just be a cross-dresser. Literally just be doing either just cross-dressing or drag, just talking about that stuff, you know. I just got a Gappy Gifty sub. Nice. I love that. I love when you're just like going around to channels all the time, and then you just get like subs and shit hanging out in other ones. I mean more that they already deal with the conditions of the human condition. Eventually we will see drag tackling hard philosophical issues. I see. Yeah.
The inherent
I think that sounds pretty based. I think you're correct.
sexuality of drag, we can tackle that, but it is coupled to the secondary, which is the larger context of the grooming of children in schools, of the abuse of children, and of the massive amounts of. No, I'm not.
Where
I'm
are you
not
getting
making
that data? What shows that happens? Yeah.
I mean, we had leaked situations from California where they were talking about love bombing children, where they were putting them in specific groups, where they were targeting children based off of their internet searches, where they were looking for kids that might be loners in the classroom, and then they would take.
That was sort of early ContraPoints before she transitioned. She was a cross-dressing philosophy YouTuber. That's true. She was, wasn't she? Yeah. She was like, oh god, early ContraPoints was a mess. ContraPoints is, and I know people have some opinions on her because she keeps getting more and more lib, but ContraPoints was a goddamn fucking mess back in the day. I don't know. She probably still has the videos online too, huh? She's probably not. She's probably just like, yeah, go look at them. Hope to one day be goated with the sauce.
Take them. They would love bomb them. They would tell them not to.
But yeah, ContraPoints was a wreck. She was like a drunk, and would like joke about suicide a lot. Like was really dark and didn't seem very happy. She talked about drinking a lot.
Tell their parents.
And I think she also said she was drinking a lot too, like in real life.
They would socially transition
she
them.
nuked
A
him?
requirement
Okay.
to stay in the group. Where
No, that makes sense if you actually want to transition, huh? Or maybe you were talking about stances you don't believe in or something. I'm not. Yeah, I guess you would consider getting rid of them all.
they were given special attention was that they socially transitioned their name. This is, of course, one example because you're asking for an example. But I mean, this is an issue with
Not
transformative
any
social
different than
emotional learning.
heterosexual people doing the same thing, trying to convert people not to be gay.
Wait,
don't
Okay,
heterosexual people.
that's a like what right? No, like I'm gonna finish it, right? But if you want a more like kind of meta situation here, I think transformative social emotional learning that's being taught to teachers, especially in they do seminars in California and New York. The rebranding of social emotional learning from children with conduct disorder
yeah, he
into
has
the
this-
general classroom, and then make.
He has this weird thing that I still don't. I need to do research on this. I need to remember to do research into this social emotional learning thing because Fabian Liberty has this like route of attack in these sorts of discussions where he brings up this weird learning or educational technique or psychology technique that he thinks is almost like this conspiratorial thing that they're like pushing into the schools or something. I don't really get it. KF Logan goes off on Fabian. Oh, perfect. Yeah, if there's any clips or any timestamps I should go to, because this fucking thing's 3 hours. I'm not going to sit here for the next 6 hours watching it. If there's any specific points, let me know and I'll like skip around to them. It's a dunk here. We'll check it out.
Yeah, this fucking dollar store James Lindsay fucking knockoff, fucking hate preacher stuff is really embarrassing. You should be ashamed of yourself. You've used words like murderous and that we want to kill trans people, yet your perverse bloodlust to try and remove affirmative care from people will get people killed. You and people like you have potentially the blood of a lot of trans people on your fucking hands, and you should be ashamed.
You should be ashamed for pushing the opposite.
Yeah, eat my dick.
Yeah, goddamn.
Maddie. Well, stop giving children
Thank you, Fabian. Thank you, Fabian. Hush now. Hush now. Okay.
This motherfucker, this did get spicy. Damn, when did this happen? Did this happen like later in the thing? Transformative social emotional learning, over under of if that's a real thing at all. Yeah, that's a really good. So I do think it is real. But I was reading about it and I did not understand how it was supposed to fit into his vision of what's going on. And yeah. So it really wasn't that clear. It didn't all lock together and I was like, oh yeah, this is definitely what he's talking about. So maybe I'll even do a stream on it or something in the future. Because I still keep thinking I want to do some stuff on his beliefs because I find some of the shit he comes up with very interesting. That was early-ish. The drag topic got derailed to trans kids and puberty blockers, then re-on-tracked. Oh, that was pretty early then, huh? Yeah, because they were like the very first discussions, they were already having some conflict. So I guess this is gonna pop off.
Making it transformative as a means of destroying capitalism, as a means of destroying individuality, and as a means of intentionally bringing up gender ideology and gender Marxist theory that we're engaging with now. All of these things are inherent to the problem.
Yeah, I mean, he's talking about Marxism. Maddie's a fucking lib. Or, wait, no, maybe she is. No, she's a lib. I think Maddie's a lib. And she works for the fucking DNC. I don't know that she's literally, like, Pelosi-pilled, but I'm pretty sure she's a lib. Another example... Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. In another example, Fabian also talked about theater therapy as some scary thing that encourages kids to become trans or something. What is theater therapy where you, like, dress up or something? Where you do, like, you act something out or something? Or is it, like, something you do in theater? Buzzword Andy Fabian. Yeah, Buzzword Andy Fabian. Yeah, he really is just a buzzword fucking Andy. Drag destroying capitalism, yeah. Well, so fucking... Fabian, I thought... So this is the interesting thing. I went and watched one of Fabian Liberty's philosophy philosophy nights. He's not that fucking dumb in the philosophy night, but for some reason when he comes to a lot of these like really touchy discussions, he's just a fucking moron. Like he's just like the dumbest motherfucker in the universe. So I don't understand why he goes from that where he's actually talking about stuff to like here, and he's just like postmodern neo-Marxist conspiracy of theater gays or whatever, making your kids trans. Like it's very strange. Good night. Oh, good night, Blurch. You act stuff out with the therapist. Oh, okay. So you act stuff out then. I gotcha. But yeah, good night, Blurch, if you're heading out.
Some questions about what he just said. Let me just ask him a few questions real quick.
So I'm going to put this at 1.25.
Do you have any data that substantiates that there's any harm with...
Just so we can get a bit through this, because I'm not going to... I'll stay on... I'm going to be on a bit longer, but I'm not going to get anywhere near through this whole thing.
Exposing children to gender nonconforming groups. Do you have any data?
Exposing children to gender nonconforming groups takes it out of the context, right? You're trying to create a trolley problem. No, you're trying to create a trolley.
Wait. You ask Fabian a question. We can let him just answer the question. And if you think he didn't sufficiently answer the question asked, then you can follow up.
No problem.
Two things. Conservatives that are religious tend to be deontologists. Secondly, hardcore libertarians believe in natural law philosophy. So your instantiation that the question must be answered under a consequentialist framework is in and of itself bullshit. But second of all, you're trying to create a trolley.
Question. And if you think he didn't sufficiently answer the question asked, then you can follow up.
No problem.
Okay, I gotta slow this bitch down. He's talking too fast. We're gonna slow it down to 0.75. I bet you haven't seen that in a while, huh? Someone actually slowing some shit down.
Two things. Conservatives that are religious tend to be deontologists. Secondly, hardcore libertarians believe in natural law philosophy. So your instantiation that the question must be answered under a consequentialist framework is in and of itself bullshit. But second of all, you're trying to create a trolley.
Hey, he didn't have to say it like that. It sounded really pompous. He could have just said... we don't think of it like that, or some shit. I don't know. He didn't have to like. It sounded a little douchey, I'd have to say. When I actually slowed it down and listened to it, I was just like, oh, so some conservatives are deontologists, some are natural law theorists or whatever. So it doesn't have to be utilitarianism. But he just like maxed out the douchiness, I guess.
Problem here, where you want one specific societal interaction, and then you want scientific data to back up how that one specific.
Excuse me, that's drama therapy. I'm sure he's used that last week in some context. Yeah, probably. He's probably just brings this shit up all the time.
Scientific interaction causes
no, wait. What are you talking about, female eunuchs?
Harm. And you do this by devoiding it of the context. You create a trolley car problem, and you know that data doesn't specifically exist in that element, that you have to connect the dots with several other parts. You have to look at it from a sociological lens, right? And you can look at some psychological data, such as obviously all of the shit that's happening with detrans people and the transgender community and the high rates of suicidality and things like that.
Yeah, that's really important. Does he know that a lot of research points towards we can make shit better, we know how, and it has a lot to do with just like gender affirming care and tolerance? Does he know that? When people say words over and over very quickly, yeah.
Right? But you can't just say, there's not a fucking research out there that says one trans.
Oh, yeah, because, he was even doing that. They were, like, shouting at each other, and he kept just yelling over him or whatever.
Or one fucking pride event or one drag event somehow turned kids into something, or you like that data
you got
doesn't
nothing.
exist because
you got nothing.
Studies don't do it.
He's got, like, nothing. Give the sources. If these things are real problems, because all the fucking research I look at, so maybe there is a bit of a bias, just fucking says that this stuff either is neutral or works out for the trans people. So I haven't seen anything where, like, the stuff we're already doing is, like, bad for people somehow.
you just like it's pseudoscientific
You
drift.
got bullshit. You got nothing.
It's a long way of saying no.
Wait,
We literally
wait,
have
wait,
seen-
wait. I said I'd let Ashton follow up if you.
What's his sources? Give some sources, Fabian, if you have some like contrary data. Because I know Lonerbox has seen it. Kevin probably too. He's a pretty smart guy.
Wanted to, so I'm gonna let Ashton follow up. Biggs, I saw you were trying. I saw a lot of people trying to talk, so just gonna try to throw it over to Ashton. Hopefully, it flows around the room after.
The reason why I asked you that specific question is because there is actually specific probes into that question. Matter of fact, I can cite over 75 studies that find no harm whatsoever, non-correlative, even negative harm. I can also find data that shows that suicidal ideation actually goes down to children exposed to gender affirming, not only just gender affirming care, but gender affirming environments. It doesn't even need to be like people specifically trying to teach them any sort of ideology, but simply affirming their own. And
It's
that lowers
pseudoscience.
suicidal
It's pseudoscience
ideation.
because it's pseudoscience because when you
It's pseudoscience because you say it is. It's pseudoscience because you say it is.
No, I didn't say it's because I say it is. I'm going to back that up.
Well, how does he back this up? I don't understand. People, a lot of the science that people reference is like how you do the science. It's like pretty good stuff a lot of the time.
Wait.
No, I'm backing it up, but you're trying to. It's
When you're trying to say pseudoscience, I have
Is like social science a pseudoscience? Is that
literally studies from a wide multitude, over 40 years of different sciences.
Yeah, I don't want to hear your. I don't want to hear your appeal to authority. I'm going to make the argument.
You have to actually.
Does he think this is like a massive conspiracy or something? Does he think this is like a titanic conspiracy that encompasses thousands of fucking like papers and many I have no idea how many researchers work around this stuff. Pseudoscience like libertarianism. Yeah, exactly. But that's consequentialist if you look at things that provide good outcomes. And conservatives are deontologists or something. Total word salad earlier. Yeah, he was just trying to sound smart. Once I slowed it down, I was like, I think I see what he's talking about. But it just sounded like he's trying to sound smart. And yeah, I know conservatives pride themselves on being deontologists. They just forget that they also don't even live by their principles a lot of the time. So they're like shitty deontologists, which I'll take a utilitarian any day of the week over that.
Where's your paper on this topic? Where's your data on the topic? Before you
His
debunk everything,
feelings.
show me what your data actually is.
Look,
'Cause you
I'm not
don't
gonna.
have
I'm
it.
not gonna. Look, I'm
Just
not gonna let you
trust him,
gish gallop
bro.
and trust
Just
the
trust
science,
him,
right?
bro.
Okay,
many big words.
Everybody stop.
I'm gonna
Everybody
back it up
stop.
to
Stop.
Jesus Christ.
Fabian, it's time to talk. Thank you.
I'm going to very easily back up the claim. When you look at research that shows that gender affirming care has a positive rate on suicidality, there's a lot of things that are left out in that. Number one, it leaves out the fact that we do not have a lot of long-term research in terms of gender identity disorder and gender dysphoria.
There are issues, but part of that probably includes. Part of it probably includes. Parts of it is like recency, the recency of the formalization of some of these concepts. Maybe how marginal the idea of doing big long-term studies on this was until it really did sort of suddenly become this titanic issue. So it's not we don't have these things, but we also have very good other kinds of studies. And you don't just need long-term studies, or else you're fucked, or else you just don't know what's going on. I think that's pretty kind of fallacious on its face.
In this new group of youth that has exploded their rates of identifying as LGBTQ, such as in California, where it's as high as 40%. Right now, so that's
nice.
one thing. So we
Cool.
don't have long-term research on that.
So what? Okay, LGBTQ. So the only one of those is just T. That is anything besides just like acting a different way, right? So let me go back and what did he say? I just want to make sure I'm not putting words in his mouth.
As LGBTQ, such as in California, where it's as high as 40%. Right now, that we do not have a lot of long-term research in terms of gender identity disorder and gender dysphoria in this new group of youth that has exploded their rates of identifying as LGBTQ. So
gender identity disorder and gender dysphoria. most people in LGBTQ will not necessarily have those, actually. Not even all of the T might have gender dysphoria. Or I'm not sure how gender identity disorder factors in, but they don't even necessarily have all dysphoria. And T is the only part of them that matters. So, like, for all we know, T is only like 1 or 2% or something. Or I should actually say transsexuality or transgender in the case of people who must go through a real medical transition and everything.
Such as in California, where it's as high as 40%, right? Now, so that's one thing. So we don't have long-term research on that. What little long-term research we do shows that the trans community, when they get gender-affirming care, yes, suicidality goes down. And then as they pass, suicidality goes down further. And then what we also find is that suicidality normalizes to previous rates once we get to around 6 or 7 years for female to male, and once we get around 7 to 8 years for male to female. And that this is where we're going to have a lot of kids that are going to be extremely upset by the poison and the murderous Lupron that has been given to children. And we're going to have a lot of fucking people that are detransing and suing because of all of the damage that
this
is done by this.
He does know that not that many people actually do medical transition, right? So he said LGBTQ as high as 40% in California, and now he's flipping out like this is a gigantic social issue. It's not that many people who are putting chemicals in their body and stuff. Suicidality normalizes previous rates. What does he mean by that? Does he mean to the rate all the way at the beginning? I don't think that's true, actually. I've never seen anything that says that's true. I would love to see the study he's talking about.
Dangerous,
Okay,
Dylan.
this is like some dollar store James Lindsay bullshit, man. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
it's
especially
you can't engage.
You can't argue back. You just tell them to
this
shut
is
up.
the most unscientific. Like this is
Yeah,
the
'cause
most
it's
like,
rank.
unscientific attempt to
Yeah, I'm so tired of this discussion because it's like the majority of information I've seen does just agree with what Ashton Mack is saying right now.
So I have a question. I have a question.
He's used words like, hang on. He's used words
like, give the fucking sources. If you have these very contrary, very stark fucking sources that say all this stuff, then supply it. It's that simple.
like murderous.
Okay, I
People
want to
are
make sure.
dying.
I want to make sure. Does anybody want to respond to the content of what he just said? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let
he is
somebody
a
else do it.
That's a
Okay,
really good
so,
emo too.
Loner,
I'll let the round robin
I'll
go.
throw it over to
around as
Loner.
they
I'm
get
interested
mad
to
at
hear
those-
what Loner says on this.
You've been talking for 5 years,
No, but
baby. Please.
I just want to go back to what I was first saying before all the extra stuff. So I
wait,
think
are
I
you
kind of-
responding to what Fabian just said?
Kind of, but like not directly. No.
Okay. Does anybody want to respond to what Fabian
Okay,
just said?
we're gonna
directly?
do something real quick. So he said up to 40% of LGBTQ or whatever. So let's actually look at what the rates of people seeking transition might be right now. That might be the closest we can get to people who are in that, or just what the whole size of people who are going to transition is. I think that's really conceivably the only thing you can do. Rates of gender. Well, how do you gender? It's not gender after gender transition in the U.S. Let's find a good source. So this one, but I don't know what the source is. What the fuck's the source? What, the source Google? I'm not going to listen to Google. Oh, okay. What? What's this? What the fuck is this? Just give me the thing. Let's see here. School of Law. Why? No, just. Okay. Transgender population size in the United States. Main results. Our meta-regression model based on 12 surveys covering 2007 to 2015. So this is a little old. I think it has increased since then. You had too many tabs. Oh yeah, you always have too many tabs open. Let's see. Based on 12 surveys, explain 62%. I don't know what that means. Extrapolating these results to 2016 suggested a current U.S. population size of 390 adults per 100,000, or almost 1 million adults nationally. This estimate may be indicative for younger adults, who represented more than 50% of the respondents in our analysis. So, this was in 2007. So at that time, it was 1 million. So it wasn't even 1% back then. It was 0.2 or 0.3 or 4%. Let's try to find something more up to date. So sharp rise in transgender. That's where we're not looking for LGBTQ. We're looking for transgender people. Let's see. 2020. Well, report reveals sharp rise in transgender. Well, let's look at New York Times. The analysis, relying on government health surveys conducted from 2017 to 2020, estimated that 1.4% of 13 to 17-year-olds and 1.3% of 18 to 24-year-olds were transgender, compared to with almost 0.5% of all adults. So this is the cataclysm that Fabian Liberty was sort of like warning us about. The enormous cataclysm is 1.4% of young people, at most young 0.4%, and 0.5% of adults. So when he says something like 40% of California young people are identifying as LGBTQ, that doesn't mean anything. You have to actually look at transgender, because transgender is probably the least common of those 5 letters if you add it all together. So it's very deceptive language.
Okay, I'm gonna throw it over to Kevin, and then we can maybe bring it over to Matt.
Oh, it didn't load because of the tabs. Yeah, I always have too many tabs open. It's terrible.
Yeah, this
this
fucking dollar store James Lindsay fucking knockoff, fucking hate preacher stuff is really embarrassing. You should be ashamed of yourself. You've
Yeah,
used words
I
like
agree.
murderous and that we want to kill trans people, yet your perverse bloodlust to try and remove affirmative care from people will get people killed.
Oh, this is
You
the
and
thing,
people like you have potentially the blood of a lot of trans people on your fucking hands, and you should be
Yeah.
ashamed.
Based.
You should be ashamed for pushing the opposite.
Yeah, eat my dick.
Maddie?
For real. Also, I don't know what Kevin Logan's always drinking, but it's like black. I don't know if it's like tea or something. But yeah, it's. I mean.
Well, stop giving
Fabian,
children
thank
poison.
you, Fabian. Thank you, Fabian.
It's not
Hush.
fucking poison. It's puberty blockers. And then once they're pretty, I would think like they have to be significantly advanced in age before we give them hormones and stuff. Fewer than 1 in 75 people at most. Yeah, it's bullshit. It's not that many people. There's a lot of research on it, and we already, in a lot of places, force these people to go through the system for a long time to get certain levels of care. We're already putting a lot of people through the system. It's not, you don't just walk in to the doctor's office with your little kid and you're like, I think my little kid's transgender, and then they just start jamming fucking like hormone needles and shit in and like cutting parts off of them or something. It's a very long process, much of which is spent developing a plan, making sure everything's going right, that everyone's correct in the diagnosis, and seeing how their body reacts, essentially. So
Hush now. Okay. So, yeah, this insinuating that somehow kids are being forced to transition when they're not wanting to, or because of just like, oh, well, I'm a kind of a tomboy, and as if there's some sort of pressure.
Yeah.
Do you realize that there
That's
are
not
multiple doctors' evaluations required to even begin the process
Right.
of considering any sort of gender
Not true.
affirming care? No, it is
Not
true.
true.
Fabian, shut
Lies.
the fuck up. You
Wait,
talked
where?
for
It's a lie.
15
Where's
years.
that a
We are
lie?
fucking old and almost dead. Just fucking
scream
sit
fake
down.
I'm
news.
just letting you know when
scream
you're lying.
fake news.
Where? What the fuck is this guy's sources? Ben Shapiro seething if Fox segment was amazing. Was he seething at the transgender girl or whatever, that little kid who that story that they ran?
Okay, wait, stop.
Send you?
Okay. Maddie, please. I want Maddie to be able to finish what they're saying because there's a million people that
Yeah,
want to
that
talk.
one. Okay, I know. Yeah, I saw. I'm sure people are fucking mad about that. Yeah. Right. I was watching another stream earlier today or yesterday where, it was the Surfs. The Surfs was showing a comparison of Megyn Kelly from 2016 when she was more pro-trans. She was more tolerant. But now that she's on Newsmax, because I guess she fucked up her other job, she's like awful. She's just like this piece of shit about it.
So
yeah,
Maddie.
I'm gonna talk uninterrupted, Fabian. So fucking.
And yeah, so she was like hating on that video and stuff. The segment, if I remember right.
Sit down and shut up while I'm talking, and then you can refute
Why
whatever the
should
fuck
we
you
give
want.
you the same
So
respect
thank you.
that
So
you're not
Turk,
willing to
you
give
aren't
to
even
other
involved
people?
with this. Don't just sit down. Go check on your kids. So like, here's the thing.
He kept his
No,
kids.
let me like actually show you. Yeah, see, he's going to check on his kids. So
Well, you can't check on yours,
there's a
though.
literal, like, as part of the American Medical Association and the American Pediatrics Association, they have a clear process established for how to approach.
Yeah, where are his sources? What the fuck is his sources? There are cases of people getting access to certain parts of gender affirming care without going through certain processes. This is true. But where is the evidence? This is a massive social issue. Where is the evidence? Okay, so we're already only dealing with like 1.5% of the population at most. At fucking most. And that's of very young, really young people anyways. So like, how are they doing this? Like, what process are they going through as an alternative to that? Or are they just going straight to the doctor and getting hormones? I don't think that's happening.
Potentially offering gender affirming care for minors. That involves a very strict set of parameters that they have to ensure the child meets. And that requires constant evaluation, constant reevaluation, because they don't want to give any that gender affirming care.
When I was younger, I knew a lot of people who were in various stages of gender affirming care. It wasn't called that at the time, I don't think, or it might have been, I don't remember. But they told me of all of these weird processes at the time. This was a little while ago, in which they could get basically ejected out of the gender affirming care system of their state if they didn't like abide by all of these things and really make sure that they're basically telling the doctor certain things, because they were extremely sensitive about it at the time, actually. Shapiro's page, National Rational Reacts, haven't seen it. Oh, okay. Here, we'll check this out real quick.
Apparently, now, the institutions of our society have become so corrupt that even conservative institutions, purportedly conservative institutions, are pushing propaganda. And this brings me to, again, this is the most disturbing thing that I have seen in quite a while. Not because of what it says. I've seen this sort of content on CNN, MSNBC, Good Morning America for that matter. But because of where this appeared. So this appeared on Fox News on Friday. And the fact that this appeared on Fox News.
This is reactionary shit. Like, the idea that they're all galled, but that Fox would do that. First of all, Fox is doing that probably under the realization that they're eventually just going to have to go with this. This may not go well for them, for like the reactionary movement, and maybe they just have to really start easing this stuff a lot more or something. So this weird thing where they're like galled by this, they're like appalled by it. It's just like reactionary shit. It's just 100% reactionary. They're just like, no, I don't like it. It's yucky. Yeah, disturbing. Rational National. He's a lefty despite the name. Oh, I've seen him. Yeah, we can check him out too.
Is a purportedly conservative network that stands for the values of traditional American conservatism and believes in Judeo-Christian values, and that it is propagandizing openly on behalf of transing small children, because that's what this segment is. It was a 5-minute segment about why it is not just okay, it is good to try to turn your little girl into a little boy. And I want to go through it in detail because it is suggestive.
But the only thing they conceivably did for a long time was treat them like a little girl, right?
Of how the...
It's not like they did surgery on their fucking baby.
Insane amorality and immorality of the left have completely penetrated mainstream conservative institutions because everybody is so afraid of just saying no. This was on Fox News, and this is unbelievable to me. It's unbelievable to me. And frankly, as Matt Walsh has said, if I don't appear on Fox News because I'm saying this, well, so be it. But somebody is going to have to call out the fact that this is too important an institution for the right to simply let it go. It really is. Right? Again, if MSNBC or CNN did this segment, it'd be like, okay, well, that's par for the course. But Fox News, there are few enough conservative outlets, and Fox News being the largest, it kind of matters. If Fox News starts embracing the radical left gender ideology that the left espouses, it's no longer conservative and it can't be trusted. Honestly.
Wait, does he just not believe in transgender people? What's going on here? Oh, wait, he actually doesn't, does he? I forgot. He doesn't actually fundamentally. Yeah, he even talked to Blair White about this, where he said the only reason he would use like the she pronoun with her is just for the expediency and convenience. It's not really because he thinks of her as a woman. Yeah, so I forgot. Ben Shapiro is a fucking asshole about this. Vaush reacted also. No, that's okay. This is really crazy. This is really great, actually.
Goodness, I don't know what
this is like. It's like reactionary and spooky. It's like weird that he's this intense about it.
They're thinking, but this is insane. So this appeared on Fox News on Friday.
If you saw me walking down the street, you wouldn't think anything different.
14-year-old Ryland Whittington is a typical Southern California teenager. And the Whittingtons, along with mom Hillary, dad Jeff, and sister Brinley, are a typical family. The only difference, though, in Ryland's eyes, is what this family can mean to the tens of thousands of kids under 18 who identify as transgender.
We put our story out there so people could see that like there's another family out there that is going through what we're going through, or there's another family who's proud of who they are.
Before Ryland could even speak, he managed to tell his parents that he is a boy.
I could just see it wasn't him trying to be a brat. It was like painful. It was truly painful for him to have to wear feminine clothing and for us constantly telling him that you're a girl.
Okay, pause it for a second, please. This is insane. Before Ryland could speak, again, this is on Fox News. This is Fox News saying it is good to trans the children. Before the kid could speak,
trans your kids.
She was saying she didn't.
I will not have cis nor heterosexual children in my household. I must fucking trans my kids.
First of all, since when do 2-year-olds make decisions? Okay, I have a 2-year-old. My 2-year-old.
Well, what choice did, say he has a 2-year-old boy or girl or whatever, say it's a boy. What choice did the 2-year-old boy have in being a fucking boy? What kind of question is that? You just started acting, you looked at his dick and you're like, that's a fucking boy. In the case that it's a boy, I don't know if it's a boy or a girl, but that's how we do it, right? Is we look at the fucking baby's genitals, even though it's like the same as any other baby except for the genitals might be different, basically. And we like determine, we impose this thing on it. What fucking choice does just like a cis man, what choice did the cis man in having to be like a man, a masculine, shit like that? Conceivably, he could have chose otherwise, right?
This morning, I went into her room, and she was lying in her crib, and she had a large pee-filled diaper. And I said, is it just pee or is it poo? And she said, it's pee. And naturally, there's poo inside. Is this the kind of person you want making decisions about their lifelong, quote-unquote, gender identity? Should I take my 2-year-old seriously when she expresses her needs, wants, and desires? Because if I did...
So you just force the gender identity on the child, then, is what he's saying. He's just saying you do the thing.
Kid should be wearing her...
He's saying that they are whatever gender you tell them they are. That's what he's saying.
Sky pajamas all day long. Every day. Dirty. Filled with urine. So no, my 2-year-old does not get to make decisions. I love her. She's sweet. She's 2. It's because I love her that there are rules, and because I am the parent. But here's Fox and
It's
Fox.
because I love you that you must fucking do this, and you have no choice about it. You have no choice in the matter. You are whatever fucking gender I tell you are, based on whatever genitals I saw when you came out of your mother's cunt. That's it. That's exactly what our process is.
News promoting the idea that kids, before they can speak, can pick membership in the opposite gender. Kids don't even know the alphabet at this point. The kid literally...
Yeah, so why are you forcing them to be a certain gender, you know? It's because, to him, sex and gender are the same thing. Every time he says gender, just put in sex, basically. Binary sex. He probably doesn't even, accept that intersex people exist. He's probably, that hardcore about it or something.
It says in the report, does not know how to talk. Does not know how to talk. And the parents are like, oh, well, that must be the opposite gender, which means that this is Munchausen syndrome by proxy. That's all this is. These parents have decided that they wanted to trans their kid, and because they wanted to trans their kid, they were going to make up... And how do I know this? Because by the time this kid was 5, mom was writing books and going on national TV about this. By the time the kid was 5. Okay, that's about the parents. That's not about the kid. They're horrible for this little girl. It's insane. Okay, and Fox News promoting it.
When Ryland came out at age 5, a few years later, he had the full support of his parents.
Initially, there was some pushback from us in trying to understand this.
We were confused like most people are.
So wait, were they treating Ryland like a little girl before the little girl came out as a boy? Is that what happened? Am I understanding that right?
Thought that gender and sexuality were the same thing. It took us a while to figure out that those two things are different and that children actually do recognize their gender identity very young. Some of them, not all.
But they listened to Ryland and to Hillary's conservative faith.
For me, it's just a deep spiritual belief that...
Okay, stop it right there. This is just open propaganda. Hillary's conservative faith? Really? Tell me about how her conservative faith says there's no such thing as male or female and boys can be girls. Please explain. Please explain how conservative faith tells you. Again, now we're speaking of faith concepts.
Yeah, it's almost like some new shit happened and they had to adapt to it and they realized something was real that they didn't think was real before. That's fucking crazy. So what, did this guy just come out of his mother's vagina just knowing all the shit he knows now? What the fuck? Yeah, sometimes new shit happens to you. That's not that crazy. And now that kid is older, he can't possibly be the gender he said he was because the mom wrote a book. What the fuck is he saying? Yeah, what the fuck is he saying? Why doesn't Ryland just go, oh wait, I think I realized they forced me or something? Or maybe, yeah, why not? Or way later, I guess we'll find out. But the thing is, in a lot of these cases, they just fucking stay that gender. And it's a big counterfactual to these guys' deal with trans kids, you know?
So when we talk about transgenderism, I don't cite the
a bunch of them actually just say the gender. They don't like to hear that, but...
Bible. But when you start talking about conservative faith, which suggests to me some sort of biblical adherence, how do you explain the opening of Genesis, which specifically says male and female he made them? Please explain how your conservative faith says... By the way, the Bible specifically says men are not to dress like women and women are not to dress like men. Please explain how it is that you believe that your conservative faith justifies taking a baby girl and turning him into a socially transitioned baby boy who will always be a girl and who will now spend the rest of her life in this conflict with her own biology.
No, why? Well, what the fuck? She's on testosterone. Or, sorry, he's on testosterone. See, he fucked me up. Ryland is on testosterone, so he's going to fucking go through like a male puberty for the most part. Has this guy ever seen fucking Buck Angel? Has he ever seen how fucking jacked Buck Angel is? Yeah, that's it for this guy. The Bible says not to wear mixed cloth type clothing too. Yeah, exactly. You can't wear fucking linen and like fucking khaki together. You can't do that shit.
And this is what Fox News is pushing. This is insane. Insane and insulting to its audience and insulting to reality, by the way, because the whole thing is just pure propaganda, as we'll see.
Yeah.
You believe in God and he, created us the way he wanted us. Well, then yes, he created Rylan just the way he is.
And
so that's why he needs. That's why he created Rylan the way he is, which is why we're going to need to put puberty blockers in Rylan's. So God created this. We need to put puberty blockers in it, and also
he can't even fucking imagine that what the mother meant was God made Ryland with sort of like the desire and sort of maybe mentality or something of like a boy. He can't even like imagine that that's what the mom meant. He has to impose this like fake contradiction that isn't even real. It's not even like an issue. He has to make it into a clusterfuck and then say, no, it is a clusterfuck. Even though what the mom just said makes sense. I got it. The way I look at this situation, it makes sense,
Maybe.
The only way it doesn't make sense is if he fucking projects onto it.
Add a penis later on and cut off healthy breasts through messed. If we go through full transition, this is where it's going. Full on hormonal suppressants, testosterone treatments, pumping hormones into the body, changing the body's construction, changing the health outcomes, cutting off healthy breast tissue. Because that's the way God made it, says mom with her conservative faith on Fox News.
They met in support groups.
There was a father who was sitting across the table. He says, "You have no idea how lucky you are to be here."
It's really unhinged because it's just like he's saying the only way to be conservative is if you tell your fucking kid when they come out as trans, you're not trans. So he would have been the same fucking person. I think he'd probably even say this today. He probably would have been the same person who would have like said, when your kid comes out as gay, you tell them no, they're not. And that that's their choice, and they better choose not to do that,
Took me back. I didn't at that point consider myself lucky to be there. And he said, our child had displayed this gender dysphoria or this gender misalignment at the same age that Rylan has. And we didn't listen, and we pushed.
People should be able to get mastectomies if they want. Would Ben be angry with a cis woman for getting one for personal non-cancer reasons? So angry about cutting. Yeah, it's very weird. It's like this worship of the body. Even though they can't conceive of this notion that we know this often ends well. And he seems happy as a boy. And he came out. He just says he's a fucking boy. And now that he's a boy, you know what? It's just fine. It doesn't seem to be a big issue. And yeah, women get they get breast tissue removed sometimes when their fucking tits are just too big because it might fuck up their back or something. So people get their body adjusted for all kinds of reasons.
Pushed back.
And yeah, I mean, is it ideal to have to transition? I don't think so. I don't think anyone thinks it's ideal. They just think the outcomes are so much better. In my opinion, he's having a meltdown for a reason. They're on the back foot in the argument. They kind of are. If this shit's on Fox, they're kind of having a rough time of it, and people are starting to realize that this stuff is just real. Imagine Ben railing against a boob job or nose job the same way. Yeah, exactly. Also, hey, F-bombs. It says you're chatting for the first time, so thanks for coming in. I saw you on Stonercast or whatever earlier. I didn't watch for too long. I was watching a bunch of stuff. I saw you and Rhizome and stuff on Stonercast for a little bit. Yeah, it's not ideal. Everyone fucking knows it's not ideal, the trans people know, the doctors know, everyone fucking knows it's not ideal.
Pushback led that child to turn to self-harm as a teenager, which 60% of trans and non-binary kids engage in.
Yeah, look at that. 60%. We gotta get that fucking down. Yeah, it looked like fun. It looked like you guys are having a good time.
According to the Trevor Project, more than 50% consider suicide.
That for me was the turning point. I didn't want to see Ryland go through that.
I'd rather have a living son than a dead daughter. I
This is
guarantee
propaganda.
that if
Okay, that's pure Trevor Project propaganda. The idea that your choice is between a suicidal girl and a perfectly happy boy is nonsense. It's nonsense. Longitudinal studies show the suicidal ideation rate among LGBT youth is way higher than among cisgender youth, like way higher, and it remains that way no matter the treatment, no matter the. So if you take,
who said that? Fucking Fabian said that, right? Fabian said that same shit. Where are they getting this? I don't think this is true. That there's a ton of studies that just say it's completely resistant to treatment. I think a bunch of studies say otherwise. I'm not sure. Are they just coming out and lying about this stuff now? Is this what their plan is? Is just say the opposite?
take a kid who is confused and you refuse the possibility of desistance, which is what happens for the vast majority of kids who have gender questioning at young ages. The vast majority, somewhere between...
There must be like one paper that every conservative on Earth is referencing right now or something for this, like, it comes back. It's like resistant to treatment thing. LGBT people have higher rates of depression, so just repress and stay cishet. Yeah, so that's the fucking thing, is it's like they have higher rates of whatever. So it's like depression, suicide, shit like that. Why? Why do you think they have those higher fucking rates of whatever these bad things are? It's almost certainly because society treats them like shit for being what they are. You know, it's not that crazy. We've even done studies that show how important these elements of support from your family and tolerance really are. And it's like super fucking dramatic. I think he's saying that if you raise the kid as cis, you can apply the cis suicide rate to that child. He's not this stupid. Yeah, I don't...
75% and 90% of kids who have gender questioning at a young age will grow out of it. Many of them turn out to be gay.
Okay, so he thinks you just apply... That's what they're saying now. That's the thing. Yes, okay. They're saying that kids just grow out of it. What? So this is another paper that they're referencing, I think. Vaush was talking about this before. They have this paper where the researchers considered basically a child who shows any gender confusion to be gender confused. And they sort of used this, they operationalized this, and sort of made this statement that then includes trans people, or something like that. So then in that case, then yeah, a lot of people will grow out of it. But they used a different way of like defining gender confusion or dysphoria or something than most researchers would when doing a paper of that kind. And so it just reflected that, yeah, a lot of people will grow out of it because they probably don't have fucking dysphoria.
Gay, but many of them grow out of it, whether it's gay or straight, whatever.
To my knowledge, there's no real... Gay or straight? Did he just... I mean, some people grow out of that shit, yeah, but some people it is a phase. There's some people they're flexible for the rest of their life. But there's no consistent data that shows, like, how many people grow out of it, I don't think.
When you stop that, when you start...
I mean, if there is, it's probably not that high.
Socially transitioning a child and reinforcing in the child the notion that this kid is... What do you think that kid's going to do? Now the kid has to stand up to mom and dad in order to say, no, actually, I am a girl. This is madness. And I'm not going to...
But the kid came out. They didn't do anything, and then Ryland came out to them and said, I'm a boy, right? And then they said they were surprised by that. They didn't
get over the fact that this is on Fox News, because it demonstrates how the mainstream institutions of our society, including the ones that you may trust as a conservative, are now stabbing you directly between the shoulder blades with this kind of stuff.
Guy's such a fucking
we
baby.
have pushed back and done what a lot
He's getting owned by this like little boy, this little boy who transitioned. He's such a fucking baby. Imagine getting mad about this shit.
I don't think that we would have...
Oh, good night, female eunuchs. Thanks for hanging out.
either one of the kids that you see before you here today.
Allowing him to live authentically and true to himself and be who he really feels like he is. When you get to know Rylan, you see just how proud and confident he is of himself.
Rylan's story got international attention in 2014 when a family YouTube video went viral, and Hillary has since written a book called Raising Rylan.
Okay, pause it there. There's a shock. In 2014, this kid is now 14. Okay, I may not be amazing at math. The kid is 14. That means he became an international superstar trans kid at age 6. At age 6. Does this seem like safe parenting to you, or does this seem like child abuse?
There's like a million fucking people doing a million things sort of like this, where they like monetize it, and it's not necessarily all super dark and sketchy or anything. People are just like aware of it now, especially if you're already upper class. People realize you can just monetize this shit. So now Ben hates yeah, exactly. So now Ben hates capitalism, right? This is so okay. There are specific cases of people fucking up and abusing their kids, but it's not that crazy. I don't think it's like that much worse than the general populace, to be honest. I don't think there's any studies on this, and yeah, this is just because like a lot of people who are middle class or especially upper class, they realize you can just make a YouTube thing and make a shitload of money, and then you never have to work again or something, you know? So it's...
Small kid, socially transitioning small kid at the age of 6 after...
Yeah, they're confusing the group of kids who display gender non-conforming behavior, most of whom generally conform, with trans people. It's amazing. Yeah, it is. It really... that was what that paper was, if I remember right. Vaush also commented on it. It's like this thing where they set up this very wide net, and it was like this definition of like gender confused or something, and it's just a wider net than most people usually do for something like that. And so when you cast a wider net, including all these kids who did sort of like only a handful of gender non-conforming actions, then yes, of course a lot of them will grow out of it. There was nothing to grow out of. They just like did a few things, you know.
For saying that the kid was exhibiting the notion that she wanted to be a he before she could talk. And then you're writing books and going on national TV. Does it seem like really on Fox News?
Has he considered that the mom made up the thing? Has he considered that the mom made up the little kid at 2, like looked in her eye or whatever, and the mom knew somehow? Has he considered that was bullshit for a book? You know?
Okay, keep going.
I never thought that I would be
They're
known
like really
for
hanging a lot on there
this
right now.
like as well as I am, but really it's just a small part of who I am.
He's just brushed things off his shoulders, like it's fine. He moves on in his life, and he's just kind of think everything we've been through, he's just like learned to do that, and he's really good at it. I could never do that.
The Whittingtons believe sharing their story could make a lasting difference in another child's life, something they learned from that support group father nearly a decade ago.
Yeah, base. It's cool.
Just here to make the ride smoother for others. You might be struggling right now.
These they said they were conservative, and because they had all this information, I guess, when their kid came out as trans, they did the right thing. That's really cool?
But we believe in you.
And it's kind of amazing that Fox News would put this on, because they're not just libs. They even describe themselves as fucking conservative.
This family, we might not know you, we might not know where you live, but, you know, we understand you and we believe in you.
Just a pure propaganda piece.
What extraordinary courage displayed by Ryland, his sister Brinley, father Jeff, and mom Hillary. I want to thank the Whittington family for speaking to us. It's not easy, particularly at a time when transgender issues have been politicized. People are afraid of what they do not understand, Dana.
This is like a 5-minute thing, right? So this is just some shit that Fox News put on to like take some of the pressure off of them. This is probably a well-calculated thing, and they realize people will happily just go right back to the propaganda.
His family hopes their story will lead to more understanding, more acceptance, and ultimately more love.
Just pure propaganda, pure insane propaganda. People are afraid of what if we do understand your agenda? What if we are afraid of is the agenda, because the agenda is garbage, and because it's harming children, and because it's deliberately promoting propaganda that is based not in science, but in ideological nonsense rooted in opposition to Judeo-Christian values
Such a
and
goofball.
traditions and
Holy
mores
fuck.
and rules and roles? What if that's what we are concerned about? And what if we're particularly concerned when it starts taking over major American conservative institutions like Fox News? If you're a Fox News viewer, you should think very seriously about whether you wish to give a company that promotes this kind of stuff your business. Seriously. I want to watch Fox News. I'm friends with a huge number of people who work at Fox News, including most of the hosts.
It's very weird to me. I don't understand how to consider this, like what I'm looking at. I don't know, because when I think of conservative media, I wouldn't think that we would have like Ben Shapiro just like denouncing Fox News like that. I'll have to consider what this sociological event is within like conservative media, because it's not something I would expect. It's like all these conservatives flipping out about this and like denouncing Fox News like that. What with his leftist tears mug? Oh yeah, there it is, the leftist tears mug, the smug fucker.
And I know that most of the hosts do not agree with Fox News becoming a propaganda outlet on behalf of the most radical left agenda on this sort of stuff. They can't. There's no way they do. I've talked to many of them, and I know they don't, as a matter of fact.
It was probably just Fox News with a calculated segment to take some pressure off of them, sort of visually, give them a little bit of deniability with some of the dog shit that they air. And, yeah, it's just, he's a reactionary. This guy's, look at this angry motherfucker. Look at him. He's this angry-ass motherfucker in his yarmulke. Like, I can't take this guy seriously. He's getting mad that a fucking 14-year-old gets to live how they want to live. He's, like, angry about human creativity and liberation. It's fucking ridiculous. Maybe Fox is trying to move away from OAN Newsmax. That's possible, too. Yeah, I know. It really, like, he's got this real, like, fucking, like, psycho stare, I guess. But yeah, I would assume, because I've watched a lot of Fox News, I would assume this is some sort of calculation. I don't know if it could be like you said, where they might be trying to get away from something, or maybe they're just trying to take some pressure off. I don't know.
The fact that management, I assume, crammed this down or went ahead with this because this was greenlit. It was a fully produced segment, which cost Fox money. It's a betrayal of Fox's audience. It's a betrayal of many of the people who work at Fox.
I guess.
And more than anything, it's a reinforcement of the deep rot that has taken place at the core of our institutions, including in many conservative institutions, which are either too cowardly to defend values that matter or have joined full scale in the attack on those values. I hope you enjoyed that clip from the Ben Shapiro
Oh, yeah, it was great, Ben. Thank you so much.
Show. If you did, go ahead and hit that subscribe button so you stay up to date with all our future content.
Oh, I like his like last little clip here where he tells you to stay up to date. He looks like a real fucking douche. Yeah, he's crazy. He's out of his fucking mind. He's getting mad at little kids for existing. It's crazy. Like, it's really out of hand. I did not expect for this, like, weird disagreement on this issue between Fox and the pundits. I would assume that this is something that was done without the knowledge of a lot of pundits, including Tucker Carlson. Or maybe they did, I don't know. But it's very strange. I'll have to see how everyone reacts to this. Okay, so what to do? I'm gonna watch a little bit more of the debate, I think, and then I'm gonna get off. Because it's getting pretty late, and I don't want to stay up too late. So I'm gonna watch a little bit more of this, and then, yeah. Well, okay, what do I want to watch? Maybe Vaush. Vaush reacting to this would be pretty funny, actually. Yeah, well, let's do Vaush reacting to this. I want to do that. Everyone's probably seen a bunch of the debate already. We're gonna watch Vaush react, and that'll be the last thing I do. Depending on how long it is. How long is it? Oh, 15? That's not very long. That's not very long at all.
Horrible thread by Ben Shapiro. What is this?
Only walking down the street, you wouldn't think anything different.
14-year-old Rylan Whittington is a typical Southern California teenager. And the Whittingtons, along with mom Hillary, dad Jeff.
From the 90s? Wait, what is this video quality and what is this kid's hair?
Yeah, it's all from
the
the
90s. Are they a
90s.
skateboarder? Are they a rockin' baseball in the lawn? Is this from the 90s? What is
really
this?
is,
Sister Brinley are a typical family. The only difference, though, in Ryland's eyes, is what this family can mean to the tens of thousands of kids under 18
Good for them.
who identify as transgender.
We put our story out there so people could see that like there's another family out there that is going through what we're going through, or there's another family who's proud of who they are.
Before Ryland could even speak, he managed to tell his parents that he is a boy.
I could just see that it wasn't him trying to be a brat. It was like painful. It was truly painful for him.
Immediately, conservatives are going to frame this as the parents grooming the kid.
Yeah.
But like, the whole like parents calling something about a kid's identity long before they're like grown up or whatever is a pretty normal thing.
It's
you know?
super
like,
fucking normal.
Parents do it all the time with kids being gay, right? Like that's like
yeah, it really is super fucking normal. Parents report it with all kinds of other stuff. They report it, say, if one of their kids ends up being very good at something, especially if it's like a physical talent, they might report something about the kid having some sort of like prodigious capacity or some shit, which isn't even, it's just not even true. Like the baby could like jump or some shit, just some ridiculous story.
like a whole meme basically. Where it's like, oh yeah, I knew he was gay because he was like gay or something. Like they do that all the time.
Yeah.
There's nothing about that that implies grooming.
I looked in their eyes and they
To
said
wear
I was,
feminine
or it said
clothing
gay.
and for us constantly telling him that you're a girl.
And unlike some trans kids, when Ryland came out at age 5,
And that's another thing, is they were trying to raise it as a girl.
a few years
so.
later, he had the full support of his parents.
Initially, there was some pushback from us in
Yeah.
trying to understand this.
We were confused like most people are.
Pushback. Wait, did this 5-year-old trans guy debate his parents and win? Holy shit. Power levels are off the chart.
Fucking Chad,
We
yeah, wow.
thought that gender and sexuality were the same thing. It took us a while
The
to figure out
seriousness
that
of
those two
Ben
things were
Shapiro saying
different and that
pee-pee and poo-poo
children
so
actually
great.
do recognize their gender identity very young. Some of them, not all.
But they listened to Ryland and to Hillary's conservative faith.
For me, it's just a deep spiritual belief that you believe in God and he, created us the way he wanted us. Well, then yes, he created Ryland just the way he is.
And
When does he talk
There's
about the Ben
nothing in
Shapiro?
Christian scripture that contradicts the existence of trans people, by the way. Like literally nothing. That just it just doesn't.
Okay, so
as
he's
far,
just
as far
watching
as
the
I'm
story,
aware,
okay.
like there's nothing in it at all. They'll usually try to do this like God made your body the way it is thing, but if that's the case, like why the fuck do you wear glasses? Like, oh, then don't get a heart
Yeah.
bypass, you fat fuck. Like yeah, it's yeah.
Listen to
Why isn't it bad if you wear shoes with too thick of like soles? Because then you're trying to look too tall, you can't do that.
families. They met in support groups.
There was a father who was sitting across the table. He says, "You have no idea how lucky you are to be here," which kind of took me back. I didn't at that point consider myself lucky to be there. And he said, our child had displayed this gender dysphoria or this gender misalignment at the same age that Ryland has. And we didn't listen, and we pushed back.
That pushback led that child to turn to self-harm as a teenager, which 60% of trans and non-binary kids engage in, according to the Trevor Project.
Damn.
More than 50
Though it's worth noting that the rate of self-harm decreases by an order of magnitude, several orders of magnitude, massively so, with supportive parents. Yeah.
50% consider suicide.
Oh, and another fun thing, by the way, I don't know if I'd say it's fun actually, but for transgender and non-binary youth who have supportive parents, the rate of suicide consideration is lower than the cisgender average. If with parental support, this number goes down below cis
Yeah, it's
youth.
weird.
Consider suicide.
That for me was the turning
Very
point. I didn't want to
interesting.
see Ryland to go through that.
I'd rather have a living son than a dead daughter. I guarantee that if we had pushed back and done what a lot of parents do, I don't think that we would have either one of the kids that you
People are confused about why this is on Fox, but you have to understand that Fox is like a big multimedia juggernaut.
Yeah.
And the people that do Fox News are not the pundits. When you guys see Fox on my
Yeah.
channel, you look at pundits. But there are elements of Fox.
Those people are talent, and they have, like, especially someone like Tucker Carlson has a lot of influence over Fox News, but most of those people are just talent. Most of those people are not especially involved with the overall structure of Fox News as a corporation, you know.
Reporting that are done in the same like standard.
Yeah, there's like whole divisions to Fox News that aren't even propaganda. Like their election outfit is actually fine. They like the people who do the elections, who cover the elections on Fox News are fine. There's not a problem with them.
Standard rote of affair that you would get from CNN or whatever. Fox News, for the most part, usually across the country, is like standard news stations. That's not to say there isn't sometimes a bias, but like there are people who work at Fox who.
Looks like he doesn't react to Shapiro, but the thumbnail title makes it look like he does. Matt Walsh stuff later. Yeah, I thought that was weird. So I was just listening to his thing. Yeah, it does. I don't know why the fuck the title says that. So we'll skip to Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh, perfect. Okay.
Oh, the people are seething over. So this is Matt Walsh.
I have
Thread
1.25. It's. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck. Why?
I've appeared on Fox News many times. I appreciate the platform they give me. If what I'm about to say ruins that
a little bit,
so be it. We have to call this evil lunacy
I'll be
out
ending
where we see
soon.
it. The evil lunacy that we just saw. Especially on inside. Today, Fox ran a long segment for Pride Month celebrating a trans kid who came out as a boy in the age of 5. The piece did not simply report on the controversy surrounding child transitioning. It outright promotes the practice. Good. The reporter said the child announced a new gender as a toddler. Does Fox want us to believe babies can choose their gender? They can. Yeah, 100%.
Maybe, I don't...
Gendered behavior and preferences can be identified like really early on in human development.
Yeah, I mean, it's not inconceivable because I don't understand. If someone doesn't believe that, what is their view? Because then I guess their view really has to be either that gender and sex are the same thing, or that gender is just like this result of sex, essentially. Because if someone doesn't understand why a very small child might be able to even choose, quote unquote, their gender or whatever, then why is just like a fucking baby boy a boy to begin with? If you don't have one of these restrictive things where it's either essentialism or essentialism with extra steps, then it's fine, because then children sort of like enter into this performative thing with gender. It doesn't necessarily mean that like a baby choosing their gender is any fucking crazier than a baby just coming out the usual gender you might expect, right? How does a baby do it ever?
This is the most extreme, radical, dangerous form of...
Of course, Matt Walsh is a fascist, so he's like he's not even a biological realist. He thinks like men and women, like genders, are a natural force of the universe. He's like a physical realist when it comes to gender. So
gender ideology is being promoted on Fox News. The poor kid is 14 now. The poor kid, that suffering child that you all just saw, with a permanently altered body, condemned to live forever with an identity imposed as a small child. Again, saying that it was imposed by the parent.
Yeah, but so this is what they're starting to develop, is they're working like quadruple time on making the language all fucked up, because like only under basically essentialist frameworks is this imposing of, say, some sort of gender that doesn't just map to their sex. This is exactly the same activity as imposing the gender that does map to their sex under the traditional sort of like system, you know. If you're not an essentialist, then this isn't crazy. In fact, it's fine, I would think.
Parents, it is horrifying, evil, and...
I mean, you shouldn't probably just arbitrarily pick your kid's gender or some shit, but
sick, and it's what Fox...
like, you already impose it on kids. You know what I mean?
Chooses to promote. I know for a fact that many people at Fox don't approve of this, never would have agreed to air radical far-left trans propaganda. But Fox reporter Brian Linus, we'll take a look at this in a second. I wonder if this guy's going to have a job next month. chose to do this story, and someone at Fox chose to put on the air, everyone involved should be fired immediately. Yeah, true. Matt Walsh has yet to answer this question. We know the answer is yes, though.
I would kill every ape in the world to save one human, because humans are more important. This is a very simple concept, folks. Would you suck every ape's dick to save one human? That's a very good question. It's a very, very good question. Wow. What a legend.
I would kill every ape in the world to save one human because humans are more important. This is a very simple concept, folks. Would you suck every ape's dick to save one human? The answer is yes. Otherwise, you know, what is he even talking about? And then we have Ben Shapiro. This would be absolute despicable, insane lunacy if I saw it on CNN or MSNBC. To see it on Fox News is a complete betrayal of anything remotely resembling conservatism or decency.
That's so fucked.
Every element of this video is propagandistic, dangerous garbage. It's framed like a very standard daytime TV, like, expose. Like,
yeah, it really is just framed like a normal-ass story. Exactly like a normal story. And if that's propaganda, then an awful lot of normal stories are propaganda, which I think I would actually agree with you on. So
the framing of the video is very standard for a news channel.
It's just like normal ass
The
shit.
report states this biologically female child was choosing her gender before she could speak. This is madness. Didn't they say that he chose his gender at 5? I'm pretty sure you can speak at 5.
Yeah, he came out.
All the mother said was that even before he could speak, there were elements of his behavior that came off more masculine. But that wasn't choosing his gender. The report further...
She just claimed that she could fucking see it in the kid's eyes, which moms say all the time.
States Ryland's parents began social transition at age of 5. This is child abuse? No, it's not. There's no evidence whatsoever that this corresponds to child abuse or any negative outcomes. The vast majority of children who display signs of gender dysphoria persist over time. This is a referring to a fake news study. I really need to get around to making that document. So when conservatives say the vast majority of children who display signs of gender dysphoria desist over time, what they're actually saying is there's a study showing that the vast majority of children who engage in gender non-conforming behavior don't turn out to be transgender. That is a totally different thing.
Yeah.
Demonstrating gender nonconformity
totally different.
is something cis people do. Just gender dysphoria isn't. Those are two completely different things. Completely different. Basically, everyone demonstrates some standard of gender nonconformity growing up.
Yeah,
because there are so many ways to trip that flag. All the time. Constantly. You know? So basically, they were like, we can't help but notice that only 98% of people who have gender dysphoria when they're young end up being cisgender later. But what they actually mean is demonstrate gender nonconformity. Completely different thing. Deliberately dishonest study made by Satan, devils, ontologically evil, blah, blah.
So I gotta look at the study. I don't know if people are misrepresenting the study or if in the study they consider that gender dysphoria or some shit.
The report is absolute horrifying propaganda. We've got mom citing her Christian faith to justify the perversion of biological identity. Oh, how the turntable, how the shoes face the table fit, Ben. We've got the radical gender theory activist Trevor Project stats. Trevor Project is just an organization that tries to prevent suicides in LGBT youth because Ben Shapiro is in favor of queer kids killing themselves. That makes them a radical organization to him. Ben Shapiro is aware of the fact that transitioning and gender affirmative care for trans youth is likely to make them kill themselves far less.
Yeah.
And he wants them to kill themselves.
Yep.
So, yeah. Literally, look at the Trevor Project. Here's a pop-up. Your donation could help ensure our 24/7 confidential suicide prevention and crisis intervention care are here tomorrow, and everyday LGBT youth people need us. Top of the tag right here. Trevor Text and Trevor Chat will be unavailable tonight due to scheduled maintenance. Wait times to reach a counselor are higher than usual. Thanks for your patience. We'll be with you soon. You deserve a counselor. It's all suicide prevention. But he wants them to kill themselves, so. I'd rather have a living son than a
Yeah, it did to me too. Yeah, what is a woman? Okay, that's what that is, yeah. I was wondering, it took me a minute to realize that was Ben Shapiro, because he has the same thing as Matt Walsh.
Daughter is again propagandistic sloganeering. There is no credible evidence that transition alleviates suicidal ideation among children who identify as LGBT.
I still don't understand what they're talking about here, because Fabian Liberty said the same shit, basically, right? So,
This is literally just...
where are they coming up with this? They come up with this, they both, so there's something here. This is how they always do it. There has to exist something somewhere that says that after it gets alleviated, later down the line it returns. Because that's what Ben Shapiro said in the video before, I think. And that's what Fabian Liberty said. So there has to be something. This is always how it works. There's always like one thing that informs everyone. Truly a documentary of a generation, yeah.
So this is not only a lie, it is the opposite.
Yeah, I kind of almost want to pirate it and watch it. What is a woman?
Opposite of all truth we have on it. Yeah, it's just... I'm sorry. I don't know. It's like, it's just...
Me when I lie, that's funny.
Yeah, Credible is doing heavy lifting here because he would just cite literally all evidence on the subject, no doubt, as non-credible. Sorry, I have a research document on this, but it's been so long since I've pulled it up that I don't even have it, like, auto-saved to my thing. Gender transition has a positive effect on trans people. Literally everything says this. Like, there's no ambiguity on the results here. All evidence that we have everywhere and meta-analyses of that evidence clearly indicate the gender-affirming blah, blah, blah. You know that it's not true. We've got Dad talking about living authentically by hormonally transitioning a biologically female child. They didn't even mention any medical shit with the trans boy, did they? Did they mention hormones? I don't even know if there were hormones involved. There might be. I don't know if there are, though. Transition that, if continued, will result in biological sterilization and or breast or genital mutilating surgery. The family became famous in 2014 when Rylan, now 14, was 6 years old. Mom wrote a book about her own heroism. This isn't about the children. It's about pushing a gender theory that victimizes small children, except they're happier now, so whatever.
They're so brutal about
this is happening on Fox News, where the family's being praised for their courage. People are afraid of what they don't understand, the reporter says, but we do understand the agenda. We understand this is propaganda on behalf of the Trush, and it's vile. Fox News is too important to conservatives to be weaponized on behalf of the most radical leftist propaganda imaginable, propaganda that aims directly at the mental and physical health of children. Yeah, so on. So anyway, they're mad, basically.
Yeah. You're right. By hormonally transitioning a biologically female child, they didn't talk about that. I was trying to realize what you're talking about. On behalf of the destruction of children. Yeah, exactly. It's such charged language. But yeah, like, no one... Okay, so the little kid, Rylan, was 14, so he might have been on puberty blockers, but they never mentioned anything like that. In fact, they probably purposefully did not mention that, because it was going to be on Fox News, and some of their propaganda naturally is against that kind of shit.
Mad, sad, and very bad. I don't feel like there's much point in dissecting this, because there's nothing to even say here. What he's saying is just objectively incorrect. It's just factually not the case. You know? It feels like, I mean, I might as well try to argue against the idea that, like, I don't know, that, like, the sky is red, or so. You could be during a sunset or something, I don't know. There's no point. Nice memes. This Brian Lennis person, Twitter, I wonder if they're doing anything on Twitter right now. Wait, do they not have a Twitter? I don't see a Twitter. Wait, top 50 Latino voice to follow on Twitter. Where's the Twitter? Here it is. Why couldn't I find that when I Googled that? Ah, yes, here we go. People are seething over this. Chat, I don't care if you ratio the last one. I do want you to be big on this one. There we go.
As part of our America Together LGBTQ plus Pride Month series at Fox News, we highlighted the story. They're going to be mad as fuck the whole month. A trans California teen and his family openly spoke about the journey. I would rather have a living son than a dead daughter. Good job, King. Don't let propaganda and hate from bigots get in the way of telling a story about a happy family. Based.
He's also gay?
Oh, he's
All
gay.
gay people are good. No, wait, that's not true. All good people are gay. That's true.
There we go.
All right, chat. That one
All good people are gay. It's completely correct.
you need to do work on. And I'm even going to retweet that so you can get in there, okay? If you're not ratio, then you're gaytio. Because you're gay.
Yeah, they're monsters. Okay, I see. Looking at some of this shit, sometimes I kind of understand where Vaush is coming from with his very alarmist takes on some stuff. Although, yeah, it has to be tempered a bit. But the way these motherfuckers are reacting, like Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro, it really is like spooky shit. They really are just like reacting in this reactionary, over-the-top way. And it's very strange. I guess we'll just have to see. So this came out, okay, so this is 4 days ago, this reaction. So I'm assuming the Ben Shapiro thing came out around then. I guess we'll just have to see if Fox News does much more stuff like this in the future, I guess. And if they do, we'll have to see if everyone just keeps getting madder and madder, you know. It could be an important thing if Fox keeps making media like this. Okay, I'm gonna end stream now. I'm getting kind of tired, and I want to brush my teeth and hang out. So thanks anyone who's watching still. It was actually a really good stream. I think, so Confetti, you're probably still watching, so thanks for hanging out. Anyone else who's watching, thanks. I'm gonna take tomorrow off, and so I'll be back the day after. I should be, yeah. Unless something comes up and I just don't want to, but I should be back. So yeah, okay. See you later.